So we're on Lamed Daled Amud Bet, and it's the fourth line on the top of the page. So this is the Mishnah had talked about what to say as you got ready for Shabbos. And it says Gimel Dvarim Tzarach Adam Lamar B'Sach Beito Erev Shabbos Im Chashecha. As it began to get dark, Isartem, did you take Trumas Maisos? Eravtem, did you make the Eruv, either Eruv Tchumim or Eruv Chatzeros, and Hadlikos Ner, and light the candles. And then we actually had the next line in the Mishnah said Safek Chashecha, Safek Ena Chashecha. We haven't really started yet, Rob, don't worry. Was really, you can't take Meiser on the Vadai, but you could take Meiser you could be Tova the Kalim, you could take Meiser on the Dmai, and certain other things. But because the discussion about what was said on Erev Shabbos as you got close to dark really revolves around getting dark, so the Gemara is now going to have a whole discussion about Ben Hashmashos. So this is really more of a global discussion. What is Ben Hashmashos? How long is it? What time periods does it represent in terms of the sun going down and the sun getting dark? So it's really not directly related. It is directly related to what we did, but it actually goes much beyond that as well. And that goes on for about the next Amud and a half or so. And then it's actually going to talk about how people got ready for Shabbos, including the different shofars that they would sound in the cities when they got close to getting Shabbos, like the sirens that you hear in Israel sometimes. So this is Lamed Daled Amud Bet, the fourth line. Tan Rabbanan. So in other words, it's all Ben Hashmashos, but the connection is the fact that when you made those statements, Isartem, Eravtem, Hadlikos Aner, that was done as right before Ben Hashmashos. So what is Ben Hashmashos? Tan Rabbanan. And by the way, when they said Hadlikos Aner, they didn't do it on Ben Hashmashos, they did it before sunset. But because it used the term Im Chashecha, as it's getting dark, right, and because the Mishnah also talked about the fact that you couldn't give Trumos on Vadai Tevel, on Misha Chashecha when it got dark, but when in the Ben Hashmashos you could do it for Dmai, for Safek, right, so therefore we want to discuss what is Ben Hashmashos. There are different shitos. Tan Rabbanan, Ben Hashmashos, Safek men hayom v'Safek men halayla. It's a question whether it's all day or it's a question all night. Safek kula men hayom, Safek kula men halayla. So in other words, it's a question whether some of it's day and is a day and night. In other words, it's like a mix, or is it really all of day or all of night? We don't really know what it is. In other words, it could be either all day, all night, middle day, middle night, midnight and day mixed together. So therefore, as a result, says the Brisa, Matilin oto lechomer shnei dvarim, l'shnei yamim. We therefore were machmir to be considered it for 2 days. The Gemara is going to explain what exactly does that mean that we're machmir for 2 days. In other words, obviously for Shabbos it means you need to start your Shabbos before sunset, before Ben Hashmashos, and you need to end Shabbos a day later after Ben Hashmashos is over, which is why our Shabbos is 25-hour Shabbos. But you'll see there's another application the Gemara is going to say as well. So therefore, because we don't know whether it's all day, all night, partial day, partial night, mix of day, mix of night, we don't really know how to define it. It's a real big mishmash, so therefore we have to treat it l'chumrah for both days. So now, what is Ben Hashmashos? V'ezo Ben Hashmashos. What is the day of Ben Hashmashos? And in this verbiage here, you'll see different opinions, and even in the first opinion, there's a little confusion what it's really saying. So let's just read it slowly. Mishateshka chama. When the Shkiat Chama, when the sun goes down, Shaka means the sun sets literally, so that's obvious, that's when it begins. Kol Zman Shepnei Mizrach Madimim, as long as the eastern horizon is still red. Now, what does that mean to you, the eastern horizon is still red? So
the west is really
right,
red.
Where does it really, so what's going on here? So the sun goes down on which side? In the west.
The west.
So where would the eastern horizon still be east? You'd be facing the east to see if the east is still red from the rays of the sun that have gone down below the horizon. In other words, it refracts over through the sky, so that even if the sun is below, it's going to create an amber hue on the other side of the horizon. That's what it looks like it to me. If the bottom of the sky becomes dark, let me see if I got that correct. Yes, if Hichsiv, it became dark. Now, if the bottom of the sky on the eastern side, in other words, became dark, but the top of the sky is still light. So the refraction from the west, which is facing towards the east, it looks like, is going to be a mix of colors. On the bottom, it's going to be dark, but on the top of the sky on the east side, it's still going to be a little bright, or still a bit of a little reflection. So that is ben hashmashos. So let's stop for just a moment. So what is ben hashmashos so far? Let's me read that again. Read it slowly, and you'll see how confusing it is. Ezel ben hashmashos. Go back up 3 lines. Mishateshka chama, when the sun goes down, calls man shibnei mizrach madimim. As long as the eastern side is a little bit considered red, right? That's going to be considered ben hashmashos. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's what he said.
Eastern sun. Why Eastern?
Why Eastern? Because it looks like it's reflecting over. You could say that it looks like it's coming. You would normally say the West, wouldn't you?
No, but the red. No, so but maybe again, the West will clearly be red.
Right.
Right. I mean that's clear. The minute the sun's just go along the horizon, the western sky is still going to be plenty red.
Right.
So, but they're saying no. Look at the eastern sky. It sounds like they're saying, do you still see some color? It sounds like they're saying in the eastern sky coming from the west.
Right. That's what.
I never really looked at
Because Rashi says it's from the clouds.
Right. So therefore, it's from the clouds on the eastern side. You'll see, by the way, the Gemara is actually going to bring a case on Daf Halamed Hey and Aleph, where Rabbi was looking towards the east, and Rava said to him that it doesn't make any sense. And the response is, it says, Madir Pani Madir Mes Mizrach. In other words, that it's facing towards the east and lighting up the east, not the western side itself. You'd normally expect that where you're going to see ben hashmashos, on the west, as the sun goes down. After the sun goes down, it's still bright on that side. So the answer is, it's actually bright on that side for quite a while, even after ben hashmashos. In other words, the time to determine if you ever are on a lake or over a large body of water in the west, and you look up, you can start seeing the clear sky, the 3 stars above you, and you can still look all over the lake. And if the lake goes over the horizon, you'll still see what looks like to be a little bit of a glow on that side, on the western side. That's past ben hashmashos. So it looks like it really is to interpret where the glow is on the west, but really it means on the eastern side, the refraction coming from the sun on the east, if it's still lighting up the sky on the right side.
It could hit clouds.
Right, clouds. So in other words, what you're saying is what we're pointing out. It's not really clear. But besides even being less clear, is it east or west? I'm just pointing out the very listing here is even less clear, because first it says, when is it ben hashmashos? When the sun goes down, as long as the eastern side is going to be considered red. Then it says,
the word he uses for theory.
Then it says, hichsiv,
he translates avad tziva'o. So it means its color's lost now.
Which means it's dark.
Well, I don't know about dark. I mean, maybe it's no longer red. I don't know if it's dark. It might just lose its color, as I said.
Well, Rashi used the term hishchir, from shachar.
Is this what we would call sunset?
It's after sunset.
So this is after sunset.
Post-sunset. Once the sun goes down, it does not turn dark immediately. And you don't really appreciate it in the city. You have to really be outside the city where you can see horizon to horizon. And if you look out over a lake, and the lake faces west, it's really very noticeable. Because first of all, the houses around the lake are probably very low, and second of all, you can still see how the sky over that lake, looking towards the west. And I can tell you, when my brother-in-law's cottage is in Wasaga Beach, and it's facing over Georgian Bay, which is really facing towards west. Probably it's facing towards the west, because that's where Georgian Bay is facing. It's west, maybe west-northwest. You can see the sun go down, and then it's the clouds on the western side will be multicolored, of course, but more importantly, it's bright for quite a while. Mm-hmm. And because it's over the lake, it's going to come right across that lake even more so. So you can even have where it's dark, and yet you look down there and you say, but you know what? Okay, it's not it's after sunset, but it still looks a little bit bright there. Is it really dark then? The answer is no, it's not dark there. The sun is there. right? That's the next time zone probably, or wherever it is, maybe Michigan where we're looking at, or who knows, also Lake Superior, or Superior, no, wherever it goes into, Georgian Bay goes into what? Into Lake Huron. So, but the bottom line is, if you look on the eastern side, that's where the change of colors really is. But I'm just pointing out when the Mishnah, the Brisa here mentions the changes, it mentions two changes. First of all, when the east is still a little bit red, that's Ben Hashmoshes looks like. Then it says, when the top gets Hichsiv Tachton, Hishchirat Tachton, the bottom gets dark, and the top is bright, that's Ben Hashmoshes. So what is it? Is it all bright, is all Adom? Is it all going to be refracted light onto the eastern side, or is it going to be semi-refracted, only the top and not the bottom of the horizon? So it looks like there are two different levels here, and the Gemara is going to try to explain that. So at any rate, just first of all, is it east or west? So you'll see from the Gemara on Daf Lamed Hey, when it says east, it means east. Right? Not west as you would normally think. And second of all, there seems to be some confusion between the first two lines of this brisa. Let me read it again. So I'm going to start again and read the brisa again so we just have it all together. Ezel ben hashmashos. Going to start again on that sixth line. When is ben hashmashos? Mishirtishka chama. After the sun goes down, kolzman shipnei mizrach madimim. As long as the east is still going to be considered adom red. Hichsiv atachton v'lo hichsiv elyon ben hashmashos. When the top is considered dark, when the top of the east sky is dark, and the bottom is considered dark and the top is not considered dark, that's Ben Hashmashos. The simplest way to read this is going to be that this is all Ben Hashmashos. Okay? Hechsif al yon v'hishvil atachton, if the eastern sky is dark on the top and the eastern sky is dark, zeo laila, this is night. Okay, so therefore when the eastern horizon or the eastern sky becomes completely black, that is going to be nighttime. Who says it's Div Rabbi Yehuda? That's Rabbi Yehuda's opinion. Rabbi Nechem Omer, and you'll see Rabbi Yehuda's opinion will come up multiple times in this sugya. Rabbi Nechem Omer, Rabbi Nechem says, no, I'm not going to give you a sky vision. For a person to walk from this average walk from the time that the sun goes down for a half a mil, which is the amount of time until it gets dark, that's the amount of time that you're going to be considered, that will be considered Ben Hashmoshes. And after that it will be dark. How much is a chatzi mil? So I think a mil is like a kilometer, if I remember correctly. So that's a fairly short period of time. It's a very short period of time. Rabbi Yehuda's period of time is much longer. Rabbi Yossi has the shortest period of time. Rabbi Yossi Omer ben Hashmashos keherav ayin. Ben Hashmashos is like the blink of an eye. In other words, like when you blink your eye, Rashi says, Zeh nechnas v'zeh yotzei. The one day comes in, one day goes out. V'yev shal lamod alav. However, we really can't tell when that blink of an eye is. So no, he's not telling you, he's actually giving you a very amorphous kind of discussion, he says. In other words, the night happens, comes in, the day goes out, it's the very same blink of an eye. How long is that? It's a really short period of time. And the Mefarshim, by the way, mean it's not really a millisecond. It means a very short period of time. But where exactly in this Ben Hashmoshes period it is not really clear. You'll see from the Gemara that the Gemara feels that Rabbi Yossi's time period of this short Ben Hashmoshes happens after Rabbi Yehuda's time period is over. It's not that there's overlap. You could think that there's some type of overlap. You could have thought that Rabbi Yossi, who says the short period of time, would be somewhere in the middle of Rabbi Yehuda's period of time. Right? That would be the normal time, normal logical conclusion. The Gemara will actually say that Rabbi Yossi's time period is actually the very end of Rabbi Yehuda's time period. But until that point, it's really day. Even during the Ben Hashmashos of Rabbi Yehuda, the end of Rabbi Yehuda's time period where the sky goes from light to dark, the end of this, boom, there's a short period of time, and that's what Rabbi Yossi says is Ben Hashmashos.
Who would say that, you're saying? That would be the last one?
You'll see, that's the last period. That's the last one. Rabbi Yossi.
Rabbi Yossi, theoretically, is a very specific amount of time. I mean, assuming the average person walks half a mil in 4 minutes, whatever it is, whatever he thought the average was, that's Ben Hashmashos, right?
Rabbi Nechemia, correct.
No, I'm not questioning you. I'm questioning whether, what is Rabbi again?
There are three opinions. Rabbi Yehuda says it's the time period it takes for the sky on the eastern side to go completely black.
Yeah.
And if it's a little bit black and it's a little bit light, the top is light and the dark bottom is black, and that's still Ben Hashmashos.
Nechemia is the one who says.
Nechemia says the amount of time it takes you to water half a mil.
Right.
And the Gemara is actually going to give you some kind of reference point to where you would go. The Gemara is going to say you go come down from the top of Mount Carmel, toivel into the Yam Hatichon, and come back up, and that's the amount of time period that is Chatzi Mil. which I'm not sure how it is exactly. And then the last one is Rabbi Yossi says a very short period of time. But where is the very short period of time? Rabbi Yossi doesn't really explain.
Right.
Well, what I'm saying, when to tell you, when you get to the Gemara Daf Lamed Hayom and Aleph at the bottom, the Gemara will make it clear that Rabbi Yossi's time period is after the time period of Rabbi Yehuda. So now Rabbi Yehuda has this long time period. Rabbi Yossi says, at the end of the time period of Rabbi Yehuda, right before it becomes dark, right before you're going to make Havdalah, that's the Ben Hashmashos period.
So Rabbi Yehuda's period
is the longest.
Nothing. It's daytime.
It's daytime, correct. That's correct. In other words, according to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda's period is daytime. Or Rabbi Yehuda's period is daytime according to Rabbi Yossi. Exactly. Does that make sense? People got confused?
Yeah.
Okay? Which is not what you would have normally thought. You would have thought Rabbi Yossi maybe the beginning of sunset or the middle of sunset, or take the time of Rabbi Yehuda and divide it in half. In the middle of that, it's going to be the quick Ben Hashmashos.
Well, the problem with Rabbi Yossi is there really is, for all practical purposes, no Ben Hashmashos.
Correct.
Right? It's like instantaneous.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
Hashem was the only one who knew when Shabbos really came in.
Right. Exactly. We do not follow Rabbi Yossi la halacha. We are machmir in certain situations. You'll see from the Gemara, but basically we're going to be following Rabbi Yehuda's opinion. Okay, so that's and now to take the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda and translate that into time and minutes is a little more complicated. So we'll have to wait till we get to the end of the Sukkah to make the application. Just go into look at some of the Rishonim. So at any rate, these are the three opinions. Rabbi Yehuda, the longest. Rabbi Nechemiah seems to be the most logical amount of time that or most definable, the amount of time that you can walk. That's going to be the same thing all the time. Rabbi Yehuda, by the way, would tend to vary by latitude and longitude. Rabbi Nechemiah is going to see its amount of walking. That's going to be a constant. Rabbi Yossi is going to say it's a very short period of time. He said we're not really quite sure how to make sense of where that short period of time is. Okay, so that's the three opinions in the Brisa, and you realize right away when you get into these three opinions and immediately they're confusing or they're not clear, they're obtuse, how much more complicated it's going to be for us to understand what Ben Hashmashos is on a practical level. Okay, so Amar Mar, so having said this Brisa, before we go into trying to understand the different shitot, the Gemara reflects upon the beginning of the Brisa that says, what is Ben Hashmashos? Ben Hashmashos is either all day or all night, or Safek Yom, Safek Laila, Matilam Lolav L'chomer Shnei Yomim, that we give it the Chumrah of both days. So the Gemara says, Amar Mar, Matilam Lolav L'chomer Shnei Yomim, Lamai Hilchasa. So what is the halacha? What halachic consequence does it really have? So we understand for Shabbos what it is. It means that I have to start Shabbos early and I have to send Shabbos late. But we give another application. Rav Yehuna Braid Rav Yeshua Linyan Tuma. It has also an application in terms of Tuma. It has to deal with a Zav who sees Rios of Zavus. Zavus is like this discharge. It looks like semen. So the issue is as follows. If a Zav sees a flow one day, so he's only Tameh for rest of the day. Correct. If he's Tameh, if he sees two flows on two separate days, okay, see two flows on two separate days consecutively, or even one flow that flows between two separate days. The flow begins at the end of the first day and goes into the second day. So he's a level of Zav that has to wait 7 days, I believe, but doesn't bring a carbon. If he sees 3 days in a row, Zavus, 1, 2, 3, then he has to bring a carbon as well. So the question is, what happens if he sees this flow during Ben Hashmashos? How are you going to count it? The Tznan. We have a Mishnah Masechet Zavin. Rosh Neyomim Ben Hashmashos. If he sees 2 days in a row Ben Hashmashos, of the flow that's happening. Let's say, and this is not Shabbos, so it could be Tuesday to Wednesday, and then Wednesday to Thursday. Safek l'tuma u'lekarbon. So then it would actually be a safek whether he's tamei, so a tamei of being a zav for 7 days, plus even for a carbon. Because it is possible if he saw it Tuesday at Ben Hashmashos and then Wednesday at Ben Hashmashos, he may have possibly seen Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Yeah. On the other hand, it's possible also we only saw Wednesday. Or it's possible he only saw Tuesday and Wednesday, or Wednesday.
The day or night or the next
Correct,
day.
Exactly. In other words, depending on how you define what Ben Hashmashos is, and we're saying we don't know what it is, it's a suffix. So we haven't even talked about the time limit period, which looks more like Rabbi Yehuda than Rabbi Yossi. But in other words, because you would say Zav would see a continuous flow that's flowing through Ben Hashmashos, That would make him safek be a tamei zav, and also safek to bring a carbon. Ra yom echad ben hashmashos. If he saw one flow and it flowed continuously during ben hashmashos, or at ben hashmashos, I should say, safek latuma, he would be safek whether he's going to be a zav for 7 days. Doesn't have to bring a carbon. Let's say Tuesday into Wednesday. The ben hashmashos between Tuesday and Wednesday. So then we're not sure, was he see zav flow only Tuesday or only Wednesday, or did he see Tuesday and Wednesday? That makes him a suffix zav. He doesn't have its own, but if he didn't see it 3 days, he doesn't have to bring a carbon, so it's not a suffix of a carbon itself. So that's simply the two.
That would be the implication, he says, of the chumrah. Right?
That would be the implication of ben hashmashos for something besides Shabbos,
Right.
which is for zavus, which is for tuma of a zav. Okay, so that's an example where this would come. Once again, a zav. If a zav were to see a flow from definitely Tuesday afternoon through Tuesday night after dark, he's definitely a zav. That's what's like considered two
Right.
flows, 2 days. But he
Ben
only
Hashmashos.
saw it at ben hashmashos. He saw it once the sun went down, and he saw the flow for that next 20 minutes or so. Next 20 minutes after sunset until it began to get dark. So you're not quite sure is that the end of Tuesday, the beginning of Wednesday, both Tuesday and Wednesday, only Tuesday, only Wednesday. That's what makes him the suffix. So that's just giving you the implication about what the brisa actually means. So there's an application besides Shabbos itself, which we understand and we're machmir on. There's another application in terms of zav. Zav is actually fairly complicated. It's fairly complex. It also creates a lot more chumras than, we have to give up an extra hour for Shabbos, or we add an extra hour for Shabbos, I should say, but it's not the same as being a tamei zav for 7 days and having to bring a carbon and so forth. Then we go back and try to understand what Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Nechemiah and Rabbi Yossi are, especially what Rabbi Yehuda is trying to say. And remember, I tried to point out when I read Rabbi Yehuda that there's a confusion between the beginning. The beginning looks like it has to be red on the eastern horizon, and then it says, well, if it's the top is red, I forgot which is which. The top is red and the bottom is dark. That's ben hashmashos. So Gemara says. Hagufa kasha, it's an internal question. Amr dezel ben hashmashos mishatesh gachama calls mashipnei mezach ma'adimin. You said, what is ben hashmashos? This is quoting the brisa. What is ben hashmashos? When the sun goes down, as long as the eastern horizon is red, okay, as long as the redness is still on the eastern horizon, which means which means if the bottom is dark and the eastern horizon is dark, the top is still light. That's already no longer ben hashmashos because some of it's dark. That should be laila. It looks in the first line of the brisa. The only time it's ben hashmashos when the entire eastern horizon still has some reddish hue built into it. Madimin means it has some reddish kind of color is still somewhere in all the components of the horizon. But the implication is if some of the horizon, if the lower part of the horizon is dark, then even though the upper part of the horizon is still somewhat red, that's going to be considered laila. That's the first line. Who v'hadatani. Then the next line says hichsif atachtam v'lo hichsif elyon ben hashmashos. The next line says no. If the bottom of the eastern horizon is dark, the top itself is not dark and still going to be a little red. That's still ben hashmashos. So which one is the real ben hashmashos? So the Gemara is going to give two interpretations how to reconcile the brisa. Amar Rabba, Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Shmuel. So Rabba said, name Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Shmuel. This is Rabba quoting the Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Shmuel. He used the term krochutni. Kroch is mean put things together. Kricha is in Hebrew is a sandwich. It's no longer used. This is one of the words that Ben Yehuda used that has fallen into disuse, because if you go to Israel now, what do you ask for? You ask for a sandwich. But the real legal term is really a kricha. Okay. Like we just had korech the other night in the Seder. Korech is to kind of combine them together. Okay. So, by the way, this year I was able to get, for the first time, I've always wanted to do this, and Rav Shechter, my Rebbe from YU, says it's definitely permissible, get the soft matzahs. I got some soft Sephardi matzahs. They're like, soft. They're fat and soft. They're bendable.
Like egg or no good.
There's no egg. It's no egg.
Egg.
It's basically it looks like a limp pancake. Okay, yeah. With a very good hashgacha Eretz Yisrael. My son-in-law brought it up to me from Baltimore, and the key is you have to keep it frozen. Because if you unfreeze it and you just let it sit, it's going to sit like a laffa would sit for a week or 2 or 3 or 4. And it's going to really start to smell. But if you freeze it, then we defrosted it as we sat down to Seder, it was okay. So we used it. I didn't want to use it really for the regular matzahs, for the matzah at the beginning and the end, because that's that's a very strong tradition. You use the thin matzahs. But for the korech, I figured I would use that. So it was a pleasure being able to put the romaine lettuce and the maror and the charosis in the middle of this thing and actually bend it together, like fold it up like a laffa. Right. And that's exactly what Hillel had, correct. So there's a very big discussion today whether Ashkenazim can use it. And I told you, Rav Shechter has a very famous tshuva that he said definitely you 100% can use it. There should be no question whatsoever. This is how they've been making them for years. It's flour and water. They're baked very quickly. They're done probably in 3 or 4, 5 minutes. How they do? They're thick. They're thicker. I guess they're not kept in as long as it is to burn them to a crisp. But they have holes in them. They are cooked. They are baked. That's not cooked. They are baked, and they just you can bend them. I guess if you can rip them. It's kind of like ripping cardboard a little bit, okay? And it seems to be good. Some people have said to me it tastes a little bit like drywall and Play-Doh. I don't know.
You enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I actually been trying to get this for many years. So yeah. But you don't get that many in a pound, you understand, because they're very thick, and they're thick and heavy. So, but it was an experience. A shaila for Ashkenazim has to deal with 2 things. First of all, anytime you make a change, it's always a problem. That's really one of the major issues, that this has been a Masorah, which probably does not go back earlier than the 1700s. You study the history of matzahs, they probably were much thicker, and they started to get thinner and thinner. And by the 17th, 18th century, people are producing matzahs en masse. They're not baking them in their home necessarily, but they're producing them and sending them, so they want them to last. If you're starting to, and you don't have refrigeration, these things have to be made very quickly. I spoke to someone who's from Morocco, came from Morocco to Israel and is now in Toronto, but he remembers being in Morocco, they would bake matzahs on the day of. In other words, they would, not Erev, but I'm saying every day of Pesach, they would bake in their ovens, they would make matzah. They would have these thick matzahs. If you make them days before and you don't have refrigeration, they're going to go like bread as sits out. It's going to look like old bread. So one is it's just changed. The other concern is that, the same concerns that people have for gebrachs, the same concerns that people have, maybe something is not baked, right? But the answer is, if that's the concern, how come the Sephardim are doing it all these hundreds of years, right? Okay, and it's pretty clear. If you look at old Haggadahs, there's a lot of old Haggadahs where you can see they're holding the matzah. They're holding a significant matzah. You can see the guy's fingers bending into the matzah. Like you can't put a finger indentation in your matzahs, the thin matzahs we have. The story with Hillel is very clearly that Hillel did not have our matzahs. Could never have been korech matzah mar, pesach matzah mar together. But you can understand it's really a laffa. So it looks like those were the matzahs. The discussions in the Gemara about how the people you couldn't tell if this was chometz or matzah. Sometimes it begins different types of karnei chagavim. There are different kinds of cracks on the dough. What is it? Is it this? Is that? Our matzahs, you can never have these kind of sfeikos. Either it is or it isn't. Either it's a big bubble, it's not a big bubble. Either it's flat or it's not flat. So it's clear that the tradition of making matzahs was probably much thicker. And whether they were hard or soft is not that clear, but clearly they were thicker matzahs. And it looks like over the course of hundreds of years, they began to get thinner and thinner and thinner. So if you really want to understand the minhag for gebrachs, not to have gebrachs, not to take matzah and then put it into water, it probably goes back to when the matzahs were thicker. Right? Our matzahs, could you ever imagine the matzahs you get that break in transit, right? Yeah, they're so thin. These matzahs could have any chametz left over that never was baked. It's not even meglach. It's not possible. If you think about something of matzah that looks like a pancake, right? It is possible theoretically that inside of that, if it's not made carefully, there could be some part that was not baked well or some kind of lump.
Yeah, no, there definitely might.
Definitely.
No, where was it?
The shear would be a lot. Presumably, the shear is like 2 inches, about 2 inches or 3 inches.
You know what it is? This company actually even sells. They sell them packaged by the kazayas, which is a little more expensive, like a prepackaged kind of set. I just bought a pound. Pound was $40 US. I've been trying to get all these years. I've really wanted to have, you haven't lived until you had the real old-time matzahs.
Right.
So when Baruch Hashem this year, I did have it, but I'm saying, but they do also sell, they had it by the kazesim, which was even more expensive because they pre-measured out how much each kazayis was. But I imagine that it's going to be much smaller than our matzahs. But the matzahs themselves are smaller. The matzahs themselves are not as big as our matzahs. Think of them as pancakes. Think of them as like a big pancake. That's about the size of what these matzahs are. About the size of maybe a very large big pancake.
Like your matzah shmur who comes around, they're only
thick. No, but not as big as the matzah shmur. I'm saying think of a very big fat big pancake, a wide pancake. I don't know. You go to some luxury hotel, they make a gazunta pancake. So that's what fills up the whole pan all the way to the sides. That's what the mishnas looks like. So, so that, I'm sorry we got off the topic, but that's what korech is all about, and that's why this goes back to what we said here. The term that's going to be used by Rabbam Rav Yehuda Mashmuel is krochutni. Krochutni means to combine. A kricha is a combination. It's a sandwich combining two things, like Hillel did, or any sandwich is going to be the inside and the outside. So therefore, take the two parts. The word krochutni is a term that comes up in about a dozen places in the Gemara. It means take the two lines of the brisa and wrap them together, sandwich them together. Not that the first part is one type of ben hashmashos and the second time is another type of ben hashmashos. It's all one ben hashmashos. And here's how you have to read it. It doesn't mean to change it necessarily. It means to interpret it as follows. So this is going back to those two lines, trying to make sense of them. Ezel ben hashmashos. What's ben hashmashos? Misheteshka chama. When the sun goes down, kozman shipnei mizrach madimim. As long as the eastern side of the horizon is still red, and v'hichsiv atachtav v'lochsiv ha'olyon nami ben hashmashos. And even if not the entire eastern side is red, but even if just the upper side of the eastern side of the horizon is red and the lower side is dark, that's also ben hashmashos. So now the two clauses are not contradictory. They're not at loggerheads. It's simply just telling you that when it means the eastern side, the eastern horizon, it means even if only the upper part of the eastern horizon is good. And then hechsivoin v'lish v'letachton is laila. But then if it's completely dark on the eastern side of the horizon, it's considered night. So who says this? This is Rabbah in the name of Rav Yehuda Amar Shmuel. Right? Rav Yehuda, not to be confused with Rabbi Yehuda. Rav Yehuda Elam over. Now Rav Yosef Amar Rav Yehuda Amar Shmuel. The second interpretation between Rav Yosef and Rav Yehuda Mashmuel to read the brisa reads as follows. It's almost like he reads it as probably chisur machas, like you have to add a couple of words in. Hachikatani. Mishatishka achama. What is considered ben hashmashos when the sun goes down? As follows. Now just watch it carefully. Kol zman shepnei mizrach madimim yom. As long as the eastern horizon is completely lit up, it's completely red. It's not ben hashmashos. That's still daytime. Even after the sun has gone down, that's still considered daytime. If you find that the upper part of the horizon is red and the bottom part of the horizon is dark, that's ben hashmashos. If it's all dark, it's really considered laila. So what Rabbi Yosef says is kind of makes it into three different levels. That if even after sunset, is still considered daytime. This sounds very radical to you and I, right?
As long as the top and bottom are still
right, but it means we normally assume when the sun goes down, that's the end of that's the end of daytime. Mincha's got to be finished. Any halacha that applies today, you've got to finish it by sunset. So Rav Yosef from Rav Yehuda Mashmuel says not true. He says no. Sunset includes after the globe, the orb of the sun has gone below the horizon. As long as the light of the sun is still lighting up the entire eastern side of the horizon, that's still considered daytime. Right? The sunset is only later when the eastern horizon begins to get somewhat dark on the bottom and not the top. And then when it gets fully dark, that's considered laila. Okay, so.
Can you just tell me who's saying, like the first one, Amar Rav Yehuda, Amar Shmuel,
yeah.
And here it said, Amar Rav Yehuda.
This is Machlokas Rabbah and Rav Yosef. Rabbah and Rav Yosef have two traditions about
what
Rav Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, which is not unusual. It's not usual, but many times you find Rabbah and Rav Yosef argue, and many times because they are students of Rav Yehuda, they will quote two versions of Rav Yehuda and Shmuel. So each of them are relating a tradition they had about what Rav Yehuda Mashmuel said. Obviously, the two traditions are contradictory; they're different, but it's really we're now associating one with Rabbah and one with Rav Yosef. So but what it means is What it means is, according to Rabbah, the first of the two here, the Ben Hashmosha starts at sunset. According to Rav Yosef, it doesn't start right away at sunset. It starts the time period after the sun has gone down. It also means that in terms of the length of Ben Hashmoshos, whose Ben Hashmoshos period is long? Now, they're both trying to explain Rabbi Yehuda. Let's not confuse Rabbi. Right. They're trying to explain the Rabbi Yehuda opinion in the Brisa. But whose Ben Hashmoshos is a longer period of time? Rabbah or Rav Yosef? Rav Yosef is a longer period of time? No, the other way around.
He doesn't say it. He doesn't say it until the total
right.
east is darkened, so he would be the shorter one.
Well, it's not until total east is darkened, until half of the east is darkened. In other words, there are 3 periods of time here. Let's just kind of go through this again so we got clarity here. It's not that hard. The first period of time, first is sunset. So that's even before the first period of time. Then we have the entire eastern horizon is red after sunset.
The entire
eastern horizon is red.
The top, both
together. Top and bottom are red. The sun has gone down. The eastern horizon is completely reddened. Okay, some form of red, brown. Right. Okay, it's not black. The second period of time is the bottom is considered dark, and the top is considered red. Right. The third period of time is the whole thing is dark. Right. Those are the 3 periods. According to Rabbah, the first 2 periods are Ben Hashmoshos. After sunset starts Ben Hashmoshos.
As soon as the sun goes down.
Even if the eastern horizon is red, whether it's fully red or even if it's only partially red, it's all Ben Hashmoshos. When does it become the end of Ben Hashmoshos? When it gets completely dark. Right. According to Rav Yosef, not true. After the sun goes down, it's still daytime.
That's what I'm saying. So his is shorter.
Rav Yosef is shorter.
Yeah, right.
Yes, correct. Okay, someone said it backwards. Okay. Rav Yosef is shorter. Rav Yosef is a shorter time period in terms of what Ben Hashmoshos is, because the first part of the Ben Hashmoshos, according to Rav Yehuda, is still daylight for Rav Yosef. Right. Exactly. So of the two, Rav is going to have a longer time period for Ben Hashmoshos, and Rav Yosef will have a shorter one, but we'll start later, of course. Okay, and the Gemara says, V'ozla tamayu, and both are actually going to, there's a machlokas, they're all going to fit into there together. We'll see which one is going to be shorter, which one is going to be longer. I hope this works out. V'ozla tamayu, the itmar, that we have a brisa, we have a maimer that says, and this is now, they're going to define this by not so much as horizons, as much as the amount of time that it really takes a person to walk. Like Rabbi Nechemia gave you a period of time, they're now going to redefine Rabbi Yehuda's opinion, not in horizon visualization, but as the amount of walking that there is. The problem with what we're about to read is it does not look like what it says. So the Gemara will explain it to mean something that looks differently than what it seems to say initially, which is what the Gemara always does, right? So Azla Tamaya. So the two of them, Rabbah and Rav Yosef, are going to fall in line with the following maimer that they say. Shir ben Hashmoshos bekama. How long in time is actually ben Hashmoshos? So Amar Rabbah, who is this going to be saying now? Who's saying this? Amar Rabbah. So Rabbah says, Amar Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel, Shlosha chelke mil. 3 parts of a mill. Oh, that's a very unusual term. 3 parts of a mill. What does that mean? How much is a part?
Compared to half a mill that we heard before.
Right. 3 parts of what? 3 parts of 3? Is this 3/3, 3/4, 3/6, 3 seconds? What are we talking about? So the Gemara says, Maich gimel chal gimel. What does that mean? So we don't know actually, but now we're going to conjecture. Ilema talsa pal gimel. If you means 3 halves. Right, it can't be 3 mills because it says 3 partial mills. So maybe it's 3 half mills. So then the member should have said Nema mil mechza. Should have said 1.5. What do you mean 3 halves? I mean 3 partial mills, 3 half mills. Ella must be talsa tilse mila. It must be 3/3. Right, it's got to be even less. So the Gemara says name a mil. It should say 1 mil. Right. Ella must be el tilsa revoy mila. It must be 3/4 of a mil. So what the Gemara has now concluded, according to this interpretation, or by the process of elimination, when Rabbah says that how long is ben Hashmoshos 3 parts of a mil, it means 3/4 of a mil. Okay, you can argue with this derivation, but we're not. It seems to make sense. So at this point, Rabbah is saying that how long is the period of time of ben Hashmoshos? 3/4 of a mil. Right. Okay. Let's leave Rabbi Nechemia on the side. Rabbi Nechemia said half a mil. That's not important. We're talking about Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Yehuda Mashmo. Rabbi Yosef is going to have to give us hopefully a shorter time period. What does he say? How long is the period of ben Hashmoshos? Shnei chelke mil. 2 parts of a mil. Now, what parts are these? So you're going to say, well, it should be the same parts as what we just said for Rabbah. Right? When Rabbi said 3 parts of a mil, what was it equal to? What did we just conclude? How much 3 parts? Which parts? 3/4.
3/4, yeah.
Right. So you would maybe want to say the same thing. So Gemara says, "My shnei chalke mil." What does Rabbi Yossi mean? 2 parts of a mil. Ilema tre palge mila. If you means 2 half mils, well, it can't be 2 half mils because what's 2 half mils? Lema mil. It should be a mil, 1 mil. Ela tre revoy mila. So maybe you say it's the same part, the same fraction. Same fractional whole that there is for Rabbah, which is quarters. So you say it's 2 quarters. So what's 2 quarters equal to? Leima chatzi mil. You should say half a mil. When he says 2 parts of a mil, what does he mean? Ella, what does it must mean? Turn to the top of the next page. Tre tilse mil. So it must be, what does Rabbi Yosef say with 2 parts of a mil? 2/3 of a mil. 2/3 of a mil. So in other words, according to Rabbah, what we've said now, based upon this derivation, once again, they don't say it black and white, this is how the Gemara is interpreting it. How much can you walk in the Ben Hashmashas according to Rabbah? 3/4. How much can you walk according to Rav Yosef? 2/3. Which is bigger, 3/4 or 2/3? 3/4. How much bigger? So the Gemara is going to ask them, my benai, what's the difference between them? 1/12. Ika benaihu palga danka. So the Gemara says it's 1/2 of a sixth. Danka is a sixth, which means 1/2 of a sixth is going to be 1/12. They usually count certain coins in sixths.
8/12. Or,
8/12 or 6/12. 6/12? No. 8/12 or 2/3 is 8/12, correct? And what's 3/4 is 9/12. It's 1/12, right? So it's half of a sixth. They were used to counting in sixths. So then, which means according now that's good. That's no problem.
Right.
So before we just move ahead, let's try to do the mill summary until now. Rabbah is therefore going to say how long is going to be the time of Ben Hashmashas? 3/4 of a mil. Rav Yosef will say 2/3 of a mil. And then we had in the Brisa that we quoted Rabbi Nechemia, which he said was what? Was 1/2 a mil. So Rabbi Nechemia is still shorter than either interpretation, or both interpretations of which go back to Rabbi Yehuda. Right, so Rabbi Yehuda is either going to be 3/4 or 2/3 of a mil. Rabbi Nechemia is going to be half a mil, and Rabbi Yossi is going to be this unusual sheet that's a really split of the eye, blink of the eye, but we don't know exactly when that is. So far, so good. Okay, now. And the Gemara, so what do we see so far? So who's bigger again? Who's longer, Rabbah or Rabbi Yosef? Rabbah is a longer period of time, Ben Hashmashas. Rabbi Yosef is a shorter period of time. The Gemara is just going to simply now reflect that Rabbah and Rabbi Yosef have a different machlokas, totally unrelated to anything we're talking about here. It does relate to Shabbos to some extent. It relates to Muktzah. And it happens to be that when they're going to argue about a certain type of utensil, how big it could be and how big it can't be, and they're actually going to take the exact opposite approach. Whereas Rabbah is going to say that Ben Hashmashas is long and Rav Yosef is going to say shorter. In terms of defining the following kli, and I'll explain to you what it is in a moment, Rabbah is going to be the shorter, Rav Yosef is going to be the bigger. Okay. Now the case we're talking about is you can move a utensil. You can move a utensil on Shabbos. So Shabbos utensils were not considered muktzah because they were considered usable.
Drinking type of utensil.
Could be any type of utensil.
Not a tool, you mean a utensil.
Well, it could be a Shabbos utensil. It could be like a utensil that's, I don't know. But let's say you had something like a big pot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, but how big a pot can a pot be before it becomes no longer a utensil? Okay, so in other words, you have a tureen, you have a big, you like these commercial things that you see in kitchens, like camp kitchens or commercial hotel kitchens, right? When is that a pot? When do you need to bring in an army to start carrying it? Some of these things are built in. They have the fire. Fire is underneath. But on the other hand, it's a pot. Mm-hmm. So if you have this big pot that's like 6 feet high, like a big mixer or something like that, or a big pot, is that considered a kli? It's not clear. If it's not a kli, then even if it's used for food, it's going to be considered muktzah. You can't carry it and pick it up. If it's a kli, if it's usable as a kli and it's portable as a kli, so then it is considered. It's not going to be considered muktzah. So we're going to talk about what is it? What the term is? What the term is? They're going to refer to something called a chelta. A chelta, Rashi says, is a kaveris. Now I know what a kaveris is. Kaveris is basically a beehive. Let me explain to you what a beehive is. A beehive was a beehive, okay? The beehives were the pictures you see, usually on the jars of honey where it looks like this upside-down globe. The old-fashioned beehives that they built for the bees were naturally forming or unnaturally forming. So back in the day, they had these big tubs. Think of this as an overgrown laundry basket. Okay, they're very big, usually made of wicker or something, and they would be extremely large. In fact, it is so large, the Gemara in the beginning of Masechet Shabbos, and I think we may even going to have it in Nazorek, talks about what happens when you throw it. Does it fall in? It's so tall it may be higher than 10, at a certain point it may be higher than 10 tfachim off the ground. These are humongous things. So if it comes in upside down, right side up, whatever it is, but these were very large. So when does something like this become a kli, is still a kli, and when is it out of range of being a kli? When is it considered really a piece of furniture? That you don't normally move it. It was so large, even though it was movable, but it was so large and clumsy that you really usually kept it stationary. You could move it. You can move your furniture too, right? You could take a door off the hinges, and move it off a hinge. That doesn't make it a kli. You have built-in things like you have built-in cabinets. That is not a kli, even if it's something even if something is used for food. So the Gemara talks about how big does this kli have to be, and you'll see once again the flip side. The way Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef are going to argue is about who's larger, who's smaller, is the opposite of the one for Ben Hashmosha. So the Gemara says v'chilufa bechilta, and the opposite is going to be about the chilta, which Rashi defines as a kaveres, which is this very large. Think of a laundry bucket on steroids. The Omar Rabbah chilta batre kure shari letiltula. A chilta, this large basket that's very humongous, that can carry two kurs of food. You can carry it on Shabbos. Ubatalsa kure aser letiltula. But 3 kurs you can't carry. So you can carry it really up to 3 kurs if it's big enough, small enough to carry only. Small enough that it carries less than 3 kurs of food. Rav Yosef Amar, Batalsa Kuri Nami Shori. No, really a tilsa. A tilsa, or is it chilta?
Here he has...
It's chilta and tilta. It flips between...
He has actually chalta, but...
Right. Right, chilta batrei, it's chilta. I'm sorry, confused. It's a chilta, according to Rav Yosef, is one that is going to carry 3 kurs you can carry, and 4 kurs is already too large. So before we kind of explain this, who's bigger here, 3 or 4?
3.
So Rav
4 isn't allowed. It's 2 or 3, really.
It's 2 or 3, and Rav Yosef is...
No, he says asur, right? But arba asur.
Right, so according to Rav Yosef, 3 is good, 4 is bad. According to Rabbah, 2 is good, 3 is bad. So who's got a bigger share for what makes it permissible? It's Rav Yosef. So in other words, once again, it's the opposite comparison between the and Ben Hashmosha. So it's just an oddity. Not really related one to the other. Abai, Abai on top of this. So that's a machloka between the two of them. And the Gemara just has some details wants to deal with this. Abai, boy mine demar. Abai said, boy mine demar b'shas ma'isa. And I asked the question to Mar. Mar is Rabbah. He said, I asked Rabbah. Rabbah seems to say that 2 is okay and 3 is not good. So I asked Mar, and when it really became a practical question, and he said to me, V'afilo batore kuri lo shorili. And Rabbah, when it came down to reality, it came down to tachlis on a Shabbos, I asked them, not like what he said here in the theoretical, that 2 is good and 3 is not good to carry. Even 2 he said I couldn't carry. So even 2 is considered no good. Okay, so that's just the oddity about Rabbah. If Rabbah was smaller than Rav Yosef, he just got even smaller. Okay, but it doesn't change the practicality that Rabbah is always smaller. And then the Gemara simply just says, "Kamai." According to his opinion, that Rabbah, in the practical question that Abai asked him, really follow, because it looks like in the unpractical question he was willing to allow 2 and not 3. How come he didn't even allow 2? It goes like the following Tana D'Tznan, that we have a brisa in Masechet Erevin, Masechet Kelim, and here you see where the word kaveres is. Kaveres hakash v'kaverta kanim. This is a basket of kash, is straw, and a basket of kanim are reeds. This big laundry basket. Ubar Sfina Alexandrin. A bar Sfina was some kind of cistern that they put into the ships from Alexandria to hold water. This was a very large utensil that they could keep potable water, drinkable water, for, I guess, reasonable voyages. So afal pi, how big is it? Afal pi sheyesh lahem shulayim v'machzikot memsa balach shein kurayim biyavesh taharim. So the question here that they're reading from Masechet Kelim is not even about Shabbos. It's simply about a kli for Tuman Tahara.
Right.
So I should introduce that. So in other words, the same thing is going to be that what is the extent of what a kli can be, that if a kli is a kli, it can become tameh. If a kli is not a kli, if a kli is considered a piece of furniture, even if you can move it, it's still not going to can never become tameh. What can only become tameh? It can only become tameh is a tumah for a kli. So therefore, how big is a kli that can become tameh, or how small is a kli that can become tameh? So they're talking about this kaveres akash and kaveres akanim in a bar sfina. This apparently was a cistern or a bucket of some sort, a huge bucket. They lowered into the ships. Afal pi sheish bashulayim. It has some kind of edge on it, and it can hold 40 saw of wet measure,
It's a mikveh.
like a mikvah, which is kurayim biyavesh, which is equal to 2 kurs when it is dry. Nonetheless, this object is tahar. You see that this kind of object, which holds 2 kurs of dry measure, is going to be considered not a kli for becoming tumah, which means if it's not going to be considered a kli to become tameh, it's not going to be kli either for Shabbos. So therefore, for tumah, it's not a kli, so it can't become tameh. It means for Shabbos, I can't pick it up either, because it can't be a kli for one and not a kli for the other. It's the same definition of kli.
You can't pick it up anyways. It's too big. So
Well, if it's empty, you could pick it up. In other words, that's the point of it. That's why it gives the case of kash and kanim. That's why I gave you the example. Think of this laundry basket on steroids. If you have a big laundry basket and it's full of rocks, you're not going to be able to pick it up. Right? If you have a laundry basket and it's empty because it's wicker work, even plastic today, but think of this as reeds or straw, it's going to be able to you can pick up something that's made of reeds. It's very light. But normally it's not meant to be moved. It's such a clumsy kind of object. It's meant to be stable and stay in one spot. So therefore on Shabbos, even if you could practically pick it up, it's not a kli. How do you see it's not a kli? You see it's not a kli because for Tumah, it's also not considered a kli. And they're giving you practical cases where these were things that would look like they were loaded on the ship. And the reason, by the way, that they're telling you this kind of example, and they're giving you 40 saw, and then it equals 2 cores, which, by the way, is equal to 60 saw, is to tell us something other important as well, which is really unrelated to the unrelated to the unrelated. And then, as Abaye says, that what this is trying to tell us not only about a kli, it's also telling us how much can I pile up dry measure above what I can normally hold on a wet measure. If I have a utensil that can hold 40 saw, which is a certain amount of measure, when it comes to piling up dry measure, I can heap it up, especially if it has some kind of edge around it, I can heap it up above, higher and higher. So Rabbi is going to tell us, this is unrelated to the unrelated to the unrelated, that it happens to be that I can put in 1/3 more dry measure that a kli can hold than it can hold of wet measure. Because if it's wet measure, I can't go above the lid.
Right.
If I have a lid that gives it stability, I can keep piling up the dry measure like this. So therefore, when it comes to dry measure, it's going to be 2 cores. Okay, 2 cores, which is equal to 60 saw. When it's wet measure, it's only 40 saw. So 40 saw is going to be up to the rim. If I give dry measure, I can put another 1/3 of the volume above that, and it can retain it, can hold it. Am I making sense? There's a lot of extensions to extensions here. We good?
So relating to the beginning of this part,
Right.
are we saying that the thing that held 2 kur, like according to Rava,
Is not considered. So here's let's back this up. So you see from this something that holds 2 cores.
right?
Even if the 2 cores, by the way, is only dry measure.
Right.
Right, because for wet material is going to be less because it can't go above the rim. But if it has a rim, it can hold this amount, 2 cores.
Right.
So you see, this is not considered anymore a kli.
Right.
It can't become tummy. It's tahorim.
Right.
It's tahorim. It's in the hold of the ship, and then there was a question whether the stuff that it's holding can become tummy because the kli can't become tummy. If it can't become tummy because it can't be a kli for tumah, it also can't be considered kli for Shabbos. If it can't be considered kli for Shabbos, a Rabbah's opinion that even when Abaye asked him, practically speaking, what can I move a kaveris on Shabbos, Rabbah was even if it's 2 kur, you still can't move it. That's the backing into the Shabbos
it's not a
part.
kli.
Right. What do you see from this? At any rate, you clearly see that Rabbah, in comparison to Rav Yosef, had a much smaller measure for what constitutes a kli that is permissible to move on Shabbos than Rav Yosef had. So the two of these guys, Rav Yosef and Rabbah, who seem to argue about the length of Ben Hashmashos, Rav Yosef had a shorter measurement of Ben Hashmashos. When it comes to kli, Rav Yosef had a larger measurement for Shabbos.
It sounds like Rabbi was right both times. I mean, not necessarily. Any which way you want to go.
Correct. Well, it seems that Rabbah is right for surely for Ben Hashmashos, and he might be right here in terms of these utensils. Okay. But I'm saying, what ends up happening is this Gemara is a good example how you end up from topic to topic to topic to topic, because the whole reason this mission in Masechet Kelim was brought is really just to tell me about measurements, how much I can really hold dry measure above wet measure, which is really telling me as well what the absolute measurement is that I become for Tuma and Tahara, which is then really applied here to bring it back to Shabbos.
And what's a kli?
And what is a kli? Correct. What's a kli for both Tuma and Tahara? What's a kli for Shabbos? So just to kind of wrap this up together. So Amra Abaye Shma Mino, we learned from this Mishnah Masechet Kelim, which we just quoted, this whole long Taram, Hai Gutsha Tilsa, that the dry measure, the piling up of the dry measure is equal to Tilsa one third. So in other words, 1/3 more dry, I can pile up outside the lid or outside the rim more than the wet measure that needs to be held within the actual kli itself. Okay. Til Sahave, I should say. Til Sahave is the period. Finally, the Gemara says, okay, and this is really a practical case about what you're going to see about the East and the West. We kind of confused everybody before, but you see, here's where the clarity comes from. Amra Abaye, I just read that. Abaye chazye l'rava da'i l'marav. So Abaye saw Rava was looking at the West, okay? So Amalei, so he said to Rava, V'hatanya kozman shepnei mizrach madimim. So he says, but until now we've been learning it that it's the eastern side is going to be red.
What are you doing looking at the
We're
west?
looking at the west. So here's where he flips it around. So you see what the original pshat was. Amalei misavris pnei mizrach mamish. It doesn't mean, do you think it means the eastern side really is going to be light? Lo panim hamadimis amizrach. It means it looks like the how should I describe this? When the sun goes down in the west, the light of the sun makes the east lightened up, and it also makes the backs into the the western side of the horizon. Is how I try to understand what he's trying to say here. So he was looking at the west side. It means. Oh, I know what he says. He says like this. It means the horizon. It doesn't mean, in other words, here's what he says. I'm looking at the west because the Mishnah doesn't mean like you and I thought until now that I'm supposed to look at the east. It means the west is lightening up the east. So I'm really not looking at the east. I'm looking at where the light is coming from. When it says in the Mishnah, Kozman shepnei mizrach madimim, and we think it means the east is going to become light. It means what you guys thought it meant initially was that the west is bright enough to lighten up the eastern horizon. So let me read again. Vatanya kozman shnei mizrach madimim amalei. So Rava said back to him, to Abaye, misavach pnei mizrach mamish. You think it means the east is really going to be considered red? The east is not red. The east is dark already. Lo, it does not mean that. Panim madimis amizrach. When the sky that lightens up the east is still considered red. Which is the sky that lightens up the east? Coming from the west. So Rava now comes and says what you guys had actually thought it was initially. It's not the east, which is what it looks like from the lashon of the Mishnah. It's actually the west, where the west is still bright enough on the top, the bottom, all of the sky to lighten up the eastern horizon. So he flips it around to what you normally assume to be correct, which is really correct halacha.
So let's say again, maybe without looking at this again, what he's saying is you are looking west. That's why he was looking west. Right? He was looking west.
According to the story, correct.
Right? He was looking west in order to see if the west was bright enough
to lighten up the east. So when it says,
I don't know how we tell her without looking east for a split second, but maybe.
well, that's, so you'll see there's another story in a minute, it flips it the other way back again.
Well, he had enough experience.
In other words, he says, you mean to say you're looking at the east? The east is dark. Right? The sun's gone down. But I want to see if there's enough light coming from the west that can offer some light onto the east.
Right.
Now, what am I realizing? The difference is going to be how I'm gauging. Is it fully bright? Or is the upper horizon of the west bright, dark, and the lower is dark, and the upper is bright? So, but according to this story, the first story here that we have in this version, Abaye asked Rava, says, you should be facing the east based upon the mission. Rava says, I'm looking at the west because I'm not really concerned what's on the east. I'm looking where the light is coming from that lightens the east. The light on the east is coming from the west.
Right. So in a way, what he's really saying is, decide how far down the sun is in a way, right? In other words, would it be still bright enough to give light to the east? That's what he's saying.
Right, but how much light on the east is not important at this point.
Yeah, no, he's looking.
What I'm looking is, I have to determine based upon the western horizon, is how much of the western horizon is still bright?
Exactly.
Is it fully bright? Is it still fully bright?
Right.
Or is only part of it bright? Because if according to the second opinion, the sun is bright, then that'll still give some kind of light on the eastern side. That's the spiel, okay? But it's not exactly a simple pshat of what you thought it meant, what it seems to read as. But that makes sense to you. However, the next story is going to flip the other way around, I think. The next case here, I lost the place.
If you have two people looking at the same thing, then we should get a different opinion on this?
Which is why we have the other opinions. But to try to understand Ben Hashmashos depends on how far you can walk. Because not only is this going to make a difference in terms of two different people, it's going to make a difference in two different terrains. May make a difference in 2 different days. How bright is bright? How not bright is bright? How far you're looking on the other side of the horizon? Are there mountains? Are there not mountains? Right. But the other thing that's more constant is how much you can walk. Half a mil, 2/3 mil, 3/4 mil. Right. You're right. So, on the other hand, you have to recognize Chazal were very much attuned to nature. We're not attuned to nature because we live on a clock that rotates the same way every 24 hours, 12 months a year. Okay, so let's come to the second case. Iko de Amri, another case is the other way around. Rava chazye le Abaye. So the first case was Abaye saw Rava, and this is Rava sees Abaye, and which is the Kadoi le Mizrach. Abaye was looking at the east. Okay, so Rava says to him in the story, it's the same story just backwards. Amalei misavras pnei Mizrach mamash. Do you think you're supposed to look at the east? Panei madimis a Mizrach. He said to him, no, you should be looking at the west. You should look at the west, which is really lightening up the east. Am I mistaken? It's really the same kind of story. Okay, so Rava says to Abaye, but it looks like in the second story, it looks like Abaye is looking to the east. Rava maintains the same opinion. Abaye maintains the same opinion. The question is who's doing the looking, and it looks like from the second story that it looks like, and that's how it ends up. To that we should be following the opinion of Abaye, which is looking towards the east, even though Rava seems to be arguing. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you could argue that Rava's comment is meant to be the conclusion of this. But the halacha, they're going to use the amount of time, the amount of period that it takes to walk. Okay, now I'm not sure what the siman is really. Kavata is about a window. I'm trying to understand Rashi. I'm not sure if Artschool explains what the siman is. Siman kavasa really means, or kafta is. Does it explain in Mr. Art Scroll on the last 2 words, Simone?
Siman chachalon. I don't know what that is.
Kachalon. So what is kachalon? So you couldn't find it in Rashi itself. Okay.
Mimul lachalon ro'im ad kama nichnasa bo hashemesh.
Right.
That's what he's saying. Shemimul.
Right. I guess he's trying to say that, in other words, trying to explain, I'm not sure if he's trying to explain both shitos, as more as he's trying to explain the understanding here why east is suddenly west. It means when you look in the sun, when you look through the window, you're going to see where the sun is coming from. It's probably more of a translucent window.
How much sun is coming in.
Right, so...
For a short time after sundown, the residual rays of the sun are strong enough to not only redden the western sky, but to filter through and cause a reddish glow in the east as well. As Rashi puts it, the process is akin to sunlight passing through a window and illuminating the opposite wall of a house.
And therefore you're looking for the source of the illumination, which is coming from the west. Okay. So at the end of the day, we have this the two stories. When both stories, Abai is looking to the east and Rav is looking to the west. We're kind of left with a split decision. As I told you, we're going to have to really learn the next piece of Gemara, which will get us to Amud Beis, which will then take some time to try to understand what the shitas are, how to really figure out Ben Hashmashos. But as you see at this point how complex it is. And you thought it was difficult until now. It's fairly straightforward at this point. Right, but you kind of want to say, here's where we are. So I promise you we'd take a look at some of the halacha, but just to remind ourselves of the basic key ideas. So I'll tell you where we are, but I'll tell you before we tell you where we are, I'll tell you where we're going to go back to. Let's just look on Lamed Daled Amud Bet, and just remind ourselves of the different shitas about Ben Hashmashos. Okay? So if you look at the fourth line, I just want to outline the key points, then we'll try to translate it into reality. And you'll see where the machlokas about what we call Shitas Rabbeinu Tam, people who keep a late Shabbos, where it actually comes from. I'll give you a sheet to make it clear for you. But if you look on the fourth line, Tan Rabbana, Ben Hashmashos, Safik Man Hayom, Safik Man Halayla, Safik Kula Man Hayom, Safik Kula Man Halayla, Matil Ben Hashmashos, Ben Halayla. In other words, it's not quite sure Ben Hashmashos day, next day, daytime, nighttime, some daytime, some nighttime. And then if you go continuing after that on the seventh line, V'ezel Ben Hashmashos, what is Ben Hashmashos? So there are three opinions that are mentioned here. Opinion number one: we should teshka achama calls man shepnei mizrach madimim, and hichsev atachton v'hichsev elyon ben hashmashos, hichsev atal yom v'hishvel atachton zeh olayla. Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. Let me just kind of translate that. In other words, as long as some of the light, some of the horizon or the sky is light, and if when it's completely dark, it becomes layla. And there was a machlokas in the Gemara itself when that begins. Is the first line of this opinion. When you have the complete Pnei Marach Madimim, is that going to be considered day, or is that already Ben Hashmashos? I'm not going to review the whole thing, but in other words, how to read these different steps in Rabbi Yehuda is Pnei Kozman Shepnei Mizrach Madimim. Does that mean that's day, or that's already Ben Hashmashos? And then Ben Hashmashos is surely Hichsev Atachton v'lo Hichsev Elyon is definitely Ben Hashmashos. If the top is considered dark and the bottom is not considered dark, I get it backwards. The bottom is considered dark and the top is not considered dark. Or hichsiv ahelyim vishul tachton, when both the top and the bottom are dark, zehu laila, that's night. So they're identified by different times in the processing of as the horizon or as the sky gets from light to partially light, which is going to be Ben Hashmashos, to completely dark will be darkness. Whose opinion is this? Rabbi Yehuda. And within this Rabbi Yehuda, there are two opinions when that actually begins, earlier or later. Is it right after sundown or even a little bit after sundown? That's opinion number one. And Rabbi Nechemiah's opinion number two says, Kadesh Yeharach Adam Mishatishka Chama Chatzimil. Rabbi Nechemiah says, how long is the opinion of Ben Hashmashos? He says it's 1/2 of a mil. Okay, 1/2 the time it takes you to walk 1/2 mil. And Rabbi Yossi says, Ben Hashmashos is Keref Ayin. That Ben Hashmashos is going to be the blink of an eye. Zen nichnas v'zeh yotzei. The one day ends, one day begins. V'yev shalamot Allah, but you don't know exactly when it is. Now, the Gemara, we haven't done this piece of Gemara yet, but the Gemara is going to say that this blink of an eye that Rabbi Yossi talks about is after the period of Rabbi Yehuda. So it's towards the end of the Ben Hashmashos period of Rabbi Yehuda, just before it gets black. That's the careful. You got this drop of time, which is called Ben Hashmashos according to Rabbi Yossi. But what's important for us so far is we have Rabbi Yehuda, who made this who defined Ben Hashmashos based upon coloration of the sky, right? And the Gemara we did last week pointed out there's even a machlokas, not only when this begins, but the machlokas is it the right side of the sky, the east side of the sky, or the west side of the sky? Right? Is it the sky where the sun is coming down that still has color, or is it the color that's being reflected on the sun, on the eastern side of the sky, which is the other side, the far side from where the sun is set? And the Gemara gave an example about looking through a window. If you want to know how much light is going to come through the window on the wall, you got to see where it's coming from outside. But the reality is the illumination is going to be determined by the amount of light that's coming on the wall inside the room itself. So then we have three different opinions. And we know exactly in terms of time. We have Rabbi Nechemiah tells us the amount of time to walk that takes to walk 1/2 mil. We don't really have a time definition here according to Rabbi Yehuda. However, when the Gemara discusses this a little bit later on, If you move down, I'm going to count from the bottom of this Amud, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines from the bottom. Okay, in discussing about the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda, we have two opinions, Rabbah and Rabbi Yosef, and then the Gemara translates those two opinions into actual walking distances. So if you go 2, 4, 6, what did I say, 8, 9 lines, V'yoz l'tamayu, the two opinions of Rabbah and Rabbi Yosef, which we're not going to review now, which are about when actually Ben Hashmoshes starts, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The Otimar that we have Shir Ben Hashmoshes Bekama. How long is Ben Hashmoshes? Amar Rabba, Amar Rabbi Yehuda. This is not Rabbi Yehuda, but Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel. Shlosha Chelke Mil. This either 3, and the Gemara explains 3 parts of a mil means how much? 3/4 of a mil. And then the Gemara gives another opinion. Rav Yosef and Rabbi Yehuda says later it's 2/3 of a mil. But for all argument's sake, the real definition of what Rabbi Yehuda is in terms of the coloration of the horizon is really defined by these last words I just read here, Amar Rabba, Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Shmuel, Shlosha Chelke Mil. That it looks like the amount of time that Rabbi Yehuda would say is going to be Ben Hashmoshes is 3/4 of a mil. The time would take to walk 3/4 of a mil. And we're going to paskin like the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yossi says it's half a mil. Rabbi Nechemia says it's much later, but it's very quick. But Rabbi Yehuda says it's this whole, you look at the sky, but you don't know what the look at the sky really means, so therefore it's going to tell you it's 3/4 of a mil. So how long is 3/4 of a mil? And if this is really 3/4 of a mil, how can you consider it to be 72 minutes after sunset, where sometimes you hear about people keeping early Shabbos is over, late Shabbos, and you hear about Shitas, Rabbeinu Tam, about this opinion. So here's the handout for tonight. Okay, it's a good summary of the... Okay. This is the 3 there? 2, okay, here we go. I'll keep one for myself. Okay?
I have a question on this. From a practical standpoint, if I look at the sun, the lack
Setting.
of light, or this light, or whatever,
Yeah.
however you want to define light, you can judge it, okay? But if I say to you it's a 10-minute walk, or a 20-minute walk, or a 30-minute, how do I don't understand the relationship of time. I have no watch. I have no watch to look at.
Correct. So the answer is people in the days of the Gemara had no watch to look at either. Right. So the way that they could gauge time was they had the way they gauged time was about how long it would take a person to walk a certain amount of time. So Chazal understood, or Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yossi disagree. How much do I have to walk if I walk at a standard gait? Now the difference, the question you probably are asking, or maybe related to that, is you walk at one pace and I walk at a different pace.
No, besides that question, like in other words, you tell me it takes. Let's say I knew it was 10 minutes. Now when I look at the sun and I'm looking for a particular time relation to light.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see how I would know. How long does it take that light to go from this to that? Like,
one color to the next.
I mean, light I can understand, but I don't understand time relation to what am I looking for? Like
You're looking for when it gets dark. You're looking for 3 stars that are going to come out.
Okay, so then that tells me 3 stars. But I don't
Correct.
know how to go look at a 10-minute or 30-minute walk. I don't know how that
Right.
relates to my
So
practical understanding.
Correct. So I think we're looking at it a little backwards. Now, I think the 3 stars, which the Gemara will actually refer to, we haven't gotten to yet, is really based upon the fact that the 3 stars come out after the amount of time it takes to walk 3/4 of a mil.
Okay,
Not that looking for 3 stars is the source.
You're telling me the stars, but you're not telling me.
Oh, I see what you're
I'm not telling you what kind of stars. I'm not telling you there are different brightnesses of stars. The Gemara will say they're medium-sized stars. You're right. I'm not giving you a chronometer.
There's no like if you tell me stars, I can look for a star. But he's not even talking about stars. He's talking about
Time of walking.
of a walking, which relates to my darkness.
Okay. Well, I guess the closest I can give to you is that you don't see it anymore on the highway too much. There used to be places on the highway that have timed miles, Anybody remember that where they say?
They have. Those are miles. That's for an accident. When you have an accident, you say with mile number.
Yeah, but also this was a way that you could gauge your speedometer as well, if whether you're accurate or not accurate. So in other words, people did not have clocks. Yeah. They had sundials at best, and once the sun went down, the sundial was worthless. So they had Roman candles, but they didn't really keep that. So people gauge time based upon things that they could associate with. So if I know, for example, that if I'm walking for an hour, people say they walk for, let's say, 4 miles an hour. Forgive me if I use miles instead of kilometers. 4 miles an hour approximately. That's approximately what people walk, more or less today. So that's a standard gait. Now, if I know that I'm walking for half a mile, I walk for 2 miles. I walk for 50 minutes, I walk for 1 mile. So that's the assumption. The answer is, why is that important? Because I don't have a clock. I happen to have a watch. You have a watch. I have a watch, but they didn't have watches. So if they wanted to know length of time, they would say the amount of time we would walk from one place to another.
It has to be time because you may not be able to see the stars. Let's say there's it's clouds.
He's not talking about stars.
I'm talking about
something. They started.
I'm talking about going from light. I'm talking about. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about that when the sun goes down, it doesn't get dark immediately. It's not like I turn off the light and the room goes black, and I turn on the light and instantaneously the room becomes light. There's a process of time. So when the sun goes, then there's a process of time in the morning when I get up as well, except that the day changes in Judaism at nightfall. So when is nightfall? It's a gradual process. And if you've been out in the summer especially and you see the sun goes down, all kinds of things happen. Animals come out, bugs come out, bats come out at that time. There's a lot of things that change. The air feels different, the sound becomes different things, different densities that happen in the environment that we're in. So that's a special time, but it doesn't happen all at once. And then if you stay out long enough, you realize after a while it got dark. You got to go back in. You can stay out, but you need a flashlight or something. So all I'm trying to say is the way that it's not about it's about how can you determine how long that period of time is. That, for example, if you are in a cloudy day where there is no sun and there is no clouds, or if you're living in an area where there's fog, how are you going to determine how much that is? So you say the amount of time it goes from here to there. So the truth is, I don't know how long it's going to take because I don't have a clock. But I know that I have a general sense of feeling how long it's going to be. So if I can feel that, I don't know, that after so much time I can eat, I don't know, I can feel rested, relaxed. I can eat so much matzah. How much matzah can I eat in the amount of time it takes me to walk 1 kilometer? So I know if I've gone through my shalosh shudas and I piled off that much matzah, then time has already passed. So you're right, we're not giving you an accurate time that's based upon chronometers, based upon time. We're giving it based upon walking distances. That's what people associate it with.
I could just throw, I think one of the problems with the walking is, in this case, nobody is walking.
Right.
They're not walking. So I think people had to have a sense of time, and maybe they did. In other words, they could judge in their own brains what it felt like to walk, let's say, half a mil.
Correct.
Right? Because they're not actually walking at this point. They're looking at the sky.
No, but they could look at the sky, start walking, and see the change.
No, but let's say they're not walking. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're not walking. You have to have a sense of, it would take me about this much time.
So these are all general terms, right? I think it's clear in this kind of society, people didn't say, I know there's some in Yonim, if, Shabbos is over at 9:01, they have to start at 8:51 because it's 10 minutes from Marv, and they got to finish in the Marv at the end, right? And the answer is they didn't work like that. And the Gemara, that's why the Gemara talks about, well, if you couldn't see the sun, you couldn't tell when it went down, how would you know when it got dark? Because you didn't know, is it time for walking 1 kilometer, time for walking 1 mil, a half mil, 3/4 mil? I don't know how much time that is. So they say 3 stars. And then the Gemara is going to actually ask the Lamed Beis on Lamed Hamad Beis, what if you couldn't see stars? What if you're indoors? So the Gemara will say, well, that's when the chickens begin to come home or something like that, or another kind of bird comes back that's out, comes back in. And the Gemara even says there's some kind of plant that kind of moves as the sun goes across the horizon, called the Dani plant. Right, morning. So you've seen this. I've seen. I don't know. My neighbor has a vine. When the sun goes down, the vine closes. I know the vine closes up.
They also sometimes.
Right. So this plant, as it moves, the day goes through. As the sun goes through the day, the plant follows the sun. So he says, if you couldn't tell anything else, you see when the plant is down, then you know it's dark. That's already the plant has had a chance to adjust, and it's gone for the night. So they're right. These are not accurate numbers. But the implication will be was if you could determine what the accurate number is, and you live in a world with chronometers and time like we do, so knowing how long 3/4 of a mil that it takes to walk becomes very important, because you want to go out and you want to get to that game down in the garden. You want to go at to eat and people are waiting for you. You got here and there, so you won't know when Shabbos actually is. So what I really want to do is try to translate this Gemara, which, as you point out, is less than practically ideal, to what something that is ideal for us, and to make us aware why there are two specific times from what's a Shabbos, because either it is or it isn't. I mean, how long you're going to walk is going to have it's going to be set. Now, maybe I can't tell and you can't tell because we don't time ourselves when we walk, but there's got to be a certain amount of set time, how much time it is to walk 3/4 of a mile. Okay, so if you haven't finished reading it by now, let's take a look at this. The determination of 9 halacha is a topic that's highly complex and controversial. It's understood the shift from day to night, I'm reading this, okay, is a process that's complicating the issue of pinpointing a moment of transition. Further, much disagreement exists as to the identification of the markers in the process. And this is what really Morty's really asking as well. Different areas of halacha may use different dimensions. For example, it's very complex. It's very difficult. And in a world that didn't have clocks, it was impossible. It was very hard to understand. Kachi may use a different standard, possibly. Much of the debate is centered around the resolution of two statements attributed by the Talmud to Rabbi Yehuda. The first is our Gemara. In our Gemara, Lamed Dal Lamed Beis, the period of Ben Hashmoshot in between Shkia and Seit Kochavim is identified by Rabbi Yehuda as 3/4 of a mil. The amount of time it takes to walk 3/4 of a mil. Now, if a mil is understood to be 18 minutes, which may be a question altogether, but let's assume it is, then an emergent Seit Kochavim would be 13.5 minutes after Shkia. And that's really the earliest time that you can consider. There are shitot that will say that Shkia is 13.5 minutes after sunset. Sometimes people use that when it comes to counting Sfiras HaOmer, by the way. Sometimes Marav is davened very early. They don't wait a long time like Shabbos for Marav. So they count Sfiras HaOmer because it's only a mitzvah Drabanan today. So Drabanan were Mekil. So they may, even 13.5 minutes is the earliest possible time for saying that Seisa Kochavim. However, and here's the however, the big however, because Gemara is never that simple. A different impression comes from the Gemara Psachim Tzadid Aleph and Aleph. There in a discussion concerning the dimensions of the earth, Rabbi Yehuda states that in between Shkia and Seisa Kochavim are 4 mil. So it's no longer 3/4 of a mil like we just saw, it's 4 mil. Now 4 mil is a long period of time. Again, assuming an 18-minute mil, this would result in a Ben Hashmoshah, so 72 minutes. This is where the 72 minutes comes from. Quite a difference in the first statement. The resolution of this contradiction is the root of a major dispute associated on the one hand with the Gaonim and the Vilna Gaon and the Gra, and on the other hand with Rabbeinu Tam. That's why you always hear the 72-minute Shabbos is Rabbeinu Tam. According to the first school of thought, of which the Gaonim and the Gra represent different versions, the statement of Psachim is not applicable to the halach in this case. Thus, 3/4 of a mil after Shkia, it says a Kochavim, and the time between is Ben Hashmoshot, which of course would make it a very short period of time. You're all going to say, but 13 minutes after sunset, it's really not dark. Or someone's about to say that. So we'll discuss that in a couple of paragraphs. On the other hand, Rabbeinu Tam has a whole different way to resolve it. So the first approach is he said, you know what, it's 3/4 of a mil, and the other Gemara we're going to discount. So Rabbeinu Tam says not true. Rabbeinu Tam resolves the issue differently. In his assessment, there are actually 2 points called Shkia. This is very unusual, but this is the key of Rabbeinu Tam. The first Shkia takes place when the sun begins to sink below the rise, and the second Shkia refers to the point once the sun has already sunk. So the 4 mil period refers to the time in between the first Shkia and Seis, while the 3/4 mil period is the time from the second Shkia until Tzeis HaKohavim. So there are 2 periods. So he says it's cumulative. How do you resolve 4 mil versus 3/4? It's 4 plus 3/4. So you have 1 period of time before the first sunset, and then you have and then a second sunset. I guess we're just getting darker. Sun is already set, which is a 3/4 mil period, which is the time from the second Shkia until Tzeis. So that becomes a whole cumulative approach, and therefore becomes either 72 minutes or 72 minutes plus another 13 minutes. So powerful supports exist for both sides. On the one hand, the position of the Gaonim is effectively explained by the Gra statement that Rabbeinu Tam cannot be right because a chush machish. Here we go. This is about trying to make reality. Chush is, of course, the senses contradict it. One senses contradict the fact that a glance outside the window will verify that it's pitch black long before 4 mil has passed from the time of Shkia. Indeed, much of Klal Yisrael in the modern times has accepted the position of the Gaonim. Now, we've accepted the position of the Gaonim, but not 13 minutes. We'll have to explain that in a minute. However, Rabbeinu Tam's position on the exact other side also comes with much support, as it's actually the view of many other Rishonim as well, up and including the Shulchan Aruch and the Ramah, believe it or not. Thus, many are machmir not to end Shabbos until Rabbeinu Tam's man is a practice advocated by Moshe Feinstein and considered normative by communities such as Satmar. Sometimes you hear about Hasidish, Shtiblach, Babov. So the flip side, by the way, is if you actually keep Rabbeinu Tam, then you can start mincha later because you got till the second sunset to daven mincha. So that's why part of the reason why the Hasidim daven wrote after what we call sunset, because they're following Rabbeinu Tam, which is sunset is another sunset that's happening after a whole period of time. So they start Shabbos later, they daven Mincha later, and they end Shabbos appropriately later. On the other hand, Rav Hershel Shechler and Mordechai will consider view they're going to be dominant. That position also has issues of chush. So in other words, on the one hand, you got Rabbeinu Tam, who's very late, who's associated with the Chassidish Shtiblach and certain other opinions. On the other hand, we're going to follow, and we can't be right because we see the chush is going to contradict it. On the other hand, if we follow the first opinion of the Gaonim, which is you're going to simply follow 3/4 of a mil, it's also has a chush problem. It's not as stark as those confronting Rabbeinu Tam, but they are to some extent already addressed by the Gra himself. If one assumes the period of Ben Hashmoshes to be 3/4 of a mil, and that's understood to be 3.5 minutes, it does not seem to be the case that darkness has already descended once that much time has passed in Shkia. It's clearly still bright. The Gra thus notes that this measurement is not meant to apply to every part of the world, but only to Israel and Bavel, which share the same latitude. Which is true. If you go to Eretz Yisrael, the sunset, the Ben Hashmoshes is very quick. It's extremely quick. Within a half hour, it is black. It's not just Israel. It's a function of the latitude being closer to the equator. The further you get away from the equator, not only does it get colder, the further you get away from the equator, the longer the period of sunset actually becomes. The period of Ben Hashmoshes becomes. However, Rabbi Chil Michal Turkachinski in his Bein HaMishmashot Sefer notes that even Yerushalayim stars are not visible until about 22 minutes after Shkia. Rabbi Yehuda Levi observes there's a difference in this area between the trained eye and the untrained eye. In Jerusalem, during the month of Nisan is of course the middle of the summer, it's what we call the spring equinox, and as you go from the spring equinox, that's about when you have equal day and equal night. An expert can discern 3 stars after about 15 minutes, a time not significantly different from 3/4 of a mil. So there's an argument whether it's really true or not.
Does it change as the year, like that?
So the answer is, as the days get longer, right? As the day gets longer, I believe Ben Hashmoshes would get longer, or surely the amount of time gets a little bit longer.
Okay.
There's a general question in general. If you say that you wait, let's say 40 minutes after Shkia, which is pretty much what we wait for Shabbos, 40 minutes after.
Isn't it 45?
5 minutes, 40 minutes, okay, depending.
And if you go outside and you actually see 3 stars.
So the answer is that you're not seeing stars, you're probably seeing planets.
They didn't. Okay, we know
Okay,
that.
so
they didn't know that.
They actually did know. They surely did know that. They surely knew that.
Okay.
They knew that these were the wanderers, that they went up and down very quickly, and they understood that they were not connected to the stars. So the stars, by the way, are not bright stars; they're Benoni stars.
Right. But again, in the summer, obviously there are different stars visible at different times, different months, right?
But whatever stars you're looking at, there are bright stars, medium stars, and dim stars.
Yeah. So but you'd have to decide
on the medium stars. You have to decide. You have to know your astronomy to know what the medium stars are. And my suggestion would be that when you probably see those stars, and it has not gotten up to that amount of time, you're probably seeing the bright stars, like I forgot.
In the country,
But the whole point
in the country, you look east, you can see stars.
The whole point of this
Background light.
isn't the whole point of the time thing so that you don't have to look at the stars.
Correct.
So that is the.
So we set a time. But the time itself is based upon the amount of walking for a mil. It's also based upon the stars. We haven't gotten to the part about the stars yet. In other words, you're right. But these Chazal set determined that these stars are giving us a certain time period. That if you're in the country in the black air where there's no lights, you can see these stars at about the same time that you would walk 13. With 3/4 of a mil, approximately.
Right.
So it doesn't work out exactly. That's the problem. It's close, right? So we're, in other words, the shita of the Gaonim is not exactly as it is, but in Eretz Yisrael, towards the equator, where Ben Hashmoshes, twilight, not halachic Ben Hashmoshes, twilight is much shorter. It's actually much closer to the numbers that are given by the Gaonim. The opinion of Rabbi Tam, especially in Eretz Yisrael, to say 72 minutes is really completely out of whack with when it gets dark. 72 minutes is much later. Well, it's later.
Much later.
Well, it's much later. It's Even here, but here at least we have a longer Ben Hashmoshes, so we understand it's going to be a longer period of time.
But it does make a difference about here, right? It makes a difference about in Eretz Yisrael.
It makes a difference how the community. Well, it makes a difference how the community is set. What even makes a difference in Eretz Yisrael? You can't determine when your Shabbos is over based upon when it gets dark in Eretz Yisrael.
No, but the length of time.
But the amount of
you normally see the 3 stars.
So that's what they're trying to say. The Gemara is talking about Eretz Yisrael and Bavel, which were very close to the equator, that it got darker much quicker.
Right.
So for us who live further away from the equator, it gets darker much slower.
But we should go.
No, we don't. We follow when the sun set. We follow when it gets dark. So if we live further away, we can't simply say, Libi b'mizrach, I'm a Zionist, and I believe in Eretz Yisrael, and I want to start Shabbos like they start Shabbos. I don't want to keep Shabbos any more than they do. I got to face the reality of the time zone. And similarly, what happens if you live in an area that, I don't know, that there's no sunset?
Like Norway or something.
Right, we'll talk about that in a moment, okay? Right, all these kinds of cases. So you got to set things based upon where you are or where you came from. So in other words, we can't simply say the fact that in Eretz Yisrael, because it's based upon the sun setting, it's not based upon a time of Eretz Yisrael. This is not like Kiddush HaChodesh or Birchas HaChodesh when they announced the month in Jerusalem. This is about determining when it gets dark here. We daven according to times when it gets dark here, and we end our days based upon the times when it gets dark here. It happens to be in this climate, in this country, in this latitude, the actual sunset to darkness is much longer than it is around the equator. Those of you who go to Eretz Yisrael, you all go to Eretz Yisrael, take a look next time you're there. Look how quickly the sun goes down. You'll be amazed how much quicker it is. And compare it when you come back or before you go to how much time it is when you're outside in the spring and summer. You don't do it in the winter because you're not outside. You can't really recognize it. But the summertime, when you're outside for long periods of time, and you can walk and walk and walk and walk, and you can still see your way around, even if you're outside the city. Right? In Israel, it's not so. It's very much more compressed. So the suggestion is the times about this amount, the period of time of walking being shorter, right, is really a time based upon the latitude of Eretz Yisrael and Bavel, which is very similar in terms of latitude. Maybe differences above on Eretz Yisrael in terms of rainy seasons, but latitude, which is really what determines sunset, is going to be very similar. And therefore, if you look at the time, especially in Nisan, when the day and night are very equal in time, and I guess that maybe have the shortest period of time during the year, I'm not sure. So that may be the period of time where you would be approaches closer, according to some opinions, what the Gemara seems to be talking about. Okay, it's not 13 and a half minutes, it's 15 minutes, 60 minutes, 70 minutes. Now maybe that we've now set the time for Shabbos as a longer period of time because we're concerned about Shabbos. Right, but at the same time, in terms of looking at the numbers of the Gemara is fairly close to accuracy, especially because people didn't have the chronometers down to the moment. Okay.
You have to take 18 minutes for the meal. Maybe it was 18 and a half or whatever.
Right, and as Morty pointed out, people, you're sitting at a table. Okay, now how long did we sit? We're sitting here since 8:30 till 9 o'clock. How many mil would you have walked? Who could even guess? Now, if I tell you it's 13 and a half, if it's 18 minutes for a mill, you say you walked a mill and a half. But if you didn't have a clock on the wall and we couldn't say we sat for a half hour, and I had to ask all of you how many mills could you walk between the time we started and this moment, no one could give me an accurate amount. You probably could be guesstimate, but you probably would not be exactly correct. Right? You know it's not 5 mills, you know it's not a half a mill. Okay.
Why do so many people follow Rabbi Tam?
Because
it seems like it's going way overboard, no?
Yeah, because I guess there's a concern about Shabbos whenever you have a machloket among Rishonim. First of all, not everyone follows Rabbeinu Tam. There are people who do follow it. Okay, the question: do they follow it specifically all the way consistently or not? What I mean to say, if you follow Rabbeinu Tam, that means you can daven mincha later too. So except for the Hasidic groups who seem to follow Rabbeinu Tam consistently and daven late, and daven mincha late, and therefore daven marav late, many people will say, well, keep Shabbos late because we want to be concerned about Rabbeinu Tam because Shabbos is so important to us. And because Shabbos is important, and there are a lot of safeguards we put in, like muktzah and rabbinic extensions and other kinds of gzeros and dakanos. So look, and Shabbos is so holy to us, we don't want to let it go. Right? So it's a good thing to keep Rabbeinu Tam. By the way, you can keep Shabbos after Rabbeinu Tam. You're not required to stop. I think I told you a story about my mechutin who lives in 5 towns, and he davens a long shemoneh-esrei, and he keeps Rabbeinu Tam and everything else. And we don't even wait for when we're there for Abdullah because we're Jewish, but he's more Jewish. Okay, but I don't mean to say it like that. But he keeps Rabbeinu Tam. He's a Hasidic yig, and it was one time and it was very late afterwards, and he says he's driving into Brooklyn. I said, "You're going to go to Malav?" Because I know he's got a rebbe there. He's going to Malav Mark. He says, I'm going down for Shalosh Shudas. They're still sitting by the tish for Shalosh Shudas. He's going to drive after his Rabbeinu Tam and everything. He's going to get in the car and go down to his rebbe there where they're still sitting by the tish in Shalosh Shudas. Okay, so sometimes they keep it, because in Hasidic literature and in our literature, keeping Shabbos is important. So that's why I say when you hear about people keeping Rabbeinu Tam, it's usually not about the normal day-to-day things, right? It's normally really about how keeping Shabbos a little bit longer. Which
you said they make Shabbos later, which could be problematic if they don't.
Right, correct.
If they don't have the exact time.
But they're
consistent. But they're consistent. They're consistent following Rabbeinu Tam.
Yeah, and not just with Shabbos.
Yeah, but starting Shabbos late is.
So there, for example, the shul has a very successful minyan. I don't mean to ramble. The shul has a very successful minyan mincha marv plag. Right, we daven a plag mincha. Many of us daven there. It's a very enjoyable minyan. So it's not late. Plag mincha is about an hour and a quarter, or an hour and a half in the summertime before actual sunset. We make early Shabbos based upon this. The earliest time you can make Shabbos is plag mincha, an hour and a half before before sunset. However, not everybody wants to rely upon the opinion that says the day changes at plag mincha to daven marav after plag mincha. Right, because the plag mincha minyan assumes that there's a shita that we're going to follow. It says the day actually changes at plag. Before plag is mincha, after plag is marav. So it's it's better if you daven there to try to be consistent with it and daven all the time. If one day you daven in plag and you daven marav early, and the next day you daven mincha after plag, when it's getting dark like now, so you're really being a little bit inconsistent in terms of that. You can't really pick and choose. You can't say today I'm going to follow opinion 1, tomorrow I'll follow opinion 2. So Hasidim are very consistent. They follow Rabbeinu Tam. I'm saying, but most people tend to say I'm keeping Rabbeinu Tam. It's usually about Shabbos, the end of Shabbos, or the end of Yontif.
But you're not like in Yerushalayim early though, because when I was going up
Yerushalayim,
I was visiting with friends. I would spend Shabbos with them, right? And I said it was, let's say, a certain time, and then I looked it up on the internet. They said it was like 40 minutes.
Yerushalayim has a special takanas that they start Shabbos 40 minutes before.
Yeah,
correct? Yes. It's earlier than the rest of the country, but that has nothing to do with sunset. Simply just a Kabbalah about keeping Shabbos early.
They finish on time.
They finish at regular times, but like our Lich Bench is about 20 minutes before sunset, and Yerushalayim they do it 40 minutes before sunset. It's very nice. Okay. Anyways, let's come back to this, and we'll try to finish. Then we'll take questions and move right back to the Gemara. So, anyways, it's noteworthy. I'm on the bottom of the left column. It's noteworthy. Bottom left column on the back side. It's noteworthy identifying the exact moment of night as two types of ramifications. On the one hand, it indicates when the day or day of the week has shifted to the following one. In other words, the actual one change is what the day itself. In addition, it also tells us when it's night for person of halacha. There are two changes happening when you go from day to night. One is you change the day of the month and the day of the week. You've also changed from day to night. It sounds like they're the same. Thus, when Ben Hashmosh is identified by the Gemara as being a suffix, the connotation would appear to be that there are two undetermined aspects, whether or not it is night, and whether or not the day has changed, which is what we normally say. Ben Hashmosh is we don't know if it's a day or it's night, which means we don't know if it's Friday or Saturday. We don't know if it's the 4th day of the month. We don't know if it's the 5th day of the month. There are
for weddings, it's really critical.
For signing ksuva, it's really critical. It's not the wedding itself.
Sorry, I meant for the ksuva.
Right, correct. Which is a tremendous chumrah that we do, because the reality is we write things in the ksuva that have not really happened yet either. We say that he made the brother. He said you should be me heavily into be you to me a wife, which also hasn't happened when we signed the ksuva. But you're right. But we're trying to be makbid. We shouldn't post-date the document of the ksuva to the day before. Correct? Yes. Okay. Anyways, the Rambam brings this understanding to a resolution of apparent contradiction. Whereas the Rambam in Hilchos Shabbos he writes that due to the indeterminate nature of Beis Shoshos, one may not work on Friday night after Shkia. However, in Hilchos Kiddush HaChodesh he rules that despite the fact that sanctifying the new moon can only take place during the day, after Shkia it's still acceptable within that definition. That you can actually you can still accept Kiddush HaChodesh even after Shkia itself. So you see that even after Shkia is still considered day itself. The Rambam thus asserts that perhaps the two issues are in defining night are independent of each other. Thus, Friday can possibly switch over to Shabbos while still maintaining the character of day. So there's a whole drush that goes into the Ranvaz. Can you actually separate whether you're going from day to night while still being the day itself? In other words, can you change the date while still maintaining the time of day that it's day and not yet fully night when you go into Ben Hashmoshos?
It's just about working after the Shkia.
Well, the question is what happens to Shkia? For example, what happens after Shkia? When the Shkia actually, what does Shkia really mean? For example, there's a rule that you shouldn't start Suda Shlishit after Shkia. However, if you can really start Suda Shlishit for about 5, 6, 7 minutes after Shkia, and it's still not considered after Shkia. So sometimes Shkia bends a little bit, that's what it means. Okay, but we don't do that, of course. Okay, the last paragraph. Moshe Sternberg considers the question of these parts of the world where darkness never actually sets in. This is actually important. He suggests that the day changes at whichever point the distance between those places and the sun is the greatest. But halachic night does not take effect at all. Thus, one living in those areas would be unable to fulfill any mitzvah dependent on night. He does consider without conclusion that Kriya Shema might be an exception, as the controlling terminology is not day or night, but rather lying down and rising up. So now, in other words, when does actually the day itself change? When the distance between how's he say it now? The day changes whatever point the distance between those places and the sun is the greatest. Even if the sun does not go below the horizon, the lowest point of the sun would be the actual change of the day itself. But there may not be night. So therefore, you may find a situation where you're davening Maariv really at Plag in Norway, what is their Plag, because you're never going to get to night, because night doesn't really happen.
So if it comes to Shabbos and you're in Norway?
So that's a very large discussion, what you do if you're in parts of Norway that the sun does not really set at all. Okay? So the different opinions. Rav Sternberg says you follow the lowest period of the lowest time where the sun is. That's his opinion. Other opinions say you take the place where you last left, where you last came from, that really had sunrise and sunset.
Let's see what time of the sun.
Let's see what time was there. So let's say I landed in Norway, and I landed from, London, or I landed from Zurich. So I would follow Zurich time. So you can have two people coming into Norway from different parts of the globe, and they would each be getting their Shabbos at a different time. That's usually what people follow. But that's, by the way, that's if the sun really does not go below the horizon, right?
My in-laws were in Anchorage in the summer.
Okay, so what
I end up doing Havdalah Sunday morning.
Right, because that's already surely after the time when it would be, because it's after the sun is the lowest point. What they do for Marav? So Marav would be they'd have to be say the daven Marav early, like you daven Marav after Plag. It's almost like to say that we kind of move up Marav in the time when we can't do it.
You go to sleep and it's still Shabbos.
You go to sleep and it's still Shabbos. Yes, correct.
And you wake up and you assume it has to be the weekday because
the sun has come up. So that's once again, these are very unusual places. Correct. Same, by the way, I think we once talked briefly about this, what happens when people go to the moon. How would they set up Shabbos? How would they set up, this is the Ilan Ramon's Shaila, when did he start Shabbos?
Even davening going around the earth first.
So right, so the joke is about going around the earth, but the truth is going around the earth it's not important, because it's really from the view from the earth to the sun, that is sunrise, sunset. The fact that you're going around the earth, the fact that you'd be on the moon and you see sunrise or moonrise, sunrise on the moon is not the same thing as sunrise from the earth. The definition of sunrise, Vayer Vayvoker, is about from the view from the earth. So whether you're on the moon outside the earth, or whether you're rotating or revolving around the earth as an astronaut, that time period, right? It's got to follow some kind of earth time to be considered really sunrise, sunset. Sunrise, sunset doesn't mean that you're in Jupiter and you see the sun come up, sun come down. The definition, halachic definition, is tied to the earth. So what happens if that doesn't exist? Either you're in a situation where you've got 12 months day, 12 months night. There is no night, so you don't have sunset, or you're in a place where there is no sunrise, sunset, such as the moon, because the moon, sunrise, sunset is not from the earth, or you're going around the earth. So the answer that Ilan Ramon was given, if anybody remember this? Ilan Ramon was given first, the answer is he should follow the Shabbos in Cape Canaveral.
When he took off.
Right. He really wasn't happy with that. Okay, so he actually, because he wanted to follow Shabbos in Eretz Yisrael.
So it's a loaded question.
I believe...
It's a loaded question.
Well, it wasn't a loaded question. He was an Israeli.
You should have asked the question. I want to keep Shabbos in Eretz Yisrael. Is that okay?
Go by my minhag.
Not what the
well,
did I keep Shabbos in Eretz Yisrael?
That's a separate question. But he wants to keep Shabbos. He wanted to keep Shabbos. So the end, what happened? I believe the psak they gave him another psak that he could keep Shabbos when he took off from Cape Canaveral until he passed over Eretz Yisrael. Then he could follow Shabbos in Eretz Yisrael, which is really a matter of a couple of hours. Okay. So, but I did believe that he followed Shabbos. He followed in the end Shabbos and Eretz Yisrael, and there were a number of people who he wrote to. He asked the Chabad rabbi. It was the Chabad of the Chabad of the Space Center, or Chabad of the Cape Canaveral. I don't recall now. There was a Chabad there, as you know. There's a Chabad everywhere. So, and the rabbi actually wrote to all kinds of poskim and rabbanim around the world and received a number of answers. Ilan Ramon himself was not a Shomer Shabbos person, right? But he felt he was making a very important statement by representing all the Jewish people, and that's why he wanted to do it. That's why he actually came. That's why he actually came to the rabbi. There was a very unusual question. It was a question that came from left field. No one expected him to ask that kind of question.
I would expect where you take on, because that's what your clock is.
Right. So the real answer is probably what we usually poskin. If you're going to fly to a place on another end of Earth, like Norway or Anchorage, where there is no sunset, you follow the place that you left. That was your last kfiyas of a place. Now, what happens if you go by dog sled as you keep going closer? What would be the last place that you have sunrise, sunset?
There's time in Anchorage.
So I don't know Anchorage.
There's a clock,
sure, there's time in Anchorage, but there's no sunset in Anchorage, is what Marvin's saying.
Right, but when you're in the moon, when you're orbiting, you don't have any. There's no reference to time whatsoever.
Sure, there is universal time. Sure, they follow UTC time. They follow UTC time. Sure, there's reference to time. The fact that we even have time zone is just a concession to just.
But the spaceship is like going. Different speeds. I don't know exactly how it works.
However it goes, whatever goes.
Synchronous or asynchronous with the Earth?
No, it's asynchronous.
It's asynchronous. Asynchronous.
Synchronous are only satellites.
Right.
Satellites are
asynchronous. Right, so it's asynchronous.
So anyways, to summarize this, because I wanted to sum of the Gemara today. To summarize this, in other words, there are really two opinions about when we're following Ben Hashmoshos. The opinion we follow seems to follow based on Rabbi Yehuda, most of us follow, which really looks like it's 3/4 of a mil. We kind of adjust that based upon, give or take, we adjust that based upon the fact that this is really closer to the equator. Right. And we probably want to set a time for the longest period of time that would be applicable in our area, which will vary based upon seasonally, even as well as latitude. The other opinion is the opinion of the Rabbeinu Tam, who seems to say it's cumulative, so it's considered 72 minutes, and that's a much later period of time, which really we don't follow. We try not to follow. You surely should try not to follow this for your mincha, and you shouldn't try to follow this if you want to keep it later for Shabbos, because hey, that's a wonderful kind of thing. I think some of the things that we've lost is this ability to kind of really want Shabbos. I forgot who I was reading about, who Rev Mendel Mivitebsk, who they said every Shabbos that he celebrated was like the only Shabbos he ever had. This was the one Shabbos of the world that he was going to live in. So that's how his feeling was. In other words, we can't even conceptualize this. I mean, Yeres is speaking to Yeres here. Especially the late Shabbosim that we have in the spring and summer, and by the time you're getting down to Mincha, you say, okay, all right, when is it we're going to make Havdalah? When can we get back to the work week? We don't appreciate the Shabbos HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave to us, and we kind of view it really as a day of retreat, but at the same time we're so tied into this world, retreating from the world. It's like we have, I don't know, we're getting withdrawal symptoms from our Blackberries, and we're getting withdrawal symptoms from our devices, from this world, and writing, and all the other things and so forth. But just in terms of keeping Rabbeinu Tam, I think it's very admirable, and we should say that maybe more people should keep it if they have the gesist fleish to kind of continue for their Shabbos a little bit longer. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Depending on the night, is Marv depending on the night?
Yeah. Marv is called Arvis, Erev.
So because people that do the other theory, they Marv when it's not night.
If it's Plaga Mincha, right. Correct. So the question is, what is considered night? Is night already considered Plaga Mincha? Right, correct. We do the Plaga Mincha, it's really based upon a single Shita, I forgot whose Shita it is, that says you can actually, the day change the Plaga Mincha. The most accepted Shita is really that you're going to follow is at sunset. Okay, that's what we do. Now, what happens is we live in a very difficult climate with very difficult areas, so we're making the follow Plag Mincha. The Plag Mincha concept is a very new concept, and our shul is not the only shul that does it. It's a relatively new concept for it to be accepted. I don't know, when I moved up to Toronto, I moved to Thornhill, there was only one place you could get a Plag Mincha. I remember people used to tell me in Baycrest.
During the week.
During the week, not early Shabbos, not about early Shabbos. I'm talking about every night. People used to tell me all the time when people had to say Kaddish, and they would, they didn't want to wait till late at night. They would go to Baycrest. They had an early menu for the old people there.
That wasn't plugged. That was at 6 o'clock the whole year.
Whatever it was, that was the only place you could find it.
I done it the
Yeres, I think it was.
Hasidim there at Bathurst and Wilson there at the Bobov. because they also had a 1 o'clock million every day.
No, they
That was
Gemara
mincha.
at 6.
Mincha.
Sorry,
I'm talking about Marv. If you want to early mincha for Marv, yes.
They had mincha Marv. I
Right.
think it's 6 or 6.
Whatever.
For the whole year, because of the old people. The terrace. It's plugged
I think
out.
it counts.
It used to be.
So the question is whether Kriyat Shema follows day and night, or is B'shach B'Havukumecha. B'shach B'Havukumecha is when the mitzvah of Kriyat Shema is night. We say in the morning, and we say it in the evening. Why do we say Kriyat Shema morning and evening? It's not about davening that 3 times a day, based on times of the day, different kapanos, Tamish Shachar, Tamish Ben Abayim, burning the things on the night, Shavram Yitzhak Yaakov. Kriyat Shema is a separate listing. It's really based on the fact that Kriyat Shema says, when we say it, B'shach B'Chavukumecha, you'll say it when you lie down and when you get up. So the argument is, if you lie down, you happen to lie down at 10 o'clock every night in your area, the sun is still up until 11 o'clock at night, so that's your lying down. If you lie down at 8 o'clock, maybe you lie down before the sun goes down. Little kids go to bed early. I don't mean little kids. I mean, you see that sometimes the time period people go to sleep. So therefore, it may not be as connected as much to real nighttime as what you're doing when what normally people go to sleep.
How does that work for the morning?
It's the same thing when you get up.
So it's when you get up.
Right. Now I know we get up early. We get up early sometimes before sunrise. Excuse me. So we don't twist it that way. We don't say, well, if I get up at 6 o'clock in the winter time and the sun doesn't rise till 10 to 8, I can say Kriyat Shema at 6 o'clock. It's a little too early.
So where's the limit come in?
The limit really should be sunrise, sunset till it gets dark. The limit is what happens. How far do you have to wait?
No, but how far can you delay the Kriyat Shema in the morning?
So in this town, in this city, we believe that Mishiyaku is an hour before sunrise. Mishiyaku, we can begin to recognize whether it's
that's the start.
That's a start.
What's the
latest?
The latest.
The latest you can say Kriyat Shema is 3 halachic hours after sunrise.
What is that?
That comes from what the Gemara in Brachos talks about, how late Kriyat Shema. I don't recall what the basis is, but it's based on that. It's based on that.
Nothing to do with Shabbat.
Well, actually, it is. It has to do with the time. The latest time is actually, now you jog my memory. It has to do with the latest time that kings would get up, royalty would get up. Right. So therefore, it's considered still bekumecha.
Okay.
So you and I never have to go to work, so we get up early. But the royalty, they, like you say, bankers' hours. I know bankers today work all kinds of hours. Once upon a time, bankers used to come in at 10 o'clock, right? 10 to 4. So they would get in late and leave early. So the same thing, nobility used to get up later. They were people of leisure. So therefore, because they were still getting up into the third hour of the day, it's still considered a time of getting up. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to do a little bit of Gemara. And I hope next week we're going to get to the end of this parak. So we're on Daf Shlam and Ham and Aleph. And let's see if I can find where it is. Right, it's in the middle of the page of Nehemiah Amar. Lamed Hey Amid Aleph, 35A. It's really 50%. The first word's on the line of a shemoneh-esrei or kavta. And the last word on the line is Kadeshi Yaloch. And there's the 2 dots that go together with it. It's really 50% of the page. Okay, 35A2, there you go. Reb Nehemiah Omer. Reb Nehemiah Omer Kadeshi Yaloch Adam Misheteshka Chamachatzi Mil. So in other words, the sheet of Rabbi Nehemiah is, and this we just to recap once again, we had 3 opinions. We had Rabbi Yehuda who says this time period, which we said in the end was 3/4 of a mil, but when we did the brisa, it had all kinds of looking at the sky getting darker and darker and darker. We had the opinion of Rabbi Yossi, which was the third opinion, that it's like a heref ayin, it's very quick. And the middle opinion is Rabbi Nehemiah says the amount of time to walk a half a mil. So we don't really know how long a half a mil is. This goes back to the question, how long are these time periods? So telling me a half mil doesn't really tell me if I don't know where the mil marks are, right? How long is a mil if I don't know if I'm walking, because there's no meter marks along the trail. So I'm Rabbi Chananya, Harotzalei Dashiyoshu of Nehemiah. If a person wants to know how long is the time period of Nehemiah, Yaniach Chama Barosh Carmel, he should be on the top. This I'll explain to you how Rashi explains it, and I'll tell you what the Chassam Sofer explains the Pshat to me. He says you should leave when the sun hits the top of Mount Carmel. You're on the top of Mount Carmel when the sun goes down. You're on the top of Mount Carmel. You run down Mount Carmel. You jump into the sea, because the bottom of Mount Carmel is the Mediterranean. And come out of the water. And that's the amount of time of Nehemiah that takes to go at half a mil. The top of Har Carmel.
Picture the time we take to get down to the water and go back up.
Right, correct. So those run down the mountain, jump into the lake, jump into the sea, and then jump out of the ocean. It's a sea, actually, Mediterranean Sea, and jump back up. So that's how Rashi explains it. Now the Chassam Sofer says that's not possible. That's just much too long. That's really much too long. So the Chassam Sofer says as follows. He says you're actually at the edge of the Mediterranean. But when you see the sunset hit the top of the Har Carmel, then you jump into the Mediterranean and you jump out and you come out. That's the amount of time it's going to take. So the amount of time from the time the sun hits the Har Carmel until it gets dark, that's a little bit different than the way the sunset looks down on the ground. So the Chassam Sofer kind of tightens it up a little bit. And then the Gemara simply says, now we're talking about jumping in the lake and all that, and looking with the sea. Some Rabbi Chia, this is unrelated. Harotze lirot be'er Miriam. If you want to see the bear of Miriam, everybody remember the story of bear of Miriam?
It's hard to see.
It's very hard to see because it traveled all together with them throughout the Midbar, wherever they were. The Pia bear, right? This moved around with them. According to some opinions, by the way, it was actually outside the camp. According to one picture I saw in a very old copy of Yalkut Me'am Lois from about the 1600s, Bear Miriam is right in the middle of the camp. Literally in the center, and I don't know what it's based upon. I couldn't understand that.
Sometimes things are based upon a good place to go.
But it's helpful to understand why the Gemara in another place says that the Machna Levia has Rishus Harabim. So if everybody had to get to the Bear of Shemuriam, then you understand why this would be a Rishus Harabim. Because it's the source of water everybody's got to go to every day. Okay, anyways, if you want to see it today, because we don't know where it is, Yala Levosha Carmel, then you go up to Mount Carmel. This clearly means the top of Carmel. And that's what they point out to the Chassam Sofer, that according to your pshat about jumping into the sea from the base of Mount Carmel, this clearly means the top of Mount Carmel. And in this case, V'yitzape, you should look out, V'yira k'min kvara bayam. You should see like a kvara is like a sifter. It really means like a whirlpool in the sea, going around in a funnel in the sea, which is a whirlpool. V'zuhi be'er Shemuriam, and this is what the be'er Shemuriam has become. It's become a whirlpool out there in the Mediterranean Sea that's visible from the top of Mount Carmel. I don't know where it is. Nobody knows where it is. But in other words, it's some type of a funnel or a water spout of somehow that seems to be perpetually there in that part of the ocean, the part of the ocean. Or sea. Amar Rav, and Rav makes another statement once again really unrelated to us. Mayan hamitatel tahar v'zel be'er Shemuriam. If you had a situation, a hypothetical situation, of course, could not exist. If you have a well that was movable, that would become tar. Normally something that is movable, that's a kli, can become tameh. However, a well, which is a mayan, is the source of tahara. So somehow you had this portable well that is spouting out water, that's still considered tahar, and that is Be'er Shemuriam. That's the concept of Be'er Shemuriam, even though it was movable, so it must have been portable. Not quite sure how it moved around. We get this idea that it moves around on its own. But it looks like it seems to be from Rav that they moved the bear with them as they went along. No, whatever it was an ace. It's surely not very normal, not very natural. And that's where the Be'er Shemuriam itself. Okay, we got time to do, we should be able to let's get to the bottom of the page, okay? It's really very quick. Amar Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel. Beis HaShmoshos Rabbi Yehuda. So remember we had Rabbi Yehuda says, how long is the time to go from Ben HaShmoshos? 3/4 of a mil, and it's the time that the sky gets darker and darker and darker. Right. And what's Rabbi Yossi saying? Rabbi Yossi says it's like a split second. So Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel says, Beis HaShmoshos Rabbi Yehuda Kohanim Tov Limbo. During the Ben HaShmoshos Rabbi Yehuda, the Kohanim can still be toivel. If they were tameh, they can still go into the mikveh. It's still considered the day itself. You went to the mikveh before, and then you became tar at the end of the day. So Laman, according to whom? Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Yehuda, the Kohanim are going to go to toivel according to his opinion. The Ben HaShmoshos of Rabbi Yehuda, that's the time they're going to be toivel. Sveiku, that's Ben HaShmoshos, that's a suffix. Ella, what does it mean? Ella Ben HaShmoshos to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Kohanim tovlim bo. In the Ben HaShmoshos of Rabbi Yehuda, the Kohanim of Rabbi Yossi would be tovel. In other words, if the Kohanim were following Rabbi Yossi's opinion, they could still treat the Ben HaShmoshos of Rabbi Yehuda as day.
Even though they were following Rabbi Yossi, but
Rabbi Yossi, in other words, Rabbi Yossi's Ben HaShmoshos, which is a split second, happens when? After the long time period of Rabbi Yehuda. Not that the split second is happening during the time period of Rabbi Yehuda. So if the Kohanim wanted to be tovel according to the opinion of Rabbi Yossi, it's a very far-fetched kind of statement. If the Kohanim were following Rabbi Yossi's Ben HaShmoshos, For them, Rabbi Yehuda's Ben Hashmoshes is really days. So I'll read again. The Ben Hashmoshes Rabbi Yehuda is according to Rabbi Yossi, Kohanim Tovel and Bo. The Kohanim Tovel, according to Rabbi Yossi, it's still daytime. Pshita says the Gemara, that's Pashut. So Gemara says, Mao, the same, I could have thought Ben Hashmoshes Rabbi Yossi, Meshach Shach, and Rabbi Yehuda. I could have thought that Rabbi Yossi's Ben Hashmoshes, even though it's like a split second, but it's a split second during Rabbi Yehuda's Ben Hashmoshes. Kamashma, no, it's not true. The Shalom ben Hashmoshes Rabbi Yehuda, Had the Maskal ben Hashmoshes Rabbi Yossi. No, the ben Hashmoshes Rabbi Yehuda is over, and then begins the split second of Rabbi Yossi. So Rabbi Yossi's split second is really at the very closest last minute before it actually gets dark, and we don't even know when that is, but it's really at the end. And finally, this last will take us, if we can just go for another 2 minutes or so. Rabbi Yehuda says, I'm Rabbi Rochana, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Halachik Rabbi Yehuda, Linyan Shabbos, Halachik Rabbi Yossi, Linyan Truma. So here's what the Gemara gives us Psak Halacha. When it comes to Shabbos, we're going to follow Rabbi Yehuda. When it comes to Truma, we're going to follow Rabbi Yossi, which the Gemara doesn't really understand what that means.
I was going to say, does that mean a very short time to give Truma?
Or what means a very late time to give Truma?
After Rabbi Yehuda's time.
Right, correct. So the Gemara says, Bishlam Halachik Rabbi Yehuda Linyan Shabbos, L'chumra. So I understand that we're going to follow Rabbi Yehuda to follow the earlier time period. We're going to say Shabbos is going to be over. We have to wait till the end of the time to start Shabbos before the time period of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, that's already been Hashmashas. Av Linyan Truma Maihi. What does it mean, Linyan Truma, that we're going to follow Rabbi Yossi? Ilem L'sveika, if it means that the time period when you can go to the mikvah, according to Rabbi Yossi, it's going to be that's already still suffix. That's his Ben Hashmashos. His Ben Hashmashos, whenever it is, what do you mean we're following his Ben Hashmashos? His Ben Hashmashos will be considered a suffix. Elo, it means lachilas truma, it means the feeding truma. This is what it means. The chumah here, lo achli kohanim truma ad shalim Ben Hashmashos to Rabbi Yossi. That according to what we said, the Rabbi Yossi's Ben Hashmashos is after Rabbi Yehuda's Ben Hashmashos. This is not Rabbeinu Tam in any regard, but it means it's a little just like a split second after Rabbi Yehuda, that the Kohanim cannot eat Truma until it gets dark. Like for us, it would be like the end of Shabbos, the end of when they become Tameh. So you have to wait until the time period of Rabbi Yossi, which is a split second after Rabbi Yehuda, but we're not really quite sure how that really is. So in other words, what we're really passing, and here's what's the key for us, is that the time period of Ben Hashmashos for Shabbos is following Rabbi Yehuda. So that takes us back to what we said. Really spend the time tonight is looking at what does the Ben Hashmashos really mean for us. Is with start of Shabbos, and when start of Shabbos and the end of Shabbos is also going to follow that as well. The end of Ben Hashmashos Rabbi Yehuda. So that pretty much takes us here. Next week we're going to start with the Kol Chavecha, the 3 stars, and then we'll take us down. And the end is actually really very nice piece of. It tells us how they actually blew the shofars for Shabbos. They sounded the sirens.
It's in New York, in Brooklyn. We were discussing.
It's in Israel too.
Yeah, they have air raid sirens. Yeah. So we're just discussing, should they do it? We're just having discussion.
Why shouldn't they do it?
Why should they do it? They do it. 40 minutes.
Whatever I say doesn't matter. I don't know why they shouldn't.
What's their reasoning?
Because it's on the second line.
Lamed Hamad Bet.
Lamed Hamad Bet. I thought we had done that. We can actually go. We start there again. Okay, so it's good for everybody. Lamed Hamad Bet. So we're talking about the times for Ben Hashmashos. This is a wrap up of Ben Hashmashos that's going to give you how they did a run up to getting ready for Shabbos. So for those of you who want to know how to get ready for Shabbos, get out your shofaros, or get out your sirens, or bang the pots or something. Okay. So at any rate, this was a discussion that says that the different Ben Hashmashos were. One was one after the other. So the time of Rabbi Yossi for Ben Hashmashos, which was like Keherf Ayin, is really at the very end of the time for Rabbi Yehuda, which is what we would look more as the traditional time of Ben Hashmashos after sunset. And one doesn't really appear close to the other. And then the Gemara finally concluded the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda for Shabbos, for counting Shabbos and Ben Hashmashos starting before the Ben Hashmashos and then the after the Ben Hashmashos. The halacha is like Rabbi Yossi regarding Truma. And Truma means that you'd have to wait until until the Kohanim could not eat the Truma, were not considered Torah at the end of that day until after the final time of Rabbi Yossi, which is after the time of Rabbi Yehuda. So, and then it just kind of gives you the conclusion on this. So I'm going to pick up the second line on Lamed Hamad Bet. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shmuel, Kol Chavechad Yom, 1 star is going to be daytime, Shnayim Ben Hashmashos, 2 stars will be Ben Hashmashos, and Shlosha Laila, 3 stars will be nighttime. That's where the traditional 3 stars come from. And no, the planets are not stars. We went through this last time.
How would you know though?
How would you know the planets not stars? It says because it talks about kochavim.
No, I mean, how would you know if you...
Because the planets move at a much different. Planets move at a very different pace.
You know astrology.
The planets move in a very different place than the rest of the
I
sky.
don't mean the definition. I'm saying, like, how would you practically know if I look at the sky?
They knew that they were. They understood that. They had all kinds of calculations to know the skies. They knew the skies. Shmuel knew the sky like the back of his palm, right? Like the streets of Nardoa. I'm sorry.
The average person wouldn't know.
The average person probably did know a lot more then than they know today because they positioned themselves around the years based upon the stars that they saw. And every night when you went out, there was no street lamps. It was pretty black, and you could see the stars. And you could see as a result, you see even you go out, you see certain things right around sunset. They come and they go. You come back an hour and a half later. If it's Mercury, if it's Saturn, if it's Jupiter, if it's Venus, it's gone, or it's in a different location, much different. So they may not have understood fully because they did not understand that the Earth goes around the Sun, and they didn't understand that the solar system went around the Sun. They probably understood the Sun went around the Earth, right? They may have understood the world was flat too. It's not really clear, but they understood that the wanderers, as they called them, and I forgot what the Greek and Hebrew terms were, they were really different types of things. They were not kochavim. They were just different things up in the sky.
I go just the opposite on that point, Rabbi. There was some frum astronomer who came and gave a shiur here at the shul, maybe, 10, 15 years ago. And he was saying that although the Tanoim and Amoraim were never explicit on the subject, he said that they couldn't possibly have come to such an accurate understanding of our relationship to the stars and the planets if they didn't realize that the Earth moves around the sun. If they didn't realize that the sun was central and everything was... This he was saying. He said they were never explicit on the subject. No one comes out in the Gemara and says that's the way it works. But his view was that they must have realized, or else they couldn't have come to...
At the end of Masechet Rosh Hashanah, we learned it. And later Masechet Rosh Hashanah, we learned it. The Earth is square, and the Earth goes around the sun. It was cleared from there.
I believe the lot. I don't.
At the end of what?
At the end of Masechet Rosh Hashanah,
I think he means flat.
Flat.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, we got
and then
you know what?
And the Earth travels around the sun.
I'm going to put this together and move on because I really don't want to get hung up. I want to finish this parak. No, it's very good. I don't know who this was. I'm sure he had valid reasons to say it. He probably knows a lot more astronomy than I do, which I'm really a neophyte. Though the heavens do fascinate me, but I do believe that there's a lot of Gemaras that seem to talk about, for example, that sunrise is when the sun comes through the window in the sky, and it goes down, and goes down, and goes over the top again. So I find, and I believe that Chazal were as up to the science of their day as any scientist was, and both in terms of medical science and astronomical science and all the other physical sciences. And therefore, if the physical science and the astronomical science of the day talked about the Earth going around the sun, I believe they understood that as well. But if we find an article, I'm going to debate it further. At any rate, so the stars are once again, they're medium stars. 2 stars is going to be Ben Hashmoshos, and 3 stars will be night. And this is important for Erev Shabbos. It's important for Motzei Shabbos. It's important in terms of determining if you're Chayav Korban Chatas and so forth. Tanyanami, because Ben Hashmoshos, you would not be necessarily Chayav Korban Chatas. Tanyanami Hachi, the 4th line, Kochav Echad Yom, Shnayim Ben Hashmoshos, and Shlosh Shalayla. And Rabbi Yossi comes to explain what I just mentioned before. I kind of preempted him. Rabbi Yossi on this other brisa, Lo kochavim godolim aner b'yom, v'lo kochavim ketanim shein aner b'layla. It's not the brightest, and it's not the dimmest. Ela beinonim, which are the middle kinds of stars. Those are the stars that we're talking about. What exactly is a middle star? That's of course very difficult for you and I to determine, especially in the city. There are millions and millions of stars, billions of stars out there, and who knows what's a bright star, who knows what's a lesser bright star, though there are clearly categories, right? Be Sirius is a very bright star. Arcturus is a very bright star. The North Pole, the North Star is a bright star. All of these are pretty bright stars. And then you've got stars that are very dim.
If we know the time when Shabbos goes out and we look in the sky, then one could see what the medium stars are. Like if you know that you got it by the time.
Yes, I guess so.
You can do it works backwards.
Okay,
maybe not.
Archie, we're sending you on a trip. Okay, who's shipping it? I put in $10. Anybody else? No one's okay. Next, okay. I'm Rabbi Yossi Bar Zvida. Okay. So look at this, and this we did not do for sure. If you did, in other words, if you do malacha ben hashmashos, you can't say that you're going to be chayav korban chatas. Maybe it was Shabbos, maybe it wasn't Shabbos. In fact, we have a lot of drabanas not necessarily asur during ben hashmashos. It really only becomes asur when it becomes really Shabbos in terms of tchumim and so forth. So I'm going to explain to you what he says. Now he says as follows: if you did malacha at ben hashmashos on the Erev Shabbos, and then you did malacha and ben hashmashos on Matzah Shabbos, you are definitely chayav korban chatas. So let me back it up.
That's
As
the shnei?
Yeah, because
that's the shnei. In other words, if I did malacha ben hashmashos
Right, you're okay.
on Friday nights, we don't really know, is it Erev Shabbos, is it Shabbos?
Right.
So I couldn't be chayav korban chatas. It's a ben hashmashos. But if on the let's say what time is ben hashmashos? What time is Shabbos this weekend? 7, 8 something.
8:50.
8:50? Can't be 8:15. Let's say 8:15 is candles, which means that 8:15 is candles, which means that 8:35 is going to be shkia. So if I did work between 8:15 and 8:33, that's not really true. Between 8:33 and let's say 8:40, 8:50 or so like that. Between 8:30 and 8:50. If I did malacha Friday night, it's not really going to be considered a malacha min Torah because it's only ben hashmashos, so it'd not be chayav korban chatas. If I did malacha Friday night at that time and I did malacha Saturday night at that time, one of the two is either going to be either Friday night was Friday, which means that Saturday evening was still Shabbos, or Friday night was already Shabbos and Saturday night at the same time was going to be Matzah Shabbos. So to be consistent, if I do on 2 consecutive nights, a Friday night and the Shabbos at the same time, the Ben Hashmashos, that would make me obligated to be chayav korban chatas. Mimanashach, knows mimanashach, one way or the other. Either I'm going to be chayav korban chatas for doing the malacha on the first Friday night, or malacha on the second Friday night, on the Saturday evening, so to speak. So this is really just kind of the wrap up to this whole discussion about Ben Hashmashos, and then Amalei Rava L'Shamei, Rava said to his shamus, so to speak, his assistant, Atun lo kaimelachu b'shirei d'Rabbanan. If you guys are not that careful about you're not that knowledgeable, and you're not that well versed about the times of the Chachamim. Remember, we had this whole discussion first, the 2 stars and 3 stars, but more earlier on, we talked about the amount of time the sky gets lighter and darker, and parts of the sky and some of the sky, and who do we follow like, and how do you determine that? What looks like a light sky for one person is less light for another person, right? It's all really relative. So you who are not really that acquainted or versed or knowledgeable about the Shiurim of the Rabbanan, how are you going to know when Shabbos is? The Shimsha Reish Diklei, Itlu Shraga, when you see the sun at the top of the Dekalim, at the top of the palm trees, that's the time to light the candles. Light the Shraga, light the candles. In other words, that's not already sunset. That's early enough to light the candles before the sun begins to set. So the Dekalim are going to be the palm trees that you see, and that means probably the palm trees that you see on the horizon, not the palm tree overhead. Right? Because that would be...
How do you know it's after plug?
How do you know it's after plug?
Because it has to be after plug, right?
Plug is very early. Plug is very broad daylight.
Broad daylight? Well, this is broad daylight.
But I look on the horizon and I see the palm trees. When I see the sun is at the top of the palm trees on the horizon, then I know it's the time of the candles, because the time between it goes from the top of the palm tree to slip under the horizon is going to be... whatever it is.
Is very short.
Correct. Okay, so but it may be for all intents and purposes, it's maybe 5 minutes, and maybe less, or maybe more. But that's the time that you better have your candles lit. So when you see the shemesh at the top of the palm trees, and the palm trees are very distinct in terms of, you can see there's a single stump, a single trunk, and they're tall, and and you see the sun above that, or reaching the tops of the tips. That's the time to light candles. However, what happens if it's a cloudy day? Biyom hamun on Mai. So what happens is a cloudy day, so he gave him the following signs. B'masa chazid tarnagola, in the town, look for the rooster that is sitting around on the beams of the houses. It usually sits around. I think when it stops sitting around and starts coming down, that's the time that is going to be the end of the day. Bedibra, if you're in the midbar, if you're outside the city, doesn't necessarily mean midbar, means you're not in the city where there are no roosters around. Urve, look for when the ravens begin to kind of move around, probably flap to where they go back in their nesting. Inami, the last thing is about Adani. This is, and we mentioned this last week, this is this plant that the leaves follow the sun. Right? So if you can see the leaves in the morning face one way, they open up and follow the sun in this high noon, and as the sun goes down, the leaves begin to move and follow the sun. It's a very sensitive, very phototropic plant. Phototropic, and therefore as the sun begins to reach that point where the leaves, I guess, still doesn't tell you where the leaves are, but the assumption is the leaves are pointing towards the bottom of or they're flat, or they're exactly horizontal, that's the time the sun is about to go down. So you may not be able to tell that, and maybe there is not sun that day because it's a cloudy day, but the plant is so attuned to whatever sunlight there is that it begins to move. You would normally think the plant would not move on a cloudy day. This Adani plant is so sensitive to it. Adkan Ben Hashmashos, okay? Or Adkan is also Gyo. Now we're going to talk about how they actually got people ready to get ready for your Shabbos. So what's interesting here is you think sometimes in the wintertime you kind of slide into home base on those early Shabbosim, right? You're working to the last minute. They tell me that those of you who work in offices who have to slide out on an early Friday, it's the walk of death. Everybody looks at you as you get up at whatever time you got to get out to slide in, and everybody's working on some project that they have a deadline to do, and you just walk out of there with your trying to make no noise at all. So you'll see that it looks like they pretty much worked the full day. Despite this, idyllic vision of Fiddler on the Roof, where they're always dancing around in the shtetl, this looks like the shtetls of the time of the Gemara. They were working till the last moment. But the truth is, we don't have the time for the shofars they're going to announce. They're going to list 6 different shofar blasts. Thank you much. 6 different sounding of the shofar. And to understand what the 6 shofar blowings really are all about here, normally when you say 6 sounding of the shofar, you'd expect to see 6 times tekiah, shvarm, truah, tekiah. Right? By the way, we're not going to have shvarm or truah, shvarm, truah. We're only going to have truah. Okay, because at this point in the discussion, it was clearly they knew what a truah was, it looks like. Not like we blow shvarm truah, we blow a shvarm, we blow truah because we don't know, or according to Rav, I believe Haigon, maybe there were different minhagim what to blow, so we blow all the possibilities. Yeah. So whatever, right? But this was not really about a mitzvah shofar. This was more about sounding a siren. I don't know if anybody. So there was a news item it's a very sad moment when the sirens went off in Eretz Yisrael because of all the rockets that were going up. There were still school children that stood up at attention because they thought it was the siren for Yom HaShoah. Well, you hear sirens for different things. So these shofars were not the Rosh Hashanah shofars. These were the shofars for Erev Shabbos. So, however, normally if it says sheish tekiyos, you normally expect to see 6 times tekiah, shvarm tekiah, or tekiah, 6 times tekiah, truah tekiah. Here, according to a Rashi, and many of the Rishonim understand this, each of them, when it says 6, refers to either a tekiah, or a truah, or a tekiah. So, therefore, if I were to say 3 tekiyos, what it really means is tekiah, truah, tekiah. Okay, just if you keep that in mind, all the numbers will make sense. If you're looking for 6 tekiah, truah tekiah, the numbers are not going to add up.
But each one you're saying is 3.
No, I'm saying each one is 1. But I'm saying a tekiah alone is considered a tekiah. A truah alone will be considered a tekiah.
Okay. Yeah.
A tekiah, right? In other words, as opposed to the normal triad that we count as one group, it's each individual one. So therefore, if there are going to be 6 tekiyos, what would it really be? Tekiah, truah, tekiah, 2 times. 2 times, right? And it may be that they may be separated. You may sound tekiah, then you may sound truah, and then you may sound tekiah. It's not like on Rosh Hashanah where they all have to be connected.
Why do we know it's
These
6?
are signals.
Sheish.
Because the Mishnah device is going to tell us it's 6.
Sheish, yeah.
And if there are Rishonim who try to say when it says sheish tekiyos, it means 6 times of tekiah, truah, tekiah, but it's really hard to understand the sugya. So we'll go with the simple pshat. So you'll see, we'll add them up, and you'll see that what I'm telling you is the simple pshat and makes sense. Tan Rabbanan. So sheish tekiyos tokim erev Shabbos. There were 6 soundings of the shofar that they sounded erev Shabbos to let the people know Shabbos was coming in. Unfortunately, it does not tell us the timing of the shofar blast, except for the last one. Okay, so we don't really know if this is an hour before Shabbos, a half hour before Shabbos, 4 hours before Shabbos. It's really hard to know. But you get the impression that until they heard those shofar blasts, everybody was working really hard. Absolutely. So what was the first one? Rishona lahavtil asam imlacha shebesados. The first one was for the people in the fields to stop working. And obviously in the fields they could hear the sound of the shofar even though the fields were outside the city limits. Okay, it's a good loud shofar blast, correct. And it was done from a rooftop where there was no blockage of any kind of barrier impeding the sound. So this is the first one, the people in the field, they needed the first early call because they were in the fields and they needed to get home. They had to come back in. And you'll see in the next brisa, they all walked in together. Even in the fields, the people that were further out walked first, and the people that were closer in waited for everybody to come in. So they all marched together into the town at exactly the same time. This way, everybody was kept honest. Nobody felt that Yankel, who was coming in late because he was the far in the field, was staying out there and cheating on the bell. Okay, or vice versa. So the first one was they would be mevatel from the work in the field. Shnia lahavdil ir v'chaniyot. And the second shofar was to stop the work in the city, and to stop the work in the chaniyot, with the stores. The stores, if you want to know what the stores are talking about, if you've been to the Cardo in the old city, the Cardo, the main street, was actually the main Roman street. On either side there were different stores. You see some of the outline of those stores. That's what the chaniyot are. And the chaniyot, and you'll see from the next brisa, the chaniyot had ways to close themselves up, that they, how can I describe it? Like in the mall, they have sometimes these chain things that come down. The doors close up at night, especially in jewelry stores, or even sometimes in the middle of the mall where they have the place where they sell the cell phones. These things all close up into each other sometimes. So whatever it was, when they would close up the store, you'd see that we'll talk about what happens with the pieces that they have to close up in the store. So that's which one are we up to? We're up to now the second one. Shlishit lahadlikas aner. Divi Rabbi Nosson. So according to Rabbi Nosson, the third shofar blowing was to actually light the Shabbos candles. Thank you. So now once again, you don't know the connection in time between 1, 2, and 3. Okay, but we're not finished yet. You gotta have 3 more. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi Omer Shlishit lachsot et tefillin. That the third one was they didn't light yet the Shabbos candles. What did they do when they heard the third shofar blast? Took off their tefillin, because obviously they were all wearing tefillin the entire day. Except maybe
working in the field,
not necessarily working in the field, but those who were wearing tefillin were learning and studying. Probably if they were not doing manual work, they took their tefillin off. But people who were sitting and studying the base medrash wore their tefillin. This was not unusual. Okay, so as a result, according to Rabbi Yehuda, the third shofar blowing was to take off the tefillin, not yet to light the candles. When is going to be lighting the candles? According to Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, it's going to be the fourth sounding of the shofar. We haven't gotten to that one yet. So either according to Rabbi Nosson, the third one, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, the third one is only for tefillin. Now, according to Rabbi Nosson, when did they take the tefillin off?
Yeah, and when I don't know.
Doesn't tell us. Not very clear. Not clear what it means. Either it means that they took that tefillin off when they lit candles, or it may mean they took them off earlier, perhaps when they closed up the stores. When they closed the stores up, the people in the base medrash took that tefillin off. That's probably more logical. And after the third one, things are going fairly slowly until now. You see step by step. Now here's where it quickens up. And they wait a very short period of time, which is the amount of time that it takes to roast a very small fish. Think of roasting a sardine. Okay? Not that long. Or the amount of time it takes for the bread to stick they stick the bread onto the side of the oven and it crusts over. That's what it means, lahadbik. They stick it on, and it's now fully crusted over, which is not that long a period of time. You know, when you go into the laffa the store, and they make the laffa for you, how long are you waiting for the whole laffa to be done? That's a few minutes. So this is really about crusting over the crust itself, the outside of the crust that's attached to the wall of the oven. So maybe a minute, maybe it's 2 minutes, maybe it's 3 minutes, not really clear. And what would happen then? So how many we did 3 now? How many do we have left to do? 3 more. So here's what happens. The next 3 are tokea, miria, tokea. You get 3 in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Tekiah, trua, tekiah, vishoves, and that's it. And the curtain has come down, and it's now Shabbos.
So when do we have lighting candles with the...
So according to Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, it's when they light that first one tekiah, and maybe number 4 before they do 5 and 6. According to Rabbi Nosson, they've already lit the Shabbos candles.
Then they blow the shofar after the candles.
Then they blow the shofars after the candles. The candles are lit while it's still day, right? And the guy blowing the shofar, he's not lighting the candles. This is a general question. In general, can you do malacha after you light candles, right? Can you do malacha after you light candles after the candles are lit? It's a big machlokas among the Rishonim. Okay. And you see it gets a little more complicated when we talk about actually the guy who is blowing the shofar. Is he actually blowing shofar just at sunset, or still a few minutes afterwards? He's got to put his shofar away.
The other question, I guess, is why do you need 4, 5, and 6?
Because 4, 5, and 6 was it.
What role do they play?
4, 5, and 6 is it. That is it, boys. When you hear that 4, 5, and 6, you roll over, fall over, and stop everything you're doing.
But it sounds like,
do not pass go. Do not go out of jail.
6.
In other words, it was done. Looks like they're done together to really emphasize this is it. In case maybe your first tekiah, maybe you missed the trua, you missed the tekiah, you missed. And now tekiah, trua, tekiah, that was clearly noticeable.
I see. Okay.
Wouldn't they have done them different sounds so people would know which it is? Maybe.
I guess there weren't a variety of sounds.
No, but you get tekiah.
Yeah, sure.
Or different.
They're different pitches. I don't know.
No, what I mean, the one is a complete, one is broken. That's all I meant.
The two they have. So the difference between the tekiah, the shvarim, and a trua is really comparative, depending on how you set up this. It's all real relative. A tekiah is going to be a long, flat note, and a shvarim is shorter, and trua is even shorter. But one man's trua is another person's shvarim.
Okay.
Right,
I just figured they would use different, so people would know that it was different times.
This is what they were used to hearing.
Anything possible.
Okay, v'shofes. So now, so this is how it's done. So really, it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, and then 4, 5, 6. Amar Rav Shimon Gamliel, Rav Shimon Gamliel says, "Ma naseh lebavliim, lahem lebavlim shetokim u'mariyim v'shovsim mitoch mariyim." So in other words, it says Rav Shimon Gamliel that the Bavliim who lived in Eretz Yisrael had a different kind of custom.
When they came to visit you.
When they moved to Israel and stayed there. Okay, I'm not quite sure who these Bavlim are, but you've got people like Hillel HaBavli, you have people like who traveled back and forth, but the people from Bavel who looks like they may have had less expertise in doing it, perhaps maybe that's why the minhag was different. Initially it looks like that 1 and 2 and 3 is the same thing, but instead of doing 4, 5, 6, what do? 4 and 5. Then I'll read again. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel expresses his disapproval. What are we going to do with those Bavlim people? There's a lot of friction between Bavlim and the Eretz Yisrael people.
Marim is like another sound.
Marim is Trua.
Trua.
What are we going to do with those Bavli people that they tokeya, they Marim Trua, and they make Shabbos from the fact that the last thing they do is Marian? No, that they finish on a Marian.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Right, which means, which Gemara is going to ask, that looks like it's 5.
Yeah.
And the question of looking like 5, we just said it's 6. So, but in other words, Rav Shimon Gamliel seems to be upset. First of all, he doesn't raise the issue, doesn't tell us what the issue is. It looks like, though, he's upset that they finish and ending off in a truah. Because even though the 1, 2, and 3 were separate, were spaced apart, tekiah, and then let's say 20 minutes later trua, and then 20 minutes later tekiah, but you have a triad. The triad is spaced, but it's like a triad. If you have a tekiah and then a trua, and you don't have a tekiah afterwards, that's just as klinknit. Something's missing. You would recognize you go to Sholem Rosh Hashanah, you don't hear a tekiah, something didn't happen at the very end.
That's what he just said. What are we going to do with them?
What are we going to do with them? No, what are we going to do with them? It means there's nothing he can do with them, but he disapproves of them. They had a different kind of minhag. I guess if you lived in a town that was made of Bavliim and they controlled the shofar blowing, they were the ones in charge. They were elected on the town council and they appointed who the shofar town crier was. So they would decide to do it this way. But the Gemara's question is not so much that they ended up with a truah, which Rabbi Shimon Gamliel clearly disapproves. The Gemara's question is, we just told you it's sheish tekios. I mean 6. 6 for everybody. Yisrael and Bavlim, who cares? It's 6. So the Gemara says, Tokim u'mariyim, that the tekiah and trua, mariyim is trua, and that's when they ended, Havile chamisha. That's only 5. How could the Brisa should say there are 6, and the Bavlim only did 5. Right, so the Gemara says, now this is what it means. The last 3 were not, the last 3, 4, 5, and 6, in other words, were not tekiah, trua, tekiah. They did tekiah, tokim, v'chozim, v'tokim, u'mariyim, v'shovsim. They would do tekiah, trua, and they'd end on a trua. So in other words, it's really, he was not happy they're ending on a trua, but at least they were able to do, a total of 6 together. Right? Why would they do it? What was their excuse? Because minhag avoseim biyadeim. This is their minhag, and as much as he thought it was different and he didn't like it, the minhag trumps everything. So they had this tradition. It's not clear why they had the tradition going back to the days of Bavel. Why didn't they do the things the way they expected them to do so?
It's still 6, though. That's the main
but it's still 6. That's the key, right? Maybe they didn't know the times, and they wanted initially when they did it, maybe they stopped earlier, and therefore they stopped at the time of number 5, and number 5 was not close to number 6 necessarily. Maybe they were not 4, 5, 6 like we suggested. Maybe it was 4, and then a 5, and then a few minutes later number 6. But whatever the reasons are, that's what they seem to have done, and that was the minhag avasehim. Okay, that's pretty simple. Okay, is that any questions? It's pretty black and white. Now the Gemara says, "Masni la Rav Yehuda Rav Yitzchak Brei." So Rav Yehuda said to Rav Yitzchak, his son Rav Yitzchak ben Rav Yehuda, "Shnir lahadlik esener kaman." Okay, this is really a funny piece in the Gemara because it looks like he's quoting a piece of a brisa, which we don't have. And the part of the brisa that we have, the only 5 words that we have, or 4 words, is that the second shofar was to light the candle. Now, whose opinion is that? Until now, we had 2 opinions. One opinion was when was they light the candle? Which shofar blowing? Blowing number 3. What was the other opinion? 4. It's either 3 or 4. By the way, the previous one we didn't say 4. I told you they gave it away. Because this is what the Gemara is going to say now. In other words, the 3 is either going to be lighting the candle or taking off the tefillin. If it's taking off the tefillin, when they light the candles, is number 4.
Certainly not at number 2.
And certainly not number 2. So come on, who's who? But this brisa, this piece of the brisa that I'm quoting you, this fragment of the brisa, who does it follow? Lo Rabbi Nassan, lo Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. It doesn't follow either Rabbi Nassan because he said 3. It doesn't follow Rabbi Yehuda Nasi because, as we told you, the pshat Rabbi Yehuda Nasi is 3 is for tefillin, 4 is going to be for adlakas neiros. Ella, what must you say? It must be the fragment is incorrect. The fragment is fragmentary, and the tradition was therefore not full. It means elo shlishis lahadlikas in their command. Whose opinion is it to light the Shabbos candles on the 3rd shofar blowing? Says the Gemara, Rabbi Nassan. So in other words, it's such a fragmented fragment that the Gemara changed it to make it not 2 but make it 3, and then obviously it fits into Rabbi Nassan. Okay, so that's a pretty simple way to get rid of a problem. Okay, but it makes sense because they really didn't have the full brisa, and it wasn't clear what the brisa said. Maybe they were counting in a different way. Maybe number 1 was really not counted because it was maybe the people in the field were outside the field. They're only counting people in the city. You come with all kinds of ways to answer it. Okay, moving along. This is pretty simple. Tana devei Rabbi Yishmael. So we have a brisa in the name of the school of Rabbi Shmuel that is a little more expansive than the brisa we just read. Does not argue on it. It just simply makes it a little more detailed. Sheish Tkiyos Tokim Erev Shabbos. We sound 6 shofar blowings on Erev Shabbos as follows. Hischil Itzkoat Tkiyah Rishona. They started to blow the first tekiah. This is number 1. Nimnu. This is now who is it? This for the people in the field. Nimnu ho'omdim basada miledar umilachrosh umilasos komalacha shebesados. That the people who were standing in the field, people working in the field, they would stop hoeing and they would stop plowing and they'd stop doing all the work that they were doing in the field. So in other words, they're working up until the whistle, up until the shofar sounds. Whatever time that is, once again, it's not really that clear how much time they needed. Maybe it's possible the time varied based upon how far they needed to get in from the fields too. Right? Maybe city varied from city to city. So they stopped immediately what they were doing, stopped where they were. They didn't wait to finish off their work. They kind of all stopped, and they were now coming into the city. And here's where it gets a little more expansive. The people who were on the closer part of the fields would not come in on their own, by themselves. They would wait until the people on the farther end of the fields would come marching in, and they'd all march together. So that this way, people would not be choshe that people were doing malacha after and they were not coming in. Because you really couldn't tell if you came in early, you didn't know if the early people didn't know about the later people didn't know about the earlier people. So you can just imagine this almost looks like a work stoppage. Okay, which is really what it is, a halachic work stoppage. V'yadayin chanayot petuchot. And the stores are still open in the first shofar blowing. Utrisim munachim. And the trisim are like these shutters. And the shutters were open. And it appears that the shutters were open. I'm not sure how the shutters were open, if they were taken out or they were just pulled back. But the shutters had some kind of display propensity. So if they took the shutters off, if you think of this as some kind of display tray, when you put the shutter in, the display tray was folded in, was on the inside, and maybe they took the stuff out of it. When they took the tray, the clothes, they took the piece of wood out, they could set up some kind of stand or lean it against the wall, and they could display all their wares. So in other words, at this point, everything in the store still was going on. This is like the last minute people who go to Sobeys shopping on Erev Shabbos. Right? I guarantee if Sobeys kept their kosher display open until 5 minutes for Shabbos, people would be there. Okay? Never ceases to amaze me with the last minute how many people are shopping in Sobeys. I don't know what they would do. Okay? So the stores are still open even as the first shofar is sounded. And the trisim, which are the shutters, are still munachim, are still lying on the floor. That's what it means in displaying the wares. Okay? Right, Rashi says, trisim hein dlatzos or chalonot, dlatzot ha-chalonot. These are the doors of the windows. Windows, of course, did not have glass. So these are the shutters on the windows. U'misalkin otam, they would take them out. U'manichem agabi yetedot, and they would put them against yetedot, or poles, or logs. U'mochrin aleim tavlin, v'ashara dvarim, and they would sell on them spices, all kinds of small items, like a small display case that needs a display case. Big things you could put on the floor or put on shelves inside, but small things you want the people to catch the eye. So le'erev machzir noton l'ptochim. In the end, in the evening, when they close up their shop, they would take these shutters and close them up, and obviously either they took off the spices or the spices faced on the inside, so they remain fresh for the morning. So this is the first shofar blowing. Now they began to sound the second shofar, and I guess the people are still almost coming in from the fields. They removed the trisim that were on the floor. They took them off the floor, they closed them up. And they closed up the stores. They're locking up the stores because that took a little more time. Right, you had to lock up the stores, put your wares away, you had to clean out the marketplace, and so forth. And the food is still cooking on the kira on top of the double stove. Kira is a bigger stove. There's a tanur and a kirayim. These are different kinds of stoves. Ukderot munacho dal gabi kira, and the hot food is on the kira, and the kderot, the pots are on top of the kira ovens. Hitchel litkoa. That's all happening while during the second time. Nothing is changing for people who are still cooking. And keep in mind, for cooking here, this is not like today where they have warming trays or hot plates or chulin pots. When you wanted to eat the meal Friday night, you wanted to keep it as hot, as late as possible. Because once you took it off the fire, it would start getting cool. Okay? And for tomorrow, you wanted to try to insulate it possibly as well, as much as possible. We talk about hatmana, and what hatmana means that you're putting it in a place where it's insulated. You can put it in an insulation if the insulation does not add heat. We talked about that once, right? We said one of the chapters, the next chapter that we're not doing at this point is Parakira, which really talks about cooking and talks also about hatmana. You cannot put into an hatmana where it's fully insulated if it's something that's going to add heat to it. Sometimes you have a reaction of different types of metals and minerals that can begin to increase the heat that you couldn't do, but you could do it to keep it before Shabbos if it will be able to insulate the heat, and it's got to be completely insulated, so you can put it under the ground, for example. So this is none of this has been done yet. This is all the food is still cooking at the second tekiah. And once again, it calls it tekiah shniya. So I told you, according to the interpretation of Rashi and a lot of other Rishonim, it means here the trua. Now we have number 3. So what happens? Silek hamasalek. They took off the food that they needed to take off before Shabbos. These are all the food that they needed for that evening that they're now going to keep because they didn't really have such a long extended davening, it looks like. They probably didn't have l'chadodi because it wasn't invented yet. They didn't have Kabbalah Shabbos, it wasn't invented yet. Okay, so they came to Shul, they probably already said Shir HaShirim, they said Mincha, they maybe said Mincha earlier on. They came to Shul and they probably started with whatever it was that they got ready for Shabbos and went into Marav. Okay? Well, actually the truth was they davened in the fields, didn't they? So I'm not quite sure the people who came in from the fields now had to walk out to the fields again, I guess. But they didn't go that far. So v'hitmin hamatmin, and they hid or they insulated the food that needed to be insulated, and v'hidlik hamadlik, and they lit all the fires or the lights that needed to be lit for Shabbos itself. It could be for illumination, could be for warming and heating. All this had to be done, and this is what they do at number
Number 3.
Shofar number 3. And once again, we have not yet gotten where do we have where's about lighting candles. So it looks like this is Hidlik Hamadlik is really also referring not just to lighting the lights for illumination, really refers to also for Shabbos candles. Right, so they took everything off last minute, and now they light the Shabbos candles. So this is, which shofar blow is this? Number 3. The same thing, they wait the amount of time that it is to roast this very small fish. Or the amount of time it takes to crust over a tanner. Remember, people do not have chronometers, they don't have watches, they don't know how to assess things except based upon their normal, I guess what we call it, vestibular balance of things around them that they're used to identifying with. So therefore, if they knew pretty much how long they have to kind of shake their head back and forth for the fish to get roasted, they could assess that. Another person could, wave his hand in the air. That's the amount of time, how many waves would it take for the fish to get roasted. People knew they could walk one end of the room to the other, fish to get roasted. Everybody a different way. Whatever it was, that was the way to assess it. Or big pass v'tano v'tokea maria v'tokea v'shosek. And once again, there's shofar, tokea, trua, and tekiah, and shofes and shoves, and that was it. It's shvisa. It's now Shabbos. Shabbos has come in. Everything stops as it is. Okay. So that's there's no real argument to what we read before. It's just simply more of an expansion based upon everything that we had, just to give you a little more detail about what it was. Now the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Yossi Bar Chanina, or Rabbi Yossi Brebi Chanina, Shamati Shimbal Lahad Legachar Sheish Tekios Madlik. I heard, he says, and this is really where I told you the machlokas comes up, is this a halachic statement or not? Because you see the Gemara will actually negate it. I heard that if a person wants to light if a person wants to still light candles, which means do malacha, after the 6th tekiah, after the finale, after the shoves, that there's still time to quick get in a last minute malacha. What's the last minute malacha? Light a candle. Doesn't mean make a malacha to build a building. It doesn't mean a malacha to start grinding, which can take time. It means a malacha that you can just simply light something. You forgot to light a candle, forgot to flip a light switch on. So even though they've already blown the 3rd, the 6th shofar, which is really after the time for hadlakas neiros. Okay?
Maybe he agrees with what you said, that the mud leak is just every other fire, and just leave this for the last.
No. This means if he comes to light. If shimbal lahadlik means if he forgot.
No,
doesn't
I meant that the previous mud leaking were like you said.
I don't believe. No. True.
Now you're lighting the
because
candle.
First you'll see the Gemara will reject it in a moment.
The 6 blasts refer to the days of the week?
No, I think they simply just refer to the different stations, the different time, different things. And the reason at the end there were 3 tekiah, shvarm, tekiah, trua, tekiah is to just make sure people didn't miss it. I don't think there's anything more about having 6 days of the week and 6 stops and 6 things.
Maybe they're going by Rabbi Yossi's like just after Rabbi Yehuda's like last second, after Ben Hashmasha, because this is still, it's not like dark yet.
Right, it's not dark. That's correct.
He's just going by shofar,
right.
So he's going by. We had a split second after Rabbi Yehuda. That's when I like my candle.
Well, yes. Once again, the part. The part that we don't know is, except for the amount of time between number 3 and number 4, we don't really have a spacing in time that we can identify with. So in other words, you sounded number 3 and people lit their Shabbos candles. You waited for a short period of time, and then it looks like you did 4, 5, 6. It looks like 4, 5, 6 were all done immediately or instantaneously or very consecutively. But it is possible they did 4, and they waited, and then they did 5, and they waited, and then they did 6. So that's.
Then they did things after they got.
No, they just made them wait it out. The people should kind of get time to settle down. But
what happens to the guy that blew the shofar?
Oh, so we're going to come to that. Somebody's going to say that. He blew it. Okay, so you must have learned ahead. So just stay with us for 2 more lines. Okay.
He wasn't Jewish. He was Karen.
No, he was not. He was not Jewish. He was very Jewish. Okay. So once again, so when Rabbi Chanina is saying, look, let's stay with this, Rob. Okay, so the Rabbi Chanina says, I heard, it doesn't mean that we agree with this, but I heard that you can do something even after the 6th tekiah blast, that you could do something like lighting a candle. Why? Because the rabbis must have given the chazan time. The chazan knesses means there's the shamas. It's not a chazan. The shamas is blowing the shofar to go home and put his shofar away. So, look, you got to give the guy a couple minutes to get home. Wherever he's blowing from the highest point of town. He's blowing on the top of the shul, the top of the biggest building. It's going to take him 5 minutes to get home, so they gave him a 5-minute buffer. So therefore, it must be that there is a short buffer after the 6th shofar that you can get home. I don't know. It's like, I guess...
18 minutes?
So, yeah, it could be the 18 minutes today. So we back it up to do it before actually Shkia. Correct. Right, we back it up so we don't have a problem with this. So the question, so at any rate, let me just finish this up. So the Gemara says, Amar lo. So they said to him, if you say that that's really true, then you've got to make 2 different rules here. You've told everybody they have to stop after the 6th tekiah, but you're telling the chazan that he has an exemption. You can't play, you know, what do you call it? Loose and goosey, right? You can't kind of play it both ways.
Example of the low plu rule.
Right. If it's asur, it's asur. If it's mutar, it's mutar. Right? Either a guy can carry a shofar, or he can't carry the shofar. Now, you have to talk about what we'll discuss is a shofar muktzah or not muktzah. But it's not. It's the issue is what is a shofar and why would it be wrong to carry the shofar? That's the second question. We'll talk about in a few minutes. So, and we're not getting out of here till we finish. I told you, okay? So in other words, but once again, it has to be that you couldn't give the guy extra time. Ela makom tznu yesh lo lechazan. Knesses b'rosh gago sheshamanech shafaro. So therefore, there's where the chazan blew it. He had a little bit of some kind of cupboard or some kind of stowaway place. Then after he blew the shofar, he put it away right away. So within 5 seconds after the last shofar blowing, the shofar was put away. Because you can't carry a shofar on Rosh Hashanah, on Shabbos, and you can't carry the chatzotzos. The chatzotzos were the flat things that you see on the Arch of Titus, the trumpets, and the shofar was, of course, the curved horn. And the days of the Beis Hamikdash, they used both on Rosh Hashanah, and they use both on Tanesim. We don't use the chatzotzos anymore for blowing. We only use the shofar. But at one point, when there was a Beis Hamikdash, in the Beis Hamikdash, they had a shofar with the chatzotzos sounding on either side. So both, according to this brisa, is the shofar and the chatzotzos are also to carry on Shabbos. So therefore, in this case, where the chazan is blowing the shofar on Erev Shabbos, not Rosh Hashanah, he put the shofar away right away immediately. Okay, so therefore, now, the question I told you that comes up is not so much, is there a few minutes to light after the last shofar blowing? What if a person lit Shabbos candles as we do 18 minutes before Shkia? There's really 18 minutes to play with, but once they light Shabbos candles, are they now accepting Shabbos upon themselves? That's the discussion that we've shown him. Right, so it looks like basically, according to Rabbi Chanina, Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chanina, his chiddush is when there's really time. Right, he says, I heard that there's still time. And they said, they don't really have time, because I heard there's time because the guy's got to run home to put away a shofar. I said, not true, he puts it away right there. Because if there be time, it looks like you could still light it. So who's going to light the candle? We're talking about maybe the person light Shabbos candles already. How could they light the candle? Maybe it's the person who didn't light the Shabbos candle, and that's the last chance that they can do it. So that's where it comes up. But if a person lit Shabbos candles 18 minutes before Shkia, like we do, then suddenly realize they have still something to do, that's a machlokas and rishonim. Can the person, unless they explicitly did not accept Shabbos upon themselves, but normally when the housewife, or if you're lighting candles, you may light candles, the assumption is you have actually accepted Shabbos at that point, except that some rishonim seem to say, here's somewhat of a source that even after you lit candles, you could light candles again or do some other kind of malacha. Okay, let's move on. So the shofar is going to be muktzah, and so will be the chatzotzos. So the Gemara says, wait, v'yatanya, we have a brisa, shofar mitaltel. This, by the way, this is pretty much the end of the story of what happens Erev Shabbos. But now that we talked about shofar, we have to explain to you why is the shofar muktzah. Right, so the Gemara says, "V'atanya shofar mitaltel, v'chatzotzos ina mitaltelim." We have a brisa that seems to say the shofar can be carried on Shabbos, and the chatzotzos cannot be carried on Shabbos. Well, why? So, because it looks like the shofar has some kind of use on Shabbos, and the chatzotzos don't have a use at all. What can the use be for a shofar on Shabbos? You'll see in a moment. Right, so the Gemara is going to say that specifically, well, now that you said it, I'll say it. Okay, it's okay, it's good. Rashi says it here at this point, that you could use a shofar like a sippy cup. A sippy cup, what's a sippy cup? A cup is a trainer cup, a training cup for children. So once they get past the nipple, once it gets past sucking on a bottle, they will need something. They can't just give them a cup. They kind of douse themselves. So you have something like a cup with a little bit of a faucet at the end, like a little bit like holes in the end. I call it a sippy cup. Maybe I'm speaking American. I don't know. Okay.
No, for sure.
So therefore, the shofar, you could fill up the shofar. It has a curve on it. You could use it for whiskey too if you need that training too. You know what, Archie? Next week when we start new prayer, you'll bring in us a fifth, and give us training. Okay, now, so therefore you can do this as well, and as a result, you can.
Therefore, it's okay to carry.
So therefore, it has a purpose because of purpose on Shabbos. So you see that can be done. So shofar can be done. So Rav Yossi lo kasha kam yochid kam b'tzimur. Now that's only really for an individual. An individual has a purpose to use it to feed the kid. A public shofar they didn't use this for. Because the public shofar is used for public use. Why would you use a public shofar to use to feed your kid? That's misuse of public funds. So Amalei Abaye. So the Gemara says, wait, uviyachid l'may chazi. What's it useful for a yachid? Hov roy l'gmobo mayim l'tinok. You can make it, put the water into to give water to a kid. So but tzibur nami, if that's the case, you can use it for an individual shofar. You can do that for a shofar as well. For a communal shofar, chazay l'gamei l'tinok ani. For a poor kid, a naughty kid who is dependent upon the public role, who is being the parents are eating in the soup kitchen. In other words, the community is looking after them, so you can use communal funds, you can use communal objects to use that. So why can't you use the say shofar? Communal shofar is also usable. So Vesu and another kasha is Hadatanya Kishem Shmatatlam. It says shofar Kach Matatlam Chatzotzus. We have another brisa that says not only is a shofar not muktzah, a chatzotzus are not muktzah either. So we seem to say on the one hand shofar is muktzah, then we seem to say the shofar is muktzah, no chatzotzus are not, and now we have a third variety that says neither shofar nor chatzotzus are muktzah. So this idea of yachid and tzibur is not viable. So who's going to be a lokasha? Ha Rabbi Yehuda, ha Rabbi Shimon, ha Rabbi Nechemiah. So there are three opinions, and the three opinions the Gemara does not explain, but Rashi tells us exactly what it means. Rabbi Shimon does not accept muktzah. So something that is a kli, that Rabbi Shimon says this kind of object is always going to be considered mutar. So whether it's a shofar or whether it's a chatzotzos, this shofar is not going to be, this type of object is metatlim, is not going to be considered muktzah altogether. So according to Rabbi Shimon, both a shofar and a chatzotzos are permissible to carry on Shabbos. According to Rabbi Yehuda, a kli that shemalachto li'isr you could use for a davar heter. So something that has a prohibited purpose really for it is the main usage. If you can use it for a good purpose, it's permissible to use it for. So the shofar is therefore, and that's going to be the middle category, where the shofar is not muktzah because you can use it to give to a tinok, but the chatzotzos because the straight has no such utilitarian purpose. And Reb Nechemiah has a very stringent opinion that says a kli shemalachto li'isr is only used for its main purpose. So a shofar whose main purpose is really to be a trumpet, really to sound the sound, even though you could decide to use it for feeding a kid, that's not the main purpose for it. You'd get a sippy cup. You didn't want to use a shofar. It's really not meant for it. It would come out both ends. The kid would blow into it instead of drinking from it. So therefore, according to Rabbi Nechemiah, both are prohibited. So Rabbi Shimon, who says most muktzahs are mutar, says both chatzotzos and shofar is mutar. Rabbi Yehuda says a kli shemalachto li'isr that has a permitted purpose you can use for the permitted purpose. Shofar is mutar, chatzos is zaser. Reb Nechemiah says that a kli shemalachto li'isr is only used for its primary purpose, and its aser is going to say both shofar and chatzos is aser. Okay, simple. Let's go on. So that's the Gemara's answer. So therefore, when this Mishnah said that the Chazan, this Brisa said the Chazan has to put away his shofar, it was really following the opinion of Reb Nechemiah. If you were following, as we do, follow the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda, who we do follow, the shofar would not really be muktzah, it looks like it's really not muktzah, because you could use it like mobotinok. As far as I know, we really treat a shofar as muktzah. I don't know why. 100%. I guess today probably we don't use it like mobotinok anymore. No, anyone have a shofar would consider using it to kind of spoon feed a kid? I don't know.
Guess use a small
because we go according to the primary purpose. The primary purpose of a shofar is to blow on Rosh Hashanah.
Right, correct. But there are some times where you have a kli shemalachto li'isr that you use it for davar heter as principle. For example, you can use a hammer to crack open nuts on Shabbos.
Shabbos hammer.
Not a Shabbos hammer. You can use a hammer. You can use a real hammer to crack open nuts on Shabbos. And because the kli shemalachto li'isr, you do it for davar heter.
Put it away before Shabbos maybe or something. I don't know. Okay, because we have like Shabbos scissors for opening up the milk.
Okay, very nice.
I don't know. That's
good. Okay, everybody's invited to Archie's house on Shabbos morning for milk and cookies. Okay, now come, guys. We're running out of time. Remember, no, we don't get out of here. We really want to finish. Okay, you'll get out of here. Don't worry. Okay, so at any rate. So therefore, so it'd be Rabbi Nechemia. So Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Nechemia. And the Gemara actually gives a different twist. Umay shofar. And when it says the shofar, you cannot. So it could be actually maybe I told you it's Rabbi Nechemia, but it's possible it's Rabbi Yehuda who says that a shofar really you can move, right? Because l'gmor botinok. But you couldn't move a chatzotzos except when it says shofar. Wait for this, guys. Here's the kicker. It says when it says shofar, my shofar, nami chatzotzos. The shofar really means chatzotzos. Okay, so in other words, it's which means, and you're all laughing, but you see in a moment, the Gemara is going to have its last laugh. That the Gemara, which means, by the way, if you accept this, it's possible that according to this, when they were sounding the shofar, they were sounding chatzotzos. Because the Gemara is now going to say that it looks like that whenever it says shofar, they changed the word shofar to mean chatzotzos. Whenever it says chatzotzos, they meant shofar. Okay.
Chatzotzos would make a lot of sense. I mean,
yes, it could be. It could be. But this is where the Gemara is now going to end off on. It's going to give you some really kind of way out things. It says certain words, even though throughout the Gemara this never comes up. In other words, when it says shofar in the Gemara, it means a shofar. When it says chatzotzos, it means chatzotzos. But it is possible, colloquially, that sometimes shofar and chatzotzos were flipped in their usages. I mean, it's not possible. You call one a horn. You call one a horn. Call them both a horn. You could refer to chatzotzos, you could refer to the shofar. Even the horn is not a correct term, it's a trumpet, but you're using a term that's a colloquial term. So the Gemara is now going to end up the last half daf by talking about different terms that inevitably flipped around, were reversed. And here is a whole sequence of about 6 of them. The Amr of Chisda, Hani Klas Milam, it was 3 of them. There were 3 things. Ishtani Shemayu, Micharav Beis HaMikdash. Once the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, their names were changed around. The names changed. Chatzotzros, Shofara, and Shofara Chatzotzos. What was called the shofar became called the Chatzotzos. Colloquially, what was called the Chatzotzos became called the shofar. Once again, it does not mean that any of the Gemaras talk about it. It means the guy on the street, when he said to me, okay, you're going to hear the Chatzotzos today in Shul, he was talking about hearing the shofar in Rosh Hashanah, and vice versa. Lamai nafkamina, what's the significance? L'shofar shel Rosh Hashanah. A person is talking about the shofar in Rosh Hashanah, and that you can blow the shofar in Rosh Hashanah means they would sometimes use the term chatzotzros to do about when are you going to sound the chatzotzros. So sometimes they use the term, they said chatzotzros, they meant shofar. That's one example. So shofar and chatzotzros flips. It's possible here in this Gemara also to flip. Next of the 6, arava tzavtzafa. So the guys don't know what aravas are. Aravas for sukkahs. Aravas, willows. Tzavtzafa is a different kind of tree. It also grows in swampy areas where it needs a lot of water. Except Rashi and the other Gemara say it's a round kind of leaf. It's not like the arava. It's kind of like a crazy arava. It's not an arava. But it's people sometimes misled to use them. So and probably because it grew in the same kind of area within the river banks. So an arava is kosher, tzavtzafa is not. But guess what? After Chorban Abayis, they flipped the terms. Tzavtzafa became called arava became tzavtzafa. Lamai nafkamina lelulav. The difference is going to be in terms of someone tells you he's going to use a tzavtzafa, which is possible now it became kosher because it's referring to a different thing. Okay, pesorta. Psora is a big table, and a psorta is a small table. It's a diminutive. So they would flip use of these 2 terms after Chorban Abayis. They would call a big table used to be called a psora. They called it a psorta. They called the psorta, which was a small table. Now they called it a psora. Lamai nafkamina. What's the difference between the 2 of this? Lameka chamemkar. If you were selling tables, I'm not sure if you're selling tables or you're selling the amount of stuff that would go on a table. In other words, I'm going to sell you a tabletop full of peanuts. Okay. So those are the first 3. Now, seeing we have a first 3 here, the Gemara says, well, guess what? There's a few more they threw in as well. Amra Abaye, Afanu Nomar, that we have also another kind of thing. Then let me explain to you. There are 4 stomachs in the cow. There is the keres, is the first stomach. Let's see if I get them correct. The second stomach is the beis hakosos, because the inside looks like cups. It looks like cuppings on the inside of the second one. I forget which one it's called. The cow regurgitates between the first stomach to the second stomach. Second stomach goes up again, chews it back to the first stomach, second stomach, then moves on to the third stomach, which is called the hemsis. It's a Greek term, but that's what it's used even today. And here it's going to be called something else. It's going to be called base hovlila. It's going to be called hovlila, and the fourth stomach is called the keva, and then that goes right into the intestines and goes out. So the question is between the two stomachs, between stomach 2 and stomach 3, which really runs in a straight line. Stomach 2 again, once again, 1 is keres, 2 is besa kosos, 3 is hemsis or is hovlila, and 4 is keva. So the names for the second and third stomachs got flipped as well after Churban Abayis. If you learn Masechet Chulin, they're not flipped, but somehow colloquially they were flipped on the floor of the Shlachtais. So Abayis says, Afanu, even we also flipped another thing as well, Hovlila, Beis Kasei, Ubeis Kasei, Hovlila. The second stomach, which was the Beis Kosos, was now flipped and called a Hovlila or a Hemsis, and these Beis Kosos, and so forth, back and forth. Why Lamai Nafkamina? What's the difference between the two? So the Gemara talks about a difference as follows, that sometimes cows, if you perforate any of the intestinal tract all the way through, it's definitely going to make the animal trafe. Okay, and this can happen. Animals eat all kinds of things.
Trafe anyway. The camel.
What camel? The cow. Cow. 4 stomachs in a cow.
They do that to relieve the
Camels probably have
That's different than eat wet grass. You're talking
Oh, that's a separate thing. That's a very big shaila. That's correct.
Exactly, yeah.
But I'm talking about
they're all trafe maybe.
right. Correct. That's a very complex shaila. I don't know that much about it. I'm not going to go into it. Whether they actually make certain holes into cows or sheep. So anyway, once again, but here's the difference. In the base of kosos, because it is thicker, the second stomach, because it goes first stomach, the second stomach come up, first stomach, second stomach, third stomach, fourth stomach. If the machad goes in on one side and does not come through the other, the animal is still kosher. In the third stomach and onwards, if it goes and stuck on one side, it breaks the lining of the stomach, and it does not go through, it's going to be considered treif because it's such a thin lining, inevitably it's going to go through. So even if it doesn't go through, so the difference will be if it's really only has a machad on the inside and not on the outside. The second stomach would make it kosher, third stomach would make it treif. So depending on what you call the second stomach or third stomach will have a significance when you find that. I once actually, when I went to a shlachtos, which was many, many years ago, they showed us a cow had swallowed a nail, and the nail was actually through the intestines. Okay, which made the animal treif, which made that animal treif. They normally don't check the intestines, but you pull things out, you see these things. It was going through. When they ran over to show us students, we would see that because it doesn't happen every day. They now actually today they have on the feed bin they have actually magnets, which is meant to catch all the pieces of chazarai and the bales of hay and everything else, and the nails and impurities that they don't go down the stomach of the cow. But guess what? It happens. So at any rate, that's the next one. Machat, whether it's a machat, besa kosos, or in the hemsis, or in the havlila. So the shenemar why bi'avi besa kosos mitzarecha ksheru mishnei tzadim treifa only in the besa kosos if it's on one side is kosher and the other one if one side is treifa. And that's about that's one that Abaye throws in. Next one, Amar Avashi, we're almost at the end. Afanu nomar bavel bursif and bursif bavel. So says Abaye. Guess what? We have one final one, okay, and that is between whether bavel is called bursif and bursif is called bavel. And Rashi, what's the big difference? Whether you want to call it? Who cares about what you call the name of a country? So Rashi says the difference is, but Lamai Nafkamina says the Gemara on the other side, the last 6 words or 5 words, legite nashim for the gite nashim. Let me tell you what that is before we break up. Rashi gives 2 pshatim. When you write the name of a get, you have to be very careful about the name of a city. As far as I know, and I don't know actually, I'm not up to date, but I recall in the past we did not write Gittin in Thornhill. There was no kfir shame for writing Thornhill. We write Ksuvas in Thornhill, of course, but again, it's much different. We write kfir shame for Thornhill. It's called Thornhill, the Yasve Al Kaif Yam, Ontario. It sits on the banks of Lake Ontario. I try to identify the city with whatever river.
Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah.
I say that's a ksuva. I'm talking about a get. Get.
You say do it in Toronto then?
We do it in Toronto because Toronto has a kfir shame that goes back all the way to Rav Robart and others before him how to write a get and how to write Toronto. I believe it's with 2 olives, not two vavs. So they call it Toronto. That sits on the banks of Lake Ontario. So that's how it's called. And that has a kfir shem. So therefore, knowing the name of the city and knowing what it's called, this is really important. So if you call Bavel Bursa from Bolsov Barvel in the get, that's going to make a big mistake. That's one thing. Tosfos actually asks a question on this because the Tosfos points out that we really don't list the name of the country. We list the name of the city. Right. So who cares what name of the country was Bavel or Borsov? So Tosfos says that, you know what, in Bavel, there was a city called Bavel, like New York, New York. So there was a little city somewhere, a big city called Babylonia in Babylonia. So therefore, which later became Borsov, comma Babylon, Babylonia, comma Babylonia became Borsov, comma Babylonia, and Borsov, comma Babylonia became Babylonia, comma Babylonia. So really, they did have a city, and calling the city by the wrong name it is. That's one difference. The other difference that Rashi says is there's a rule in the beginning of Maseches Gittin that when people came from outside of Eretz Yisrael and they brought a get to Eretz Yisrael to deliver it, they had to say B'fanei Nechtam, B'fanei Nechtam. They had to say, I saw was written and I saw was sealed, it was written in front of me, and I saw the witnesses sign in front of me, because they didn't know who these witnesses were. In Bavel, they didn't have to do that. Because Bavel, they were Bekian. So if a get came from Bavel, the messengers just simply had to deliver it, because they knew the Batei Dinim in Bavel were well versed in being delivered to Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, it makes a difference whether it's Bavel or it's not Bavel. So if they change the name Bavel to Borsov and Borsov to Bavel, it can have implications. Not just the name of the city is incorrect. Forget the name of the city. They got the city correct because the city didn't change. It's only the country. But it could have implications whether you'd have to say when you bring a get from Bavel or Borsov to Eretz Yisrael, whether you have to say B'fanei Nechtam, B'fanei Nechtam. So that is number 5. That Ravina says this at the end, or Rav Ashi says it. This was another flip that there was. So at the end of the day, the change happens between Chatzotzos and Shofar. What's really important for you to know is none of this is relevant to any other Gemara you will learn. Okay? No, this is important because if you learn Bavel, it's Bavel. If you learn Bursav, it's Bursav, Chatzotzos, Shofar, Beis Kosos, Arava, Tzavtzafa. All of this is really just in terms of colloquial usage that seems to be referenced here, but none of the halachic references that are very exact have any change whatsoever. And this really concludes the second parak. Have a great weekend. A great week. Okay, so now I'll tell you we're on page study Vav Medet. We had started the parak last time, and we had jumped into a middle about Av and Tolda. Actually, we talked about where do you learn that that's Tolda. Where do you learn that Hotzah is an Asar min Torah? We had a long derivation of Vayiviru Kol B'Machaneh. Moshe told the people not to bring the stuff. They said maybe it's really Shabbos. Maybe it's not Shabbos, but the issue was that they ran out of stuff. And we had a drasha that says Vayiviru Kol B'Machaneh, and then Vayom Kippur it says by blowing the Ovel, which will actually be it's going to be this week's parsha. Vabarta Shofar Tvor B'Chodesh Hashvi. This is about the Jubilee Yovel, which will be either here on Shabbos, this Shabbos in 6 days or 5 days. So it says Havarta. That's a day that's holy. You should then Shofar is a malacha, or maybe not a malacha, but it's surely a holy day. So too the same thing when Moshe said, don't bring any more fruit, any more work, or many more objects. It was really dealing with the fact that it was prohibited because of Shabbat. And one last thing we said was there was a reversion in Rabbeinu Hananel, who eliminated this whole drash and says simply the fact that Moshe used the term malacha. That was an indication that if that's called malacha, not to travel from your camp to my camp, not to travel from Machne Yisrael to Machne Levia. Therefore, you see that's determined the malacha. Malachas are prohibited on Shabbos, as we learn about from malachas are prohibited because that was needed for building the Mishkan was not permitted on Shabbos. So therefore, if Moshe says don't travel, al yasu malacha, don't travel to bring the malacha, it means traveling itself is a type of malacha. I'm not sure how much you're catching if you didn't catch the first time round, but the bottom line is there is a pasuk that tells us that Hotzah is prohibited to carry on Shabbos, and that Moshe actually identified it. And we pointed out the reason that they looked for a pasuk, because Malach Hotzah is what is called a malacha grua. It's a degraded type of malacha. It really doesn't make a change in the object. It simply is moving the location. So you're not really changing anything within the object. You're not creating, you're not decreating, not constructing, you're not deconstructing. You're simply moving the locus of the objects. Therefore, they wanted to find a pasuk, even though most malachos that we want to identify in the Mishkan, we will identify based upon events that were needed to make for the Mishkan, like baking and coloring and dyes and writing and fire and all that. We don't have psukim that tell us they did this in the Mishkan or for building a Mishkan, but that was a necessary process. Now, I'll tell you where we're going to begin. So after having done that, I'm going to just count from the top of the page. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Okay, maybe 12. Okay, so the Gemara says, Ashkechan Hotzah, maybe even above that. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, line 11. Okay, the 11th line from the top. We did this already last week. We're just going to overlap about a half a dozen lines. So the Gemara says, we have a pasuk therefore that tells me, Hotzah, I cannot carry out on Shabbos. Ashkechan Hotzah, Hachnasa Minalan. How do I know that I can't carry in? I know I can't carry out because Moshe told the Jewish people, you can't carry from your houses to where I am. Don't bring any more food, work. Don't bring any more items for the malacha to build the Mishkan. So that is going from their tents, which were really a Rishus HaYachid, to where Moshe was in Rishus HaRabim. Why was Moshe in Rishus HaRabim? Because Moshe was sitting opposite the Machne Leviyah. Machne Leviyah was where people walked through. They came through for two reasons. They came through, as Rashi says, to learn from Moshe. So everybody had to go hear what Moshe was going to tell about the Torah, and they also came, according to some other svarim, that's where the Be'er Shemurim actually was. So you have that they're going from their houses, which were one tent on top of another in the midbar, which was a Rishus HaYachid, through the open spaces to get to where Moshe was, which is right in the Machne Leviyah, or between the Machne Leviyah and where the Aron Habris was, where the Mishkan itself was set up, which was an open place that everybody would come to. So the Gemara says, so therefore we had a pasuk why the people couldn't go from Hotzah, couldn't take from inside to outside. What about Hachnasa? What about going the other way around from outside to inside? So the Gemara says, Svarahu, it's logical. Mechdei Rishus L'Rishus Hu, seeing you going from one location to another location, Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, Mali Afuki, Mali Ayuli. What does it really make a difference whether you're going out or whether going in? Any type of transfer is going to be prohibited. If you see that Moshe said, don't bring from your houses, which is Rishus HaYachid, to where the Mishkan is, which is Rishus HaRabim, logic would say that any kind of transferring of Rishus from a public to a private to a public, is going to be included as well. So you don't really need a separate pasuk. So then why do we call this the malacha of Hotzah? Why don't we call this the malacha of Hotzah and Achnasa? Right? So the Gemara says, Mihu Hotzah av Achnasa told. However, when it comes to defining what are the avot malacha, there are 39 cardinal malachot, or parents of the malacha, av malacha. Hotzah is the av, and Achnasa is the told. Achnasa is considered as the derivative of the malacha. So in other words, there is a main malacha, and under the main malacha there are certain secondary malachas that are also awesome in a Torah, but they have a secondary category. So one would be Hachnasa, would be a Tolda. Another would be Ha'avara, which we're going to learn about, which is transferring within a Rishus HaRabim, carrying it 4 amos. That's the one we're most acquainted with. You can't carry in a public domain 4 amos. That's not transferring Rishus. That's all a public domain, but we pointed out that according to a lot of the Rishonim, Havar is because a person's personal space is 4 amos. You're carrying from your personal space to another outside your personal space. So all of those will be considered toldos. Now you're going to say, why do we call one a hotzah? Why do we call one an av? Why do we call one a toldo? Which sounds like a semantics. So the Gemara is going to ask that question. The Gemara is going to give two responses. Seeing that you're going to be chayiv for hotzah, you're going to be chayiv for hachnasa. When one is called an av, am I kori hay av? Why is hotzah called an av? Am I kori hay tolda? Why do you call one a tolda? Why not just call? Why have a list of 39 avot that have derivative toldos? Why not just have a whole larger list of all kinds of malachot that are prohibited? Say there's a malacha of hotzah, there's a malacha of achnasa, there's a malacha of havar. Just make the list really large. So the Gemara says nafkamina. The difference will be the avit shtei avot b'hadei adadi, nami shtei toldot b'hadei adadi, mechayiv tarti. If a person did two separate cardinal malachot, let's say you wrote and you carried, you built and you cooked. Okay, so you did two malachos and you did two separate malachos, you'd be chayiv for two. But if you did the avit talda didei lo mechayiv, but if you did the cardinal malacha with its subsidiary, you would only be chayiv lo mechayiv elachada one. So, for example, if you carried out from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, and then you can continue carried in the Rishus HaRabim for 4 amot. So you did two malachot, but it's really one malacha, because havara is really a derivative of hotzah. You carried out, and then you carried in. So that's really two parts. One is a secondary, one is a major listing of what it is. So therefore, you'd only be chayiv one. It doesn't really tell us why one is the av and one is considered the tolda. So let's wait, and we'll do a couple of more lines. That's pretty much as far as we got last time. We left us hanging.
Then it's two.
Right. But what it doesn't really tell me right now, it doesn't really explain to me why Hotzah is the Av, and the Toldos are not was not an Av. Why not say that the Av Malacha is Hachnasa, and the Tolda is Hotzah? Why not say the Av Malacha is Havara, carrying in Rishus Harabim, and the Tolda is going to be carrying from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim? So let's just say we'll do the next part of this Gemara, the next 6 lines, and then we'll be able to explain it. And that's really where we got caught last time. So in other words, until now we've been explaining and assuming that the maximum number of malacha that you can do, the maximum number of different types of transgressions one can do for Shabbos is maxed out at 39 on any one Shabbos, because there are 39 different avot. So I could do, theoretically, if I forgot about what the malachot were, I could theoretically do 39 different prohibitions on Shabbat, because there are 39 avot malacha. If I did the derivations as well, I still would be capped at 39. But it is theoretically possible to consider that I would be doing 39 different avot malachot on Shabbos, and that is capped at 39. And if I did the toldot, I still would not be considered doing any more than 39. So I think the good example is the one we're talking about now, which is about Hotzah. So if I carried out from inside to outside, and I carried back in, and then I carried out, and I was carrying in a Rishus Harabim, that's a max of 1. So I can't do any more than 1 for that malacha. So that's the shita of the Chachamim, and that's the dominant shita. However, there is an opinion of Rav Elazar. And Rav Eliezer's opinion is found in some of the Mishnah, is found in some of the Brises in Masechet Shabbos as well as other places, that actually even you'd be chayav for doing a tolda together with the Av. There's really no maximum that you could do. So according to Rav Eliezer, and once again, we don't know how the mitzvah stamps and Avera stamps are counted upstairs. We don't get to see the sheet, right? We don't get to see the record. But according to Shittas Rav Eliezer, if a person carried out from indoors to outdoors, then a person continued walking in Rishus Harabim, you'd actually be chayav 2 Averos. One for the Av Malacha of Hotzah, and then for the Tolda of Havara. Or I carried out and then I carried in. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you'd be chayav for Hotzah and you'd be chayav for Hachnasa. So according to Rabbi Eliezer, you can't simply say that there's a difference to the maximum number. What difference does it make? Why do I call one an Av Malacha? Why do I call one a Tolda? What is the real difference between calling one an Av and calling one a Tolda?
According to his shita.
What would it be any difference? They both would be considered cardinal malachot. Why make one a subsidiary? What is the significance of having a subsidiary under a major cardinal malacha if you're going to be chayav for the cardinal malacha and you'll be chayav for the subsidiary secondly? If I say that I'm only chayav for one category, so I got 39 cardinal categories of avot, and under each cardinal category, I got separate subsidiaries of which I can't be chayav alone. I can only be chayav maxed at 1 for that. So I understand why I have an Av and why I've got toldot underneath them. But if they're really the same, at the end of the day, what do I care whether one is an Av, one is a tolda? Why not call them all Avos or call them all toldos or just call them all malachos? So,
because you've endless amounts. You have 39, so find that number.
So according to Rabbi Eliezer,
2 million.
Correct. So according to Rabbi Eliezer, there would be not an infinite amount. There would be a large finite number because according to Rabbi Eliezer, there's no cap. According to Rabbi Eliezer's shita, the dominant opinion says I maxed the 39 malachot that I could do on Shabbat.
39 carbons.
39 carbonot. Okay, 39 carbonot. Good example. I get 39 carbonot I have to bring. According to Rabbi Eliezer, there's no maximum. Rabbi Eliezer would say you can't do the same. If I forget the malacha is prohibited and I do the same malacha twice, I'm only chayav once. But let's say I do the malacha and then it's derivative. I carry out, that's hotzah, and then once I'm outside, I pick it up again and I start carrying in Rishus Harabim.
It's another act.
Yes, it is. So normally we would say that the havara, carrying in Rishus Harabim, is a subsidiary of taking in from inside to outside. So if I did them both and I didn't realize in the middle that something is wrong, I'm only chayav according to our opinion, the dominant opinion of the Chachamim, one carbon. According to Rav Eliezer, I'm chayav for 2 carbonos. So there's no maximum. So what do I care really whether one is a major, one is the category, one is a secondary part of the category? They're all simply equal in terms of counting them up.
What if you did it on purpose?
I would be chayav for multiple kareses, I suppose. You only chayav once. Right? You get malchus, maybe multiple malchuses. So the Gemara says, so what difference does it really make? So my korelei ava, my korelei tolda. So the Gemara answers as follows. And this is once again the part that we kind of got stuck. We ran out of time with this. Hach tavoy b'mishkan chashiva korelei av. Hach lo have b'mishkan chashiva lo korelei av. In other words, if a malacha was found in the Mishkan exactly as we said, it would be considered an av malacha. If it's not exactly in the Mishnah as exactly we said, in other words, it's simply very similar to the Av Malacha, but it's more of a derivative, it's a secondary thing, and it did not occur in the Mishkan, so then that would be considered a Tolda. That's how we normally understand this to be. So in other words, if something was in the Mishkan, and you see that therefore Moshe told the people not to carry out, that's one answer. Okay, so in other words, that may not, by the way, explain what Hotzah is. So therefore, if I'm trying to think of an example,
it answers really the question of why we have Av and why we have
Tolda
in general, right?
Right. Why do we have an Av and a Tolda? Those that were exactly the way we detailed them existed in the Mishkan, and building the Mishkan is called an Av. Right. If something is very similar to what was done, but it was not exactly like that in the Mishkan, but it's close enough that it's a similar thing, but it was done in a different format, that would be considered like a Tolda. This is not rabbinic. This is prohibited minat Torah. We haven't gotten to Rabbanans. Rabbanans are simply extensions that rabbis added further measures, things that were a little more dissimilar, that were not Av and not even a Tolda, but the Tolda is therefore a Torah level prohibition. However, it did not really happen in the Mishkan as it really took place. So that's one answer. Inami, the second answer, the ones that are written in the Torah are called an Av, and the ones that are not written in the Torah are called a Tolda. Now there are two answers that are given here, and the Rishonim actually point out that they really seem to apply to a different Avs or different Malachot. The second answer really more applies to the Malacha of Hotzah. In other words, how do you know that Hotzah was prohibited? Where do you know that you can't carry from indoors to outdoors? Where do you know that? Moshe said there was a pasuk. Moshe said, "Vaitzav Moshe vayvir kol b'machaneh." So Moshe said you cannot carry out from your locations to bring to the Mishkan, and Moshe was saying you can't do this on Shabbos because it's a malacha. So that is the pasuk that tells us about what is the Av Malacha. When it comes to the other parts that are related to Hotzah, like carrying Havara from Adalat Amos and the Rishus Harabim, or passing, there is no real pasuk that talks about it. It took place in the Mishkan. Right, so when it comes to Hotzah, we would include things like Havara, like carrying or Hoshata or passing along, even though they did take place in the Mishkan, but there is no pasuk directly that tells us that it took place. There's no direct pasuk that it refers to. It's only known that they needed to do it from the Mishkan. So let me give you one example that you learned already. When it came to passing objects in the Mishkan, and this is called Moshid or Hoshata, we learned that the Levium, when they disassembled the krashim, the planks, they would pass them to one wagon, and then from one wagon they'd move them to the other wagon. So that was a case, and they were above Rishus Harabim. The wagons were in Rishus Harabim. So that's a case where you're passing along. Now, there's no pasuk that says so. But we understood that when they were preparing to set up the Mishkan, or take the Mishkan down and move it to the next place to set it up again, that needed to take place. So that becomes therefore a case of Hotzah, a case of a derivative of Hotzah that does not have a pasuk, but really we know it took place in the Mishkan. So that's about Hotzah. When it comes to other malachot of Shabbos, so therefore you would have toldos that are very similar to what took place in the Mishkan, that would be considered really simply extensions of what it was, even though they it didn't take place exactly that way in the Mishkan itself. Let me think if I can find a good example here. Let's see now. Okay, here's a good example. Choresh. Choresh is plowing. Okay, so you understand why did they need to do plowing? Plowing was needed to make the Mishkan.
To get the plants to make
the plants that have to plow, to put the seeds in, to make the hard grass, the ground soft, so the plants would grow, so they'd be able to have the plants would grow to make the dyes. Okay, so that is really choresh.
How long these plants grow?
However long they grow.
No, but you're moving. If
This is not about during the Mishkan. This is preparing to build the Mishkan. However long it took the plants to grow, a month, 2 months, 3 months.
But they're moving.
They're not moving yet. They're building in one place. They're building the Mishkan.
Oh, they're moving for that month?
They're setting it up. Right? They're setting up. The Mishkan actually took a while to build. They were told after Yom Kippur to build the Mishkan. They built the Mishkan from after Yom Kippur. They finished it at the end of Kislev, and they actually didn't dedicate it till Nisan. So the actual building of the Mishkan, they're really not moving around. They're preparing it. However long it is, I don't know, your plants are growing. I don't know how long it takes to grow plants to make dyes. So you'll come back in a month, you'll see how big your plants are. Right now, the things are coming out of the ground, little things coming out, right? You don't even imagine what's going to be. Come back in a month and a half, things will be pretty high. So therefore, let's take Choresh, therefore, what is going to be the Av Malacha that was needed in the Mishkan? Choresh, which is actually digging up the soil. What about something that you have a floor of a house? And you had a hard, not a hardwood floor, you had a hard sand floor. Okay, so therefore, if I move something along the ground, I'm also doing choresh. Now, they did not do that in the Mishkan. But that would be a tolda of choresh, or actually maybe a tolda of boneh, because you're building. So not building a Mishkan, you're simply scratching a hole in the floor, that would be considered tolda. So it's very similar in the act. The act is similar, the purpose is similar, but it's not exactly as it was in the Mishkan. So therefore, most toldos are going to be defined as something that did not exist in the Mishkan, or did exist in the Mishkan, where we're not as significant as the Av. And when it comes to Otzah, what makes a tolda is going to be something that actually was not found in the pasuk, and what makes an Av is something that was found in the pasuk. All of this Hotzah is a little bit different, because Hotzah is what's called a malacha gerua. It's a depreciated act because you're not really doing malacha. So therefore, the Gemara says, according to Rav Eliezer, who says that you can be chai for doing the Av and the Tolda at the same time. So Rav Eliezer would say that if I forgot on Shabbos that I can't plow, and I plowed outside, and then I came into my house and I dug a furrow in my house. I don't know, I take a shovel and I dig. I'm not sure why I would do this in my house.
You moved something.
Right, or maybe I moved something, which gets into a little more complex situation. Did I intend to do it? Not intend to. I'm trying to give a very simple case. I dug a hole. I want to dig out a foundation to my house. Yeah, I can't do it. I want to do it. I'm living in a cottage that has no foundation, and I want to dig a foundation down. Sometimes they add foundations after these things are built. You can't really build too close to the walls because the walls will collapse, but you can put a foundation in the middle, or put some kind of trench where you want to have a storage area. So let's say I do that under the house. So that's not really the same time as choresh outside, where I would go with cows, or I would go with a hand plow to plow up the land. That's a little bit different. So according to our view of the Rabbanan, I'd be only chayav one. I forgot these malachas are asur. I knew it's Shabbos, I forgot the asur. So I'd be chayav for one malacha of choresh, which is the Av, and the Tolda is still included under the Av malacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, I'd be chayav for two. Because according to Rabbi Eliezer, I'm chayav for two. Why? Because I'm chayav for the Av and the Tolda separately.
So if you were to do all 39 according to his shita,
it could be
you have to bring 78. Theoretically, 78.
There's more than one Toldas.
But the Tolda on the Av, right?
There could be 5 or 6 Toldas for every Av. Right. So there could. That's what Morty asked before, that you could have a very large number of kavar chatases. So, but the point of it, so according to what he said, you only chayav one. I understand why there's a difference between an Av and a Tolda, because it's important to know which one categorized on something else. Let's say instead of doing choresh, I went outside and I planted seeds. I didn't cut up the ground. I planted seeds, and then I came inside and I dug up my basement. So that would be chayav for zoreya, the Av of zoreya. Then it'd be chayav for the Tolda of choresh or boneh. So therefore, even our opinion that says you're maxed out at one, could be chayav for one Tolda and one Av. Because they're two separate things. But if I did choresh, which was the Av choresh, and I did a Tolda of choresh by digging up the ground in the house, there'd be still chayav for our opinion, chayav only one, because you can't be chayav an additional one for Tolda and Av. So I understand, according to our opinion, that's why I need to know which is the Av, which is the Tolda. Because I need to know, am I going to be chayav separately? According to Rabbi Eliezer, who says, no, I can be chayav for two. For choresh outside in the field where I'm plowing, and for digging up my basement, which is a Tolda, I'm going to be chayav for two, even though they're both choresh. One is the Av, one is the Tolda. So why do I need to know which is the Av, which is the Tolda? Those that were found to build the Mishkan, were needed to construct the Mishkan, are the Avs. Not going to make a difference in terms of how many mitzvah, various stamps I get, but what's important for the categorization is to know the ones that are categorized as having been done in the Mishkan were considered the Avs, the ones that were not done exactly like that in the Mishkan, but are very similar in the act and the purpose, are going to be considered the Toldos. So therefore, that's what Rav Eliezer is going to say. So now it comes back to according to our opinion, why do we need, according to our opinion, on the other hand, how I'd only be chayav one?
Right.
So why is Hotzah going to be the Av and Havar going to be the Tolda? Let's go. Hachnas is going to be the Tolda. Taking out is the Av, and bringing in is going to be the Tolda. So what's the answer? So we didn't really answer it before. So the answer is really based upon even the answer of Rav Eliezer, the same idea. The ones that are found in the Torah, have a pasuk for Hotzah, is going to be the Av, and the one that's not found in the pasuk in the Torah is going to be the Tolda. We don't have a pasuk where Moshe says to the people, don't go from outside to inside. You only have the pasuk of Avir Kol B'Machaneh Ish Aisha Al Yotzi should not go out. So therefore, going out is considered the Av. The other derivatives are considered the Tolda. In terms of the other malachot, what should be the Av? The ones that exist in the Beis HaMikdash, in the Mishkan building of the Mishkan, and which would be the Tolda, the one that did not exist that way. So the answer really is not only for Rav Eliezer, the answer also comes back, and even according to the Chachamim, tells me which is going to be the major category defining by the name, and which will be the secondary category.
How does cooking come into it?
Bishul. Bishul or Afiyas is one of the... So the answer was, they actually, after they made all these types of dyes, after they made the plant, they then had to set up the plant, they had to prepare the plant, and they had to cook the plant. They boiled out to be able to extract the dye.
Our cooking isn't for done, our cooking is for food.
True. Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Correct. Yeah.
We call it an oven in our case, right?
Right. Correct.
It's not exactly what
Right.
we're doing.
So the key of this to remember, once again, and this is the hard part to keep in mind because it always slips out. The malachas that we're talking about were not the malachas that took place in the Mishkan. This is not the day-to-day running of the Mishkan. This is preparing to build the Mishkan, to construct the Mishkan, to put it together. So if they had to make curtains, they needed sewing is prohibited. And if they had to weave things together, weave curtains, then weaving is prohibited. And if they had to fix holes in the curtains, sewing is prohibited. And if they had to make skins, because there were skins for the roof of the Mishkan, which we're going to learn in this parak, so they had to know how to kind of process dyes. So it's not about, and therefore in order to get dyes, what couldn't you do? You couldn't kill an animal. You had to kill the animal to catch the animal. To get the skins, to be able to make the leather that would cover the Mishkan. So as a result, all of these malachos are about preparing for the construction of the Mishkan. And it makes sense because the definition really, when it comes down to what malacha is, about something that's constructive. I mean, in the bottom line, what is a malacha? Malacha is constructing something, is making something, taking something that was not full, complete, and making something a little better. What if I plant a seed? I have a seed that's not going to grow. I put it in the ground. Now it's going to grow. If I take choresh, I plow up the ground. I make the ground now arable. I make the ground now acceptable to seeds, and now it's going to move along the process of making things grow. So the best construction that you wanted to find a template for to do something that's a construction is making a place for Hashem. Right? This is the ultimate construction. The ultimate fundraising is fundraising for a shul. The ultimate building something is building the Mishkan. So this is how Chazal define what the 39 malachas are based on. This is what we believe is Min Torah. Are those malachas that were needed to create and to put together and to construct the Mishkan all the way back into all its characteristics. All the way into planting and growing and harvesting. So that sounds like, as Morty pointed out, sounds like it goes back a whole bunch of steps. It's not just it's not just cooking up the plants to make the dye. So you got to plant the plants, right?
Is that also the 39 lashes?
Correct. Correct. Will be different.
The same number.
Correct. Well, there are 30. Oh, yes, correct. That's true. Yes. So 39 is a good number. Okay, there you go. So.
But the Torah rounds it up to 4.
Right, so the Torah calls it 49 to 39, but you're right, it seems to be the same number that seems to be for the malachas of Shabbos. I don't know why that's the same thing, if that's just a round number of 40 minus 1, if that's just something significant. 40 in general comes up all throughout the Torah, right? 40 years in the desert, 40 days on Har Sinai. So that's why it's 40 lashes is called 40, also not just 39. 14 days of Maybe it's 40 plus 14,
33 days.
right, 66.
3 plus 7 or something?
Yeah. Days of Tumah for Yoledis. For Yoledis. Right, 1360 plus, correct. It's not exactly 40. So the numbers do come up, and that you're pointing out very good. I'm not sure exactly the connection of all these. Probably be a Maharal Prague will probably have something to say on those kind of numbers that go together. I don't know. He's off. Okay, at any rate, but this is really why we are going to be concerned about which is the Av and which is the Tolda. And as I said, you see really two approaches when it comes to Hotzah, which is the topic of of this parak. This is Hotzah and Zorek, which is another derivative, throwing things, correct? It's not handing, it's not carrying, it's throwing. So all of these toldos are going to be based upon the fact that they were not found in the pasuk, whereas the malach is called Hotzah, which was found in the pasuk, even though some of these items actually were found in the Mishkan. Okay? So now that's really the first piece of this Gemara. Now the Gemara is going to try to understand actually some other parts of the story here. So, V'had so now that we know about Hotzah and Hachnasa, now the Gemara wants to know about other types of derivatives of this. V'had hazorik dalaramas bakotel lamala miyot tvachim kazarik ba'avir. We have a rule that if you throw something in the Rishus Harabim, so the rule is that if you throw, this is not about carrying. This is specifically about throwing. So if you here's the key premises you need to know. A Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, goes all the way up to the sky. There is no upper limit. So you have air rights in your house, in your property, all the way up. Okay, I'm not sure how you would translate that into modern law.
In Manhattan, they have air rights.
People buy air rights.
Yeah, because Riskin-Shul, they had it in one place where they had air rights, and they knocked it down. They built a condo, and they moved it to another place, and they have no air rights, so they can only build a building.
So
it's worth much more when you have the air rights, because you can build a 20-story whatever.
Right. Okay, but I'm saying I'm not sure how that applies. That may be a public domain and private, not sure. But here's the kid. This is about Rishus Hayachid, the halachic air rights. So your Rishus Hayachid goes all the way up. So if you were to decide to, for example, just take an argument, a theoretical argument, let's say you to put up, a big, tall basketball court, right, or some kind of super high net, that would be considered still Rishus Hayachid. Okay. However, the Rishus Harabim only goes as far as 10 tefachim off the ground. That's 40 inches. The 40 inches is not really that high. 40 inches, we said, is probably about the windowsill level over there, or maybe even as low as the window on the door. Okay, it's about hip length on a guy like me. Sorry.
A yard. It's a little more than a yard. Yeah.
High. Oh, like a yard high. I thought you meant like you're running around your yard. Yes, correct. Right. So that's considered. That already makes that's the height of Rishus Harabim.
Why is one different than the other? Right?
Why is one different than the other? So that's going to be a discussion in the Gemara. But Rishus Hayachid really goes all the way up. I'm not quite sure why Rishus Harabim is only up to 10. But you see, it actually is not only that it's different even in terms of what malacha you're doing. So when it comes to carrying, if you're carrying in a Rishus Harabim, that's actually above 10. Carrying in a Rishus Harabim above 10, you're also chayav 4. But it's only really about throwing above 10 in Rishus Harabim.
No, is there a button above 10?
No, it's really to consider a dimension based upon the Torah. That's a Torah dimension. It's some of this will come up in this parak itself. So let's keep the question on the side. It's next in the question why the rishuyos are really different one from the other. So at any rate, the case is talking about as follows: Hazorik dalaramas bakotel. You threw let's say a sticky fig. I'm giving that example for a specific reason, and it hit the wall. You threw it against the wall, and this sticky fig got stuck to the wall. So otherwise it would fall down on the ground, and then you'd be going from down below to above. So you threw it 4 amos, and it stayed above the ground. Kizark ba'avrid. It's like you're throwing in the air, and nothing really happened. Lamata miyat tfachim. If you threw it below 10 tfachim, you threw it underhanded, and it's within 10 tfachim. Kizark ba'avrid. So you threw the sticky fig underhanded, and it got stuck onto the wall. Splat. Right. Okay, so it never hit the ground, but under 10 tefachim is considered that it landed. It's considered it's in the rishus. It's in Rishus Harabim. V'azorik ba'aretz dal amos chayav, and if you threw it 4 amos in Rishus Harabim, it's going to be chayav. So this is simply one example of a number of the laws that are going to come up about zorek. So Gemara says, how do you know this kind of law? Zorek dal amos b'Rishus Harabim minol and the mechayav. So where do you know this from? You gave me a pasuk when we started the parak. You said, how do I know who saw? So it was a case with Moshe Rabbeinu. Where do I know that throwing Dalan Amos and Rishus Rabim is chayav? Who even told me this? Where do I invent it? I mean, there's one thing if I can understand if I carry it. If I carry from inside to outside, so I understand the object is transferred locations. If I carry from one of my Dalar Amos to another Dalar Amos, I understand I've moved with the object. But I threw the object. Nothing's changed about me. Why would this be chayav? Where would you learn this is chayav from? Okay, so the Gemara tries to find, because this is such a very unusual kind of law that you really haven't changed except the location, the Gemara tries to even understand the basic rule, not so much about where it hits the wall, higher and lower, but the basic rule of throwing something Dal and Amos and Rishus Rabim. Where do you even know that throwing Dal and Amos and Rishus Rabim is going to be chayav from? Where does it come from? And now, we can learn it one of two ways. We can either say that there's a pasuk that tells me that is, which we're not going to find. The other thing the Gemara tries to find is, let's find a case in building the Mishkan where they threw things around in a Rishus Rabim. Okay, so in other words, show me a case in the construction process of building the Mishkan, of putting the things together for the Mishkan, where they would throw something and they threw it in a Rishus Rabim. And that would be the template why throwing in a Rishus Rabim more than 4 amos would be considered chayav. So I got to find a case in the building of the Mishkan that they threw something more than 4 amos, and they threw something more than 4 amos, and it was in a Rishus Rabim. Okay. So the Gemara gives a number of choices, number of alternatives. So where do we know it from? So this is going to be a listing of one after the other, and choices that actually all fall, choices that don't stand. Amar Rav Oshaya, Shekain Arge Yerio Zorchem Achtem Zelazeh. So the Gemara first answer is that the people who were weaving the curtains would throw their needles from one to the other. Like, you and I are working on a curtain to sew it up, and I say, hey buddy, here, you need to sew down there, catch my needle. So I'm going to throw it across the room. In this case, they're working outside. I'm going to throw it across the outside work area, which is a Rishus Rabim, to throw my needle across the room to you. That's where, when they were fixing and darning up, or where they were weaving up the yeriot, the curtains, where they would throw the needles one to the other.
There's no proof that they did that. It doesn't make sense. You're like troublemaker. Well, you get
so
up,
that's,
you get up, you hand in the
so that will be the ultimate, actually, rejection of all of this. Okay.
Needles weren't the small needles we have today.
Well, so the Gemara actually, so there's a couple of knockoffs on this. Let's try to go through one each time. I know you guys have learned this Gemara already, and you really just want to review it. Let's do the review, okay? So no, the first attempt is they would throw their needles when they were weaving together the yeriot of the curtains. So Gemara says, so Gemara says, when they're doing the weaving, why would they have needles? When you're weaving, what do you do with your weaving? You have a weaving loom. You're using a loom. Right, those who were sewing up the curtains would throw their needles from one to the other. Right, they weren't weaving, they were sewing up. What were they sewing? They were sewing perhaps 2 pieces of weaving together, or perhaps the things had ripped, and as they took down the Mishkan, they noted that a curtain had a little rip on it, so they would kind of just, hem it up or sew it up together.
It's not just building the Mishkan, it's building it in the sense of rebuilding.
Anytime they built it, correct. Anytime they rebuilt the Mishkan, it's considered building the Mishkan. It's not just, you're right, that's not only the first build, it's any time that there's a build of the Mishkan, this was needed. Okay, that's a good point. So the Gemara says, "V'dilma gabe hadade have yasvei." So maybe they did, if they threw the needle one to the other, maybe they were sitting very close by. In other words, maybe they didn't have to throw arba amos. Maybe like where me and Rob are sitting. Is this arba amos? I'm not sure. How many amos is this? Give me your hand. Okay. How many amos would you say this is, folks? This might be arba amos, close to it. Let's say we're closer. Let's say a person sitting next to me, so I'm darning, and I say, you've got to do the stitch over there, here's the needle. So the Gemara says, maybe they're not far apart from each other. They have a yasvei. They are sitting, yasvei is sitting, next to each other. So the Gemara says, mate hadade b'machtim. They would stick each other with the needles if they were working too close. So we're sewing up these curtains. If I'm sitting next to you and I'm working here, ouch, ow, you're going to get pricked. So therefore, inevitably, if there are 2 people who are working and they're going to share the needle, they would be far enough apart, which would be considered like arba amos. The case we gave was pretty much probably arba amos from my far end of my hand, probably to the far end of Rob's body. So the Gemara says, so they weren't sitting next to each other, they would get poked. So the Gemara says, Dilma b'toch arba amos havayas. Okay, you're right, so they weren't sitting on top of each other, but maybe they weren't really 4 amos apart. No, it's very possible to say that the person sitting on this chair here, I've moved the chair apart, is working with his needle, I'm working with my needle. Well, be careful. But that's not 4 amos. This is maybe 1 amo from here to here. So how do you know they were sitting 4 amos apart? So therefore that gets thrown out. So here's choice B. Elam Rav Chisda, what's the case? Shekain Ore Gerios Zarkim Buchiar Biria. So this is the Buchiar, I think is the shuttle, that they were the people who were weaving back and forth, the Uriel, the curtains. They'd have the different loom. The loom would go up and down, right? And the loom is a very complicated mechanism. If we ever do Perika Orig, we need to have a picture of the loom. There were different looms, by the way, that they had, different types of looms. But at any rate, they would move one thing back and forth. They would go up and down. You had 2 different groups going up and down, and then you had the one that went across back and forth. So they would, how would it go? They throw it across, and then they'd move it down, or move it up and down. Let's see how it would go.
You move it across and you have to flip these threads like this. You move it across.
You'd move it across, flip them down, move it back, and then flip it across and do it like that. Warp and off, correct. But I'm saying, but they would throw one thing back and forth. You had two sets of threads.
Right.
Or 2 sets of, I guess, threads. Not more than thread. Right, very thick threads, and they would go up and down. The idea is that when you'd bring it, throw it across, it would then be caught by when these crossed each other. So if they were like this, you threw it across, and then this went up. Then you threw it back, and then you threw it again back and forth every time. So the point of it being, this thing would go back and forth. The way to make it work, now obviously today we have mechanized looms, so we know there's no one throwing stuff back and forth. In the days of the Gemara, they had much more simple types of looms, or much more handheld mechanical looms, but you had people on either side throwing it back and forth. You have a picture there?
Not here. One of the other volumes has.
I don't think so.
Well, I think the second volume may have a picture of it. Yeah. Second volume has a picture. Do we have a second volume here?
Oh. I remember learning that in school, I think.
Here it is.
Okay.
Back,
I remember.
Here we go.
You have to hide.
This is not going to really help you for the small. But here you have your looms, okay? Here you have your looms. I'm not sure if you can see that some of them are going up, some of the threads go up, some of the threads go down. When these go up and down, when these different things pull them up and down, that really creates, and they throw something back and forth, that really makes it tight and tight back and forth. So you've got those 2 groupings going one way, and then you have another thing that goes back and forth that really gets caught as it goes back and forth. And that's why you have, I don't have a really good example here, but you have what we call, I guess, I'm not sure, cross threads or something that go back and forth. Am I making it clear, or maybe you can pass it around?
We have to probably, you look it up and
I
get
know,
a video.
exactly.
It shows us
it goes like this, they put the thread through, and then they flip it back.
But they have a thing that attaches like a
shuttle.
Right,
because what happens is you want it to weave through. So you go like this, you put the thread through,
you have to throw
then you go
the
back
thing across or something.
Yeah, it goes through. And sometimes they have 1 in 1, and sometimes they have 2 in 1. Depends on what kind of.
So we'll just pass it around. You don't spend too much time because you won't be able to follow the Gemara, but you get a chance to see what it is. But the bottom line is, what's the thing you're throwing?
Shuttles like this. Like I don't think they had it in those days. I think it's a new invention. But somehow it'll get the thread through.
They would throw the thread back and forth, and they had a weight that pulled it across. In other words, you can't just throw thread. Think of this as like, if you have the birdie on the badminton. So think of this as attaching a rope to the birdie, and you throw the birdie back and across the threads. So you threw it across. It had the shuttlecock was really meant to give it weight, so it would fly across from one end to the other. And then you kind of brought it down, right? Or maybe
you overlap the threads,
right?
And then you threw it through. Then
actually I know what it was. I think you threw it between them, and then the threads went like this, and then you threw it back the other way, and you threw it again.
Because it had to be interwound. Like when it's finished, It was all interwound.
Whatever it is, it was very advanced, clearly.
In the end, it had to be like,
Actually, the people who invented it, and it's really ancient we're talking, right?
So in other words, it's like, think of this is the thread, and as this goes down, it pulls the thread tight. I can't do it because it's obviously paper. Then you put it back the other way, and it gets caught one after the other, back and forth.
Go up and down so the threads can go intertwined between the things.
Okay, Archie's the engineer, okay? The bottom line is what we're trying to find now is we're not really trying to focus on how to do the loom.
Right.
That's that's really a complicated topic in itself. But to show why they would be throwing back and forth in a Rosh Hashanah. And by the way, the assumptions they worked outside where it was a Rosh Hashanah. They're not working in some kind of low closed-in woodshed. Right. So therefore, you've got this big loom, and the big loom would probably be wide enough that would be considered Rosh Hashanah, I guess, of some sort. And they would throw this across back and forth. So that's the Gemara's, that's Rav Chisda's response. Yeah. Some Rav Chisda sheken orge yiriyah zorkri zorkim buchiar biriya that he would be throwing the buchiar across the curtain, across the fabric itself. So that's the buchiar. So this is that what do you call it? The warp, the woof, and they would throw it between the two sides of the loom that was going across. So this could ostensibly be some kind of form of throwing, and it was a significant piece of length of material. So it was going more than 4 amos. So Gemara says, 1 second. Valo ogdo biyado. But wait, when he threw that buchiar, he threw it across, what was he doing? The guy on one side was holding on to the actual object. He didn't just throw it wild, he held it. Even when he threw it back, he held on to the thread to make sure it wouldn't go flying wild. So the Gemara says, when you're holding on to something, this is a rule that many people don't know. If I throw something outside, or I throw something in Rosh Hashanah, I'm still holding on to it, it's not considered hotzah. If I can control it, so I still have something at Minat Torah. Midrabbanan may be differently, but Minat Torah I'm not considered carrying if I still have the ability to pull it back. So if I'm standing inside and I throw what would I do? Throw a ball, but the ball is held on to the Zimzam balls. When I have a Zimzam ball and the Zimzam ball is tied into a thread, it's really, I can still pull it back. It's not going far away, it's not going loose. That's not really considered like I'm moving something, because it's still tethered. So if it's tethered to me, it's not considered like I'm really Zoreh, because I still have the opportunity to pull it back. I still have the power, the potential. It really hasn't left me. Even though it has left me, but I yank it back. So the Gemara says, Avalo ogdo biyado. So really, there's the guy holding it at the end. He's going to hold on to it. Either he's holding on to the main barrel of the wool, or it's going to be attached really to the buchiar. I think the way it was with the buchiar, if I'm not mistaken, the buchiar actually had the thread. It wasn't simply the badminton birdie. It was like the buchiar had the thread attached to it.
I would think it had the
That's
weight
what it had, the whole,
to carry the thread.
but not just the weight; it carried the thread as well.
Yes. Has the weight to carry the thread across.
Yes.
Must be wrong.
They would throw it back and forth, and it would go weave back and forth. So the buchiar itself was really the weight. It was a weight, but also had the thread wound around it.
Yes.
Yeah. It wasn't like...
It's like throwing a spool of thread.
I seem to remember...
How are you going to take a thread from here to there?
No, I understand. But I seem to remember the shuttle that we know today with the thread on the inside was invented in the industrial age. Before that, they must have just...
They threw it back and forth.
Yeah, but it was just an open spool. It wasn't like
or they had an attachment of some kind.
It wasn't like a shuttle like they have today.
But they couldn't be just having an open spool, because you've got to keep snaking this back and forth. So I believe you're throwing it. But the bottom line is you are holding on to the end of it. You're holding on to the end of it to make sure it's tight. So if you're holding on to it, you're still retaining it. So the Gemara says, okay, yes, this is true. However, benasko benisko basra. However, the last time that you threw it, you kind of let the whole thing go. So when you finished the last thread that went across, you were complete. You were no longer holding on to it. So there was a case where at least you had one throw of this shuttlecock across the loom that went on its own. The last chut that threw across the shuttlecock, and therefore would be considered being zorek in Rosh Hashanah. So the Gemara says you're right. However, there's another problem. This was where they threw it. Was not really Rosh Hashanah. It was a makam b'tur. Because what makes a makam b'tur? Makam b'tur is a place that doesn't even have 4 tfachim by 4 tfachim. In other words, let me tell you, give you an example. Makam b'tur, the top of a fire hydrant. Top of a fire hydrant is called a makam b'tur because it is such a small area. It's not really considered separate rishus. So therefore, they're working. They're throwing in between the loom. They're throwing this across the threads of the loom. That's not a Rosh Hashanah. They're not throwing it over the loom. They're throwing it between the loom. Right. Between the threads of the loom that are going to go up and down is not considered Rosh Hashanah. There's no space there. Where's the thing?
You're saying between where they're actually throwing.
Well, they're actually throwing it. According to what we're saying now, according to what we said now, where are they actually throwing it?
Oh, it's like an inch, not even
Between
an
the
inch.
threads.
Whatever. It's a small.
Between the threads, that opens up.
Between the threads. This is the one that we use, yes. They're throwing it between the threads. So they're throwing it in between these threads here. That's not a Rishus Harabim. Rishus Harabim.
Underneath is Rishus Harabim. They're doing this.
It's in the middle of the loom. The in the middle of the loom is not a Rishus Harabim. It's considered a Makom Tur. There's no place there. There's nothing.
Even though, as I say, the whole thing is outside in the Rishus Harabim.
But this actual location is not a Rishus Harabim. Because it's simply it's in the machinery itself. You're throwing it in the machinery. So in the machinery there's no wide open place. Rishus Harabim has to be wide open. Rishus Harabim in Torah. Right, it has to be fairly open, and this is not open. A Rishus Harabim has to be accessible to people. People could not walk between the loom. So in other words, you're trying to find a template where throwing in a Rishus Harabim was done in the construction of the Mishkan. This is not an example of throwing in a Rishus Harabim, because this is actually throwing to a Makom Tur. So the Gemara says, you're right, okay, Ella, what's the case? Ella shekain arge yiriyah zarkim buchya l'shoaleim. Now we're dealing with a separate situation. We're dealing where people were working on different parts of the loom, or maybe different looms. They work on different looms and different weaving, and they wanted to throw the actual buchya, this shuttlecock, they throw from one person to the other outside the loom. So I'm working on the loom here. There's another loom where Jonathan is sitting. He needs a shuttlecock of thread, so I throw it to him. I'm not throwing it through the loom, I'm throwing it to a different loom. I'm throwing it to a different group of workers. Shekain argei riyah zarkim buchya l'shoaleim. So the Gemara says, "V'dilma gabe hadade hava yasvei." So he says, "Well, you're right. Maybe how do you know they were 4 amos away? Maybe they were sitting one on top of the other. In other words, maybe I'm sitting here. Let's say the next loom guy is sitting here, and I'm working on this loom. He's working on that loom. What am I going to do? Hey, you need another shuttlecock of thread? Here it is. How do you know I'm throwing it 4 amos? So what's the Gemara's answer going to be? If we sat too close, what's going to happen to him? We're going to jab each other. I'm working the loom. I'm throwing stuff back and forth. He's working here, throwing stuff back and forth. It's not going to be, in other words, it had to be 4 amos away. So Gemara is the same answer as before, right? The first long line. Maybe they're sitting next to each other. So Gemara says, they would actually poke each other with the different kinds of instruments that we use to work on the loom. So they couldn't be sitting really on top of each other. One person would hit the other one in the where the riot, the beams were for the loom. So Gemara says, well, maybe Vidilma Shlufi have a Mishalchve. Maybe they could actually be working close, but we were working in offset. In other words, I was moving across the loom. He's working his loom, but when I go this way, he goes that way. So if we're both moving at the same time, there's a good chance we're going to knock elbows. But if I'm in, he's out. Think of this, the old Viking ships. They would go.
Well, when they're rowing, they have to.
When they're rowing, they're synchronized. So let's say we're synchronized. When I go this way to work on the loom, he's working next to me. He goes back, so we wouldn't bump each other. There's a synchronization in terms of the different workers. So I'm not throwing it through the loom. I'm throwing it to him, and maybe he's not 4 amos away. So how do you know really it's 4 amos away? So the Gemara says. So as one question. And another question, this is a more basic question, I think this is a question Amoni asked before. Who said they shared things? Who said they were throwing things around? Vatanya Luda is the name of a person, Luda is the name of a Tana. That each person worked on their malacha. This is found in talk about building the Mishkan. Everybody finished from their work, that they were doing. What's malachto? Malachto he did on his work and he didn't work on his friend's work. So in other words,
where did you get this whole thing from?
Who says we're going to share stuff? In other words, they made sure when they worked in the Mishkan, they had enough material to go around. This was the project of the century. This was the project of the people. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Mishkan is going to be for His presence. You're not going to jolve on the stuff. And suddenly I ran out of stuff here. Who's got more thread to send me down the line? So in other words, you're trying to tell me they're sharing, they're throwing needles, and they're throwing buchyars, and they're sharing one to the other. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. All right, so therefore we really, it's not going to be possible. Besides being dangerous, in other words, they didn't do it. Everybody had enough material. The Gemara says,
it's right in Shemot. That's the actual quotation.
right, it says ish ish mimlachto from his work. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean pshat. Does not necessarily mean his work. It means everybody was working, doing their material and good work. But here they're interpreting it very literally. Ish ish mimlachto shehem osim. That everybody was working with their own utensils. They didn't have to share. When the guy went to work on the loom, he had all his loom materials. And the next guy has all his loom materials. The guy. Oh, yeah, okay, great. Okay, so at any rate, the Gemara says, so therefore you don't really have a template for Zorek. Okay, you don't really have a template for Zorek. And one more question. Here comes the kicker question. V'su ma'avir dalan amos b'shus rab minolan. So even if I were to kind of think among all these examples a case about throwing, how do I know about carrying? In other words, I didn't pick it up. I simply carrying 4 amos. How would I know that I'm going to be that it's a malacha? It's a separate toldo itself. Where do I know that they did it for the Mishkan? Ella comes the Gemara with an answer, and this is the final answer. You may not be satisfied with it. I hope you will be. Ella kol dal amos b'shus rabim Gemara gemir alei. But we feel there's a halacha l'Moshe Sinai. There was a tradition that carrying 4 amos in the Rishus Rabim is prohibited.
So what is Gemara gemir alei?
Gemara means they learned. They learned means there's a tradition. Gemara gemir alei usually means halacha l'Moshe Sinai. Gemara Gemir Law is usually a buzzword, usually a technical term to refer to that this is the way it's been. They had a tradition and they passed the tradition. It's a tradition all the way back to the tradition, to the tradition, to the tradition. Gemara means they learned it or they taught it. They had the tradition going all the way back to halacha-Moshe Sinai. Sometimes says Gemara Gemir Lei halacha-Moshe Sinai. Sometimes just use Gemara Gemir Lei. But the way the Rishonim explained in Gemara Gemir Lei here means that it was considered halacha-Moshe Sinai. So we don't really have an example. It's an unusual case, a very unusual answer. We don't really have an example for it. It seems logical that it probably would have existed, but we don't know where. We don't know where they would have carried 4 amos in Rishus Harabim. We don't have a template for it. But there's Gemara Gemira that it existed in the Mishkan. Not only we have a tradition that's Asur, they had a tradition that they used it in the Mishkan somewhere. We don't know where. That's what Gemara Gemira means here.
He translates... He just says, "Belimud shel masoret lamadnu atam."
Right. So
midrash.
Right. So in other words, we have masoret, but masoret here means a very strong masoret. So they had, the masoret was that this must have been. It's not just a masoret that it's asur. The masoret means there was a masoret that this was needed when they were building the Mishkan. They needed to carry things arba amad b'shut rabim. They needed to throw something. We don't know exactly what it was, but somewhere in the building, in the prep of the Mishkan, they needed to throw things around itself. Okay, so that was that is the reason for the Gemara why we know what we've learned now until now is hotzah, which is the one case where we have a pasuk. We've learned that there are derivatives called toldos that include hachnasa, include havara, include zrika or zorek. Where do you know the other ones from? In many cases, they know them from halacha l'Moshe Sinai, that they are going to be the toldos of hotzah, even though they're really very different. And you see some of the details are different. Okay, got a few minutes. Let's do a little more. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel. So the Gemara has now a discussion. What did the person do who was Mekoshe Shitzim B'Yom HaShabbat? What was his prohibition? What exactly? What did he? What did he do wrong? So what does Mekoshe Shitzim mean?
I thought he just collected.
So correct. So what was wrong with collecting wood?
What was wrong?
What was wrong with organizing wood? So one is arranging, one is a Rishus Harabim, correct. So we don't really know, just use the term Mekoshesh. There is no malacha called Mekoshesh in the 39 malachot. Right. There's a malacha of carrying, there's a malacha of ma'amer, which is bundling. So there's a malacha maybe of tolesh, of detaching wood, detaching objects.
I always thought it was wood lying around that he was just collecting personally.
So what's so wrong? What's so bad about that?
It didn't say it is.
I'm sorry? So that's one opinion. But once again, if you look at the story literally, it does not tell us what he did wrong. So the Gemara offers 3 possibilities.
In fact, then Moshe had to go ask what he was doing wrong.
No, Moshe had to ask what was his punishment. But Moshe never really defines what he did wrong.
No.
Right.
Yeah, he just said, exactly.
Right. They found the Ish Mekoshe Shitzim was last week. We just had it, correct. So what exactly does he wrong? So let's take a quick look and see this Gemara. It's not that hard to go through. Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel, Mekoshesh Mavir Arba Amos Rishus Harabim Havir. According to the first opinion of Rabbi Yehuda Mar Shmuel, the Mekoshesh was carrying in Rishus Harabim 4 amos. But Masnisa Tana, we have a brisa that says Tole Shoy. He actually was detaching. He went around not just collecting wood, he was breaking the wood off of the trees. And so that's a second malacha called Tolesh, which is basically like considered tolesh is part of harvesting. It's going to be part of probably going to be kotzer, thank you. Then the third malacha is going to be, one more choice is going to be Rav Yaakov Amar Ma'amer Havei, and this is I think what Morty said, he was bundling them up. So once again, part of the harvesting process, when you harvested grain, you bundled up the sheaves of grain. So anything you bundle up that is a natural item that grows, or that is part of nature, is also considered in Ma'amer. So it may not be exactly. There's a good example. So, for example, here's a good example of an Avana Tolda. Bundling up grain would be considered ma'amer. What would be if you piled up piles of salt? The Gemara talks about piling up piles of salt. You harvest salt in the ground. You dug it out of a salt cave. So salt is considered actually coming from the ground. It doesn't grow. It's a mineral. But it comes out of the ground. That's an example of a tolda. So you go into a salt cave, you get the salt on the ground, you put it together, and you put it into big bundles for the truck to take away. That's considered ma'amer, as a tolda of the ma'amer, which is really bundling up grain.
And what's the bundling in the Beis Hamikdash was what?
They bundled up the plants before they had to process them to make whatever the dyes were, bread, so forth. Right?
Flax also.
Flax. Yeah. So ma'amer is one of the processes in this whole process of planting, harvesting, winnowing, and so forth. So at any rate, these are three choices. Lamai nafkamina. So we're going to say, of course, what do we really care? What's the difference between who cares what he did wrong? I mean, whatever it was, he didn't really. It was not a happy story. So and we know these are all three separate malachos. Let's say. Stay for 5 minutes, guys. We get to the two dots. What do you say? Okay. So the Gemara says the Amar Rav says this is actually something very Lamai nafkamina l'charav. The Amar Rav matzasi Megillat Starim be Rabbi Chia. I found the Megillat Starim. Megillat Starim looks like it was a set of notes that was not really let out to be public. They didn't write things down before the days of Rabbi Chia and Rebbe, but people kept certain notes which they kind of kept away hidden, like crib sheet. Not really, not a negative crib sheet, but like a study guide. So these were private study guides. Not everything in the study guide was meant to be exactly correct because it was a personal study guide. Not always did they understand what it wrote. That's called Megillat Starim. That's this little sheet that was hidden away. And it says V'katuv bein, and this Megillat Starim that they found in the Beis Hamedrash of Rav Chia. It said Isi ben Yehuda Omer. Isi ben Yehuda said Avot Malachot Abuim Chaser Achas, that there are 39 Malachot, 40 minus 1, and if you did all of them, and you only chayiv for one. So the Gemara says, if you did all 40 or all 39, you only chayiv one. That's what it looks like was written on this little study sheet. So the Gemara says, Vesul, I mean, if I did all 39, I only get one aver, v'yatnan. Don't we know exactly the opposite? If I did all 39, what do you get? 39. I get 30. If I did 39, why is it 39 malachot? And why do we need the number? Rabbi Yochanan tells me this is the dominant reason. If I did all of them and I didn't know which that they were wrong, and I did all of them, I maxed out at 39. So the Gemara says, so when this little crib sheet was found, this little study guide was found, it really didn't mean you chayiv one, it meant I'm chayiv for everyone. That's what it really meant when he wrote it. He wrote it like in shorthand. They found that Isi ben Yehuda said, Avot Malachat are 39, 40 minus 1, to tell me that if I do them all, I'm chayiv one. If I do them all, I'm chayiv really each for each one and one, 39. So the Gemara says, where Mashim Asal Kol Memachas Chav Kolachas V'Yachas. So Gemara said, so Ema. So the Gemara says, but we know that already. We already know that from Rabbi Yochanan. So here's what really the study sheet means. The study sheet didn't mean to tell me that I'm chayiv for every one. I didn't translate exactly correct. It doesn't mean I'm chayiv for every one, because I know that already from what we learned before in other places. But what does it mean? It says, Eina chayiv alachas. There's one that I'm not chayiv for. So this little study sheet they found, and this actually mentioned in a number of places, that there are 39 malachot. And if I did all 39, I'd have to bring 39 korban chatas. There's one malacha that I don't bring a korban chata. So the one malacha I'm not chayiv kares for. There's one malacha is not like some of the others. So maximally I would be chayiv for 38. Which one is not included? So the shemosh, so ein chayav alachas mehem. So I don't know. The problem is I don't know from this little study sheet that they believed had a strong tradition which of the 39 is excluded. One of these things is not like the others. One of the 39 is not going to be chayav a korban chatas. One of them will only be chayav a lav, a lo taseh. Which one is not going to be included? Which one is not a prohibited act that I'm going to be chayav a cardinal offense? So therefore the Gemara says chayav misa. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, that's why we want to know what the Mekoshesh did. Right. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, the Mekoshesh was carrying. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Pshitlei the Ma'aver Chayev. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, the carrying Rosh Hashanah is not that one. Now, if you carry Rosh Hashanah, you chayiv mita. Umatnitam shitlei the tolish chayiv. Then, according to the Mishnah, it says, what was the Mekoshesh doing? He was cutting off the branches. That's not the one that you're not chayiv for, because you see Mekoshesh was chayiv. For Rav Bar Yaakov, shitlei the ma'amer chayiv, the ma'amer chayiv, that the collecting or bundling, I should say, is chayiv. So, in other words, mar savar ha miha lo masapko, mar savar ha miha lo masapko. Each one said, which is the one of the 39 that you're not going to be chayiv for? Not this one, not this one, not this one. Right. So that's why it's important to know and try to identify what the Mekoshesh was doing. We never really fully decide which was one of the three. So one of the three. So that's why each of them tried to determine which one it was. The exercise is not so much to tell me really about which one and what the Mekoshesh did. It really becomes the junk to the discussion about whether you chayav for 39 malachas is a max. Now, before we just break out here, just to tell you what's going to come up next, Gemara is going to have a very interesting. He was chayav mita, which means that according to the first opinion, the carrying in Rosh Hashanah is not the one that you're not chayav for, because he was chayav. According to the second opinion, the tolesh, cutting off branches, is not the one you're not chayav for, because he was chayav for. According to the third opinion, bundling up is not the one you're not chayav for, because he was chayav for. So we don't really know which of the three, but we know that these three is not one of the 39, not the one that you're not chayav for.
Any one of these, that's what I'm saying. Could be something else altogether.
Right, so this Gemara comes up in a number of places because we never really determine which of the 39 is not like the others, is not chayav for. But every time it comes up, this thing rolls around. Finally, just the last thing, the next thing we're going to do next week is actually they try to identify who the Mekoshesh Yitzim was. Okay, and we're going to have a discussion. It's actually a very good Musar piece of Gemara about trying not to reveal the sins of other people. You know, someone did something, it's between you and that person and God, right? Don't have to put it onto the front page of whatever the paper is. Okay.